welcome. Today I'm going to be continuing some JavaScript stuff. Yeah, I haven't worked on JavaScript in like, I don't know, a month because I've been working on another project, but I'm back this month every Tuesday. I will be doing JavaScript stuff. So I'm still learning JavaScript. I'm very early in this journey. So I'm doing it without any libraries. I think the next project I do, I'll use TypeScript because typically I'm making games in Godot using GDScript, and the sort of habit that I've developed is static typing everything because it's great for readability, it's great for autocomplete, it can make running in the editor a little bit more efficient, and I like it. I love static typing, and the readability is really the biggest thing. And I'm dying over here, not knowing what all these are without having to like think about it. I just like to look at it. Static is better than dynamic any day. Welcome, Eric. I completely agree with that. But that's okay. It's my first JavaScript project, so I'm gonna allow it. I've decided I'm going to allow it for now. So yeah, no libraries. Backseating, I don't love, but sometimes there's like really egregious things that are helpful to point out. But you know, maybe if I like ask a question, although I ask myself a lot of questions. So yeah, I just kind of want to struggle through it. So what is this project? What's she talking about? There's actually a link on YouTube in the description, and I'll make sure we put one in the chat. In general, so this is the last version of it, okay? This is not, all right, the final version. It's just the last version, and you can check it out right now, right in the browser. So let's do that. Let's see where it left off. I have not looked at this in quite some time. Okay, so the idea of the game is it's kind of like a tycoon project. It's just a little game. It's not a big deal. I want to make web apps, so I try to focus on like UI stuff mostly. The idea is that you hire workers and then you pay them. And that's it. And then you make more money. That's it. Number go up. That's all it is. There's more things I want to add. So we do have some fancy things. I worked on this a little bit off stream, like the day after I last worked on JavaScript, but for the most part, I haven't done any like fundamental coding things, but I did add a little juice. So we got some like boing, boing, boing. I even want to improve this because that almost makes it look like you're currently getting it subtracted, but you have to press it to get it subtracted. All right, let's see what happens. Yes, we're hiring an employee. I cannot hire more. I don't think I can afford to pay the worker. So the animations, this is very much not done. PawnXPawn is someone who has been helping me make this art and even helped guide me initially with ideas on making a project like this. And oh, happiness is down. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay. Oh wow. So we do have to. Why was it not streaming on Friday? So the reason why I wasn't streaming on Friday is so sometimes after the game like jam, I need like a break, and it happens nicely. Okay, we lost. That's game over. we can't afford anything. Wow, I lost immediately. So I wanted to show you that we can hire multiple workers an infinite amount, but you know, I gotta start over. I guess it'd be nice to have like a fail state where it maybe restarts the game for you or something. I don't know how that would look, but that could be nice. So yeah, the Game Like Jam just ended last week, and often there is, often there is a, like, some time, but so this yellow section here is the voting period. Sometimes, if the jam ends earlier in the week, we can actually fit in the showcase in the first week of the month. But in some of these months, it works out where there's quite a bit of time to vote. And so then that kind of leaves this Friday in flux. Like, what am I gonna do? I could show up and work on a random thing, but you know, I plan JavaScript on Tuesdays, and then Fridays during the off Game Like Jam months, every other month, we do this game jam. It's pretty cool. Links will be in the description. Links will be in the panels, all that stuff. Who you calling yellow? Hey, new Joker, welcome back. How you been? I so often bump into your tutorials looking around for solving problems. How you been? Hope you've been good. So yeah, so I took this off because it was been an especially exhausting month for many reasons, and I was staying up too late, so I needed some extra sleep. But it affords the opportunity when there's this extra space for me to take a little day off. I should have let you all know that I was gonna take it off. At the end of the stream, I was like, I may or may not come in on Friday, but that wasn't good enough. I should have put out like a notification that I wasn't gonna do that stream. That's good that they apparently show for people. Yeah, absolutely. I honestly, the most that I find it is when I'm searching on the internet. Well, I've just stopped using Google as much, so I don't even know. I don't even know if it would show videos anymore. Maybe. What's something that you teach? How to add scripts in Godot that are Java. Oh, you did a C++ one recently. How to C++ Godot. I don't know if Start Page. I'm using Start Page now instead of Google. Yeah, so it's basically Google search without all the tracking, which I recommend it. Maybe if I hit videos, it'll pop up. But definitely when I was using Google, so most people use Google, so take that as it will. Oh look, there you are! There you are! See? You pop up! Even here. You don't think 11 games would take 10 days? I mean, so it's just for voting period. I disagree. There's a lot of votes that haven't been cast yet. So it's about giving people enough time to rate, right? So if we look at that. There's 11 people who can vote on all of these, and some of them only have 3 votes. Some of them have 5 votes, but that's still barely half of all the people who can vote. So it's not the point is that it gives you a lot of time, depending on people's schedules, to sit down and play the games, is what the point of that is. All right. So I lost that very badly. I'm already seeing some things I'd like to change, but so anyway, I was talking about Pawn X Pawn's art. Specifically, I'm excited too! Yeah, so we're gonna play all the games on Friday. I'm really, really excited, because we're gonna be able to spend twice as much time, since there's half as many games as all the previous Game Like Jams. So I love me some low numbers. I do, because it means that we get certain advantages in other ways. Oh yeah, I forgot about the cats. I'm sorry to have deprived you of such a wonderful thing. They're kind of taking up a lot of space right now. Maybe over here probably makes the most sense. So, yeah. I mean, you have to ask Pawn about that. So Pawn X Pawn made this art, and made it like these. Oh dear. Oh gosh. Made it a sprite sheet. But really, this is just a GIF that cycles through the 3 different states. So there's the state where it's satisfied, the state where it's starting to get a little gloomy and it's not happy that it's not being paid enough or kept happy enough, and then this where it's about to quit and you're going to lose it as a worker. So right now, it's just cycling through them all with no rhyme or reason, which is a little chaotic. But I would love to actually implement the proper sprite sheets in so we can make sure that it's looking correct when it's supposed to. And it can even be like a little alert, like, oh, look, this one's getting angry. So now we can hire another employee, bam! So, you can see it's like a clicker game, right? Where we're trying to press these buttons. I think it would be also nice if it was more clear how much income they require, or how much pay they need. Because it only pops up when you hover over it over there. Uh-oh. And so really what happens, it's all influencing each other. So the lower the worker's income is, the faster the happiness drains. And you can't even bump it up by clicking on it. But by keeping up the happiness, I don't remember what that does, but I know it does something. I feel like it affects maybe how quickly low. I guess it just protects you for if the income drops a little bit, it'll all tick down less. I don't know. I gotta look at the code. I can't remember how it all works. I should probably write down how it all works so I know. But yeah, Pun just decided to put the rain clouds in there. And I think it's really fun art, even though, yeah, it's like, how does that work? Uh-oh, see, once it starts dropping below their pay rate, then their happiness goes down. So we're probably gonna lose that. They quit! Wow, I didn't know we had quitting. Well, we're about to lose another one too. So they produce income. I think that'd be nice too if we could see how much they're producing and that be more clear. And then like a game over state. Cool. So the sprite sheet is a big priority. I think we work on that because even though I would love to do these other things, I think this is a glaring issue. That they're just like going through all of these emotions inexplicably. So I would need to think of like 3 states, but we could just check, you know, whatever the income is, whatever the happiness is at different points. And then, let me just look at, so first, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to review how it even works with the income dropping and the happiness dropping, and if you praise, if it's higher, what does that do? I'm gonna look at that, and I'm gonna try to divide it into 3 different phases that it's sort of tracking to ensure that we are taking a good look at what to connect these sprite sheets to. Okay. Let's dive in a little here. Let's see what we got. Okay. We ID the workers. I've been looked at this in a long time, and I've been deep in JavaScript, so I don't know. We'll see. We ID them. We have these class prefixes that let us be able to find things like the... So abilities are the buttons, pay and praise. That's what ability means. Stat is actually the value, the income, and the, happiness. And we prefix the elements in the DOM with these classes, so that way it's easier to find them. And then there's like so this ID that we create, the worker ID, which has worker underscore and then a number, that gets assigned. Hey, what's up, Paperclip? Welcome. Those get assigned to the end of this. So it would say like ability. I don't remember if we split off the worker. I think we split off the worker part. So I think it would just be ability ID number, but it might actually be ability worker ID number. We'll take a look. I mean, I could just open it up too. Yeah, actually, let's do that. I love this. I do love this about doing like browser stuff like this. Oh, I need to like pause it. Is that we can like, you know, probe it, take a good look at it. Is this pausing? I feel like I need to put like a debug thing in console, like a breakpoint or something. I don't remember how to do that. Why does it look like this? Stop this. Don't be on network tab. Oh, it's up here. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Getting resituated. Haven't worked on this in a month, and I want to keep a little fresh and see if I can't finish this up and maybe work on some more intentional projects. You know, this is just a little game. I still like making games in JavaScript though, but I really want to make tools. I'll probably make a game, the next game in JavaScript I make will probably have some kind of API link up, so I can start learning that stuff too. DevTools and browser are pretty great, right? You can do many of the same things in Godot. That's true, yeah, especially in the more recent ones. Some sort of flip. Wait, did I say flip again? Welcome, Flip. Ghost Raid, you seem to have lost this flip. You seem to have lost this flip. You see... What's happening? What is happening? New Joker was already here. Thank you for the Ghost Raid? Twitch wouldn't let critters do an actual raid. Why? Well, I'm glad you're here. Is it my fault? Do I need to fix something? Do I need to flip a switch? I'll press a checkbox like nobody's business. It's rude that way. I don't know what's going on. But thank you, Created by Critters, for the raid. Let's see what you got up to. Twitch.tv/created by critters. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you today. I apologize. Doing some game dev. That's all you doing is game dev? Follow. Follow.
Yeah, everyone's doing that. Or does carving it mean it will
only 2 viewers probably.
Navigation mesh?
Oh.
Over the top.
Oh, that's weird. I should fix that. I think we've had 2 viewer rates before. Maybe it's like an account age thing. If you haven't made like a lot of accounts. Wait, you were doing some JavaScript too. Wait, what is that? That's not JavaScript. Is that Python? What is that? What are we doing here? I demand to know.
Maybe?
That's all the Critter Boy do. A Godot, a C#. Oh, it's C#. I still have to learn C#. Oh, what's a Godot converter? This is cool. So that makes sense that you would do. I'm thinking of doing my Godot coding in VS Code too. I'm getting a little exhausted without having some of the features VS Code has. Just C#. You're working on a space station game. Nice. I love space stuff. Space stuff's the best. JavaScript is a C-like. They all look similar-ish. Right. Totally. Welcome, Studio.
Wow.
Community Edition is free.
Okay, so let's...
What does that mean?
And it's quite clearly not.
What does that mean? Community Edition is free. Of Godot or your project?
And so the region built its nav mesh.
It's looking very Godot-y. Oh, Visual Studio. Oh yeah, I usually use VS Code, but maybe I should... A lot of people are like, V Studio is better than VS Code. I don't know. I like VS Code because it's lightweight. But then again, when I see people using... Let me look at what yours looks like. When I see people using VS Studio, or V Studio, whatever. V Studio. Oh yeah, hey Derek. Yeah, I recognize you. Team Rider. Oh yeah. I remember looking into that when I was doing Unreal Blueprints, because they apparently had support for that. VS Code is a text editor. I always want to call it VS Code in a different way. Visual Studio is a full-on IDE. Right. Yeah, it always looks like it has more going on. Interesting. I wonder what is more advantageous about doing Visual Studio working with Godot over VS Code. I'll stick with VS Code for now, but I am just waiting for an excuse to use Visual Studio. Also, I don't know, maybe I have to log, because is there a, so I'm using VS Codium, right? Which takes the source of VS Code and de-Microsofts it, which I really like. Debugging, compiling, and all that junk is for IDE. Right. Calling VS Code lightweight is wild. The Electron Chromium overhead is not lightweight at all. Really? Versus Visual Studio? Compared to Visual Studio? Is what I mean. Because every time I booted up Visual Studio, it's it's chugging. At least loading it. But, yeah, I would love if there was, also an open source de-Microsoft variant. Because I hate having, log into Microsoft, do all that kind of crap, too. VS is heavy. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Well, thank you for bringing your people here. I appreciate it. Looks like you got up to some good stuff. I hope I get to check out one of your streams. I hope I'm not sleeping or something when you stream. There's bloat. Right, but I'm also using Codium, so I wonder if that has less bloat. I don't know. I really like VS Codium. Embed. Oh yeah, I saw that, New Joker. I actually joined that person's Discord. and I talked to them about it, and it seemed like way more effort than I was going to be willing to put in to get it set up. Like, you basically had to install a custom version of Godot. You had to do a custom build of Godot in order to get it to work, which I was not gonna do. At least not right now. But maybe they've made some progress on it. And maybe I think they're trying to get it to be like a GD extension at some point. I don't know, but it is awesome to see, for sure. Yeah, it's not an IDE. All right. So I'm going through this code. I haven't looked at it in like a month. Actually, it's for a little tycoon game that I'm making for fun, mostly, and learning experience, not looking for backseating, just trying to struggle through the learning. So right now I'm trying to refamiliarize myself with how it works, namely the task that I want to do is set up the sprite sheets. So we do have this GIF that just cycles through all the sprite sheets, basically, and it doesn't have any rhyme or reason. It's not based on the mood of the worker, how happy they are or not. And so there's 3 distinct states. There's satisfied, there's starting to feel gloomy, and then there's angry and about to quit. So I don't remember, so a lot of the things like affect each other. Happiness somehow affects something. Pay, if the lower the pay, the faster happiness drains. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what those relationships are, and then see if I can just discern a workable way to have like flags. You can't join that jam anymore. I should update that timer. You can play the games though. You should totally play the games. Find a way to sort of signal that those states are happening, and when they're happening, I would then use those triggers to change the sprite sheet, more or less. Letting Jesus take the wheel? Unless you're a C developer, Visual Studio is way heavier than anyone needs. I'm saying. Okay. But who knows? Maybe I go there someday. Who knows? Not today. This JavaScript is my first programming language other than GDScript. So, we're slowly getting there. Okay, we're gonna say, play the granny-like games. Okay, we gotta update that. You can't dev without IntelliSense? What's IntelliSense? What if I'm using C++ inside Godot? I think that's interesting. I feel like it requires like a good understanding of C++, but I don't know. Like there's not like documentation the same way. You know, like if you go to like Godot's documentation, there's often like a C# version and a GDScript version, but not a C++ version. But I guess, you know, in some ways you don't need it because it's just C++. But at the same time, if I don't know C++, it's going to be uphill. That'd be kind of interesting though, wouldn't it? To like try to learn C++ through that lens of Godot. Wait, why do I kind of like that? If I'm already familiar with Godot and I want to learn C++, why not try to approximate all of the methods and features that I'm familiar with in Godot with C++? This is intriguing. Hey Joe, welcome. Yeah, it's going good. You think C++ is ugly? I haven't been endeared to it yet myself. But it's useful. That's my justification for learning JavaScript, for learning anything, is it's useful. Almost had an emote there. Can't do without IntelliSense. Autocomplete. Oh, so it's like auto. It's a very specific. I like autocomplete. I definitely like autocomplete a lot. Yeah, pointers. I've heard those are bad. I like brushed up against them ever so slightly when I was doing. If you're talking, are you talking about C# though or C++? I don't remember, but I think you're talking about C++. But I feel like when I was doing Unreal Engine stuff, I like C++, yeah. When I brushed up against things like that, I noped out of it very, very hard. Okay, so let's keep looking at what's going on here. We create the, or we find the buttons and assign them for hire employee. I currently am not using the intern and test ones, so that's this button. We also find the revenue, which is this. We set the default to 3,000, and then for somewhere we multiply 10,000. Maybe that's something to do with like the rate that it decreases. Yeah, you can try it out now. It's not finished. It's very much not finished. So, you know, I'm sure you're gonna have all kinds of problems with it. Namely that the animations don't make sense, which is what I'm trying to fix right now. But you did say when it's done. So, but full disclosure, you technically can try it right now. But it needs work. What is that? Let me see what is that up to? What is that doing? Yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Created by Critters. I hope I get. That's hard to say. Created by Critters. Thank you for the follow. I'll check out one of your streams if I'm actually awake at when you're streaming. Sometimes I try to catch people I want to catch, but I'm sleeping. See you later, Created. Yeah, you have fun out there. Monitor on tick. Okay, so we set the latest value in, we create latest value income. Where is this inside of? In the worker class. Oh gosh, I gotta remind myself how this works. What caused this? Okay, right, we create a tick listener. To all new viewers, this, first of all, not a man. How dare you? Secondly, that is true. I do stream for a long time. Wait, where was I looking at? Here. Oh yeah, we were looking at this monitor on tick, and I was curious where this. So this is what I did last time. I set up this tick listener. I think this was like chat helped me come up with this idea for sure. So this is just gonna run. Oh, that's in worker. Okay, so when we create a worker, we create a tick listener. Gotcha. This worker tick listener, we arrow function and run the monitor on tick, which is contained within. Oh my gosh. I gotta really wrap my head back around how JavaScript works. I wonder like how it would be if why do I almost want to just like start a new project just to like refamiliarize myself with why I even did it this way, so I can come back and look at it and recognize it. Okay. So let me roll back a little bit. This was good. This was interesting. Let's keep moving. So we also set up the cost value, which is that little pop-up. I do want to kind of iterate on how that works, but that's okay. And we set it to 0 by default. We make each employee cost 3,000. Oh, I guess I started to set up an employee cost thing. Yeah, this masterpiece. Welcome back. Today I'm going to try to get the sprite sheets in. That is my goal today. So it's been a month since I worked on it. So I'm trying to refamiliarize myself with how it works. Even though I coded it, I'm new to JavaScript and it's been a month, so I'm very forgetful. And so I'm trying to familiarize myself with how it works so I can just identify those 3 states and like set up some way that we know we're in those 3 states. and then feed that into a sprite sheet. I would love to use your sprite sheet code. I think I might. So PawnXPawn, by the way, is the person who made this art. This is PawnXPawn's work, and it just got covered up. I covered it up. New Joker listing 3 states. Nice. Well done. Very good. A, just an A, not a plus, not a minus, just an A. Okay, so this money formatter is what gives us the $sign stuff. It's pretty obvious. We could set it up for other languages, but why? I don't know, like, it's a game about pretending to be an American business owner. So it basically takes the values and converts them into dollar values. And omits the cents at the end. Any changes? I don't think so. I mean, that's up to you. Somebody did ask why there's rain inside a factory. I think they were just curious. I like it. I don't know. I might have had like a thought, but I forgot what it was like a month ago. Maybe I'll figure it out while I'm putting it together here. I think something okay, I know a thought I had, but it might be absurd. The idea I had was, what if, or I guess when I implement it, I'll have to see how it looks, but I was curious if the conveyor belt would get interrupted or if it would be continuous. So like if it switches to a negative state or back up to a positive state, and let's say like a ducky is in the middle somewhere, I guess we could just make sure it's at the end of it. So I was imagining like, whoa, what if somehow the conveyor belt was separate from the, it's like you're done. The conveyor belt locks you out, or not, sorry, I got locked out from updating it. The conveyor belt keeps going and the person is like separate. But I think that's too much work for no benefit. I think it's a waste of time. But that was, when I was thinking of a thought I had, it was that the conveyor belt could be continuous and the person in the background. But I feel like if we just make sure it gets to the end of like the sprite sheet loop or the sprite sheet thing. Well, it's a GIF right now, but PawnXPawn has incredibly made a sprite sheet code situation. I'll show you. That actually lets you load in Spritesheet. So I could just do 3 GIFs and switch them. I probably should, but look, Pawn, I'm way too interested in the potential learnings that come from that. And JavaScript Taco Tuesday, welcome Kai Guy. Thank you for supporting the channel. I'm working on getting special things at the bottom for my members and Twitch subs. But for now, I will just call you out. Thank you for being a great supporter. Hope you're doing good today on JavaScript Taco Tuesday. What's a T word for JavaScript? I don't even know. I don't think it exists. Okay. TypeScript. Ooh, if I was doing TypeScript Taco Tuesday. Ooh, interesting. Does it come with a JSON of all the... Yeah, so let's look at it. I think I put it in a special PawnXPawn folder. I did. Please don't put the toolbar or the title bar off screen. Thank you. So I think it's this one. Let's see what happens. Yes. So it does have all these different sprite sheets built into it, or I guess it's one sprite sheet with a bunch of different like frames, and you can change the scale of it. It gives you full like control over it. You can make it run faster or slower, which I think is super cool. I mean, then you know what I love about the sprite sheet too right? Is like maybe there could be like a super productive phase where they're like going do 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 like really fast, you know? So I don't remember. I think Pawn had a GitHub for this. I'm like pretty sure. Yeah. So here, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Give it a look. See what you think. Tasty TypeScript tacos. I please don't let me forget that, because when I start using TypeScript, I want to do that. Fleekuda, welcome. Hello. I forgot to thank you for using your Prime sub on Twitch. You are entitled to a user icon draw. Instead of doing songs, I'm trying out drawing people's user icons. Now, to be fair, yours is just an F on YouTube anyway. Project 1, Project 2. Okay, Project 1. Which one's which? Not a JSON. Oh, it's just an atlas. It's just a PNG file with all of the different animation states. And then it just gets parsed in code, which is kind of amazing. What's up, Henry? Welcome. Oh, it's this one. But I'd kind of love to implement this. Forgot you had that and wanted to tune in the other week to one of the member streams. Yeah, so why not? Thank you. It's the Prime subs are so helpful. Can't wait for the next game jam. Same, Toeman. I already know what the game's gonna be. November. Sprite is nice because it spits out the JSON of the timings and animation names. Okay, alright. I'm not a big sprite maker, but I'm gonna keep that in mind. Gonna keep doing drawings of member. Yeah, I am. Okay, let's do one. Let's do Fleekuda. So Fleekuda's is actually very easy, because it's just the letter F. So we can knock this one out fast. Unless you have another user icon like on Twitch or something that's different. And we are going to use MS Paint. I am not a great 2D artist. As I talk about not being into sprites, I'm making an MS Paint project. Discord pick? Oh, we can do your Discord pick. It is up to you, because that's just you. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it! It'll up the challenge a little bit, too. I guess I should make a new border for supporter drawing. I gotta change it so it doesn't say song. Because it's not really a song. It's also not Godot, but that's okay. We still love Godot here. I still main Godot. Okay, there it is. Supporter drawing. It's a song for the eyes. Yes. On the tail end of your break, else I could draw an F and upload. Oh yeah, sometimes y'all be... So we're gonna take it... We're gonna get even more complicated with it. You can still do the F if you want. Like, so we've been testing this out in the member streams. And... Can we just hide the Godots? They're kind of just taking up a lot of space here. Supporter reward would make it agnostic. That's true. That's true. If you like it, you'll make it, or you won't like it that much. I mean, who knows? If other people do it, right? Maybe it'll work out. So, I don't know about mine. So we did Rolrix, which is different on Discord than on YouTube, which is like Rolrix dog. And then Insane Alpha Beta made one. I think there were other ones that got made. They're just not here in this particular chat. But we did Flips. Flip changed it to one of them. Kai Guy. Flip made your drawing of their user icon, their actual icon. That's amazing. Let's go. So that was mine. And then other people jumped on the bandwagon, and Kai Guy hit us with this freaking amazing thing. And then I did press buyers yesterday. Interpret the F in Comic Sans or impact. Oh, for the F. So I'm not even gonna do the F though. Oh, whoops. I always do that. I don't leave myself the undo of this chat icon change. It's still rough around the edges, the user icon drawing thing. It's a work in progress thing. You're helping me beta test it. Yeah, it's a good icon. Okay, so we gotta find Fleekuda. There's Fleekuda right there. Nice. Username means fire if you want to use... Okay, hold on. Oh, that's a lot. All right, we'll add fire. We'll put you in fire. Okay. You asked for it. So let's... These colors are just not... They're not it. Darker, darker. Don't be afraid of darkness. Black is beautiful. Come on now. Okay. Well, we need to do the fire first, layer-wise. Oh, thank you for the emoji reference. Wait, like... Oh, it's kind of hard. I'm not going to do a good job. I'm not here to do a good job. I'm here to do a job. But then I still get, like, caught up in it and do it for a long time. It's kind of a nice, like, relaxing thing to do. A little break from everything. Oh god, I messed it up. I don't care. You gotta just roll with it. Let it happen. I think trying to do it all in one stroke is what's cooking you here. Well, but it's kind of hard. It needs to be connected. This is really bad. This is not what a fire looks like. It's okay. We'll not worry about that part. We'll assume that's going to be cut off. I always think it's going to be cut off, and then it's not. Okay, let's just give this a sharp edge. Okay. Then we want to put like another layer in there probably. One time we just did one swoop and it worked. Legendary. Legendary behavior. Oh, yes! See, this is so much better than the songs because now y'all be joining in and we get like more gifts for the price of one. See, it's just not dark enough. They're all so bright. This one's actually, that's actually too dark. Oh, I guess it's the other way around, isn't it? So we want to almost come up here like this. Nice! Fire! Yeah, isn't this awesome, Henry? Like, Flip suggested it in like a member stream a couple weeks ago. Because I didn't feel like singing. And it just stuck. Okay, now we need to put a person on here. And they need to contrast it somehow. Maybe we'll do like a border, an outline, and fill it in. Oh gosh, we're getting into... I've never had to draw a person yet. Oh man, this is gonna be hard. I'm gonna be real bad at this. This is gonna be tough. Okay, let me try something. I actually kind of want to make this a lot smaller, so the strokes will be bigger against it, the outline strokes. Whole challenge, game with just supporter drawings. That's what it is. That's basically what it is. Help me? That's okay. Mine neither. I guess that's okay. Oh gosh. Okay, you gotta just commit to it. Just pick a face and go with it. It's not gonna be, oh gosh! Human faces. That is a new one. That is a new one for me. I'm just really sorry, and I hope you know that. We could turn that into hair. Very messy hair. Alright, do over. Last one, last one. This is gonna be the one. I can feel it. Ho, ho, ho. Okay, I'm gonna take it. Take it as a W. Okay, then your hair. It's not what your hair is like. Because it's not actually changing the shape of your head. So you can just do it down here too. You probably should have just done that. Just put it down here. Well, it did need to be rounded out a little bit. Okay. We're just gonna make your hair black because that's what it's gonna be. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you got like some brow bone stuff going on here. But you have to look happy. That's important. Oh man. It's more like this. If you guys join in, I know y'all are gonna have winners. About anything's gonna be better than this. But you know what? I'm glad I'm getting to practice to a human, you know? Certainly more fun than learning anatomy. This is not what you look like. I've like aged you like 50 years. But what's gonna happen? You want me to do a person? It's gonna be like this. Okay, there we go. Put in a little shirt. We're obviously gonna need to expand on the fire in the background, which will be interesting. Not sure how that's gonna work at all. I guess we could just make it like there's just something in the background inexplicably. It's gonna look like your head's on fire is what we're pretty much doing. The background of that picture is just a canyon and sunset, wild colors. Yeah, I was like, it's kind of perfect making it into fire. It like works. Guy is on fire. Yes, Rorik. Indeed. Indeed. Welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, by the way. Appreciate you. Guy is on fire. He looks chill for being burnt. Yeah. He's taking it well. Being a good chap about it. Whoa, what is that yellow? This one? Oh, I didn't even realize we held the space down here. This is fine. Now I gotta think about this. I have more space. That's new information that I did not have. Previously. I kind of wish I left more room for the neck now. I mean, you can always do it differently. It's not locked in. Because you kind of like a shirt with some looseness to it. Why does he kind of look like a meme face? Probably because this is how all meme faces were made. Okay. Oh yeah, we gotta still close it off at the bottom. Pretty important. It's not art. See, it's too light. It's too light. MS Paint. Homer? What's up, Meryl? I'm not sure the reference you're making, but I bet it's like incisive. It looks miserable. Like he just set it on fire. He's the one who burned down something. What it has to do with Toeman is Fleekuda supporting Hyper Game Dev on Twitch with a Prime sub. So we're doing a supporter drawing. There's text right there, my friend. Reading comprehension is important. Yeah, so I haven't filled it in yet. Oh yeah, he's yellow, I see. Like a Simpsons character. Got it. Yeah, I was gonna fill that in eventually. I kind of want to put more fire. Like another instance of the fire, so to speak. Hey, Proton, welcome. Who's Disaster Girl? Did you know you're related to Disaster Girl, Fleekuda? Eric knows. Okay, remember, you gotta cap it off down here. I would recommend... I'm assuming I'm gonna cut it off like right about there, probably. This is hard. I kind of wish I did it the other way around. Okay, no, we're getting it. It's okay. We got this. It's fine. Oh, wrong yellow? No. Don't say that. Okay, it's fine. Bob Frost at home. It's just happy little flames. Happy little flames. Oh, but now this isn't yellow. Ooh. It's actually amazing that oh, it connected over here. I was like, that looks a little tiny to connect. Okay. Alright, and then we do skin tone. We're gonna de-Simpsons it. There can't be light without a little darkness. There can't be light without a little darkness. I agree. Any hints for the next jam? The game that it is based on is not 3D. It's 2D. Yin Yang incarnated. Yeah, it was. Dear ChatGPT, please notice the background is rock hitting by sunlight. Thank you. I'm ChatGPT misinterpreting. So Fleekuda said that their name means fire. And so he wanted me to implement fire somehow, or mentioned implementing fire. So that's why. It looks the way it does. I mean, you can make a 3D game, but the game itself is 2D, yeah. The base game is 2D. Bam. It doesn't look like you at all. You don't, please understand, you don't look like this. Oh, we should give you a little, you have a little beard stuff. Do not walk away from this thinking you look this way. I trust you won't. Because you don't. ChatGPT would have made that on purpose. Yeah. Okay, let's get a outline. Because only the outlines, for some reason, can be locked to a 1-to-1 ratio. Maybe like this. That's it. This is the masterpiece. Now I get the fun challenge of trying to select this. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't. What, me known for perfectionism? Majestic. Flip finished. Oh, we got more. Yes. Let's all do it together. What? You went with oops all triangles? Is he the final boss? This is actually the boss of, yeah, of the game itself, yeah. This is the one who runs the tycoon business. I did give you a bit of a tan, didn't I? It's the fire. It's the flames. It's all in the flames. Okay, this is Fleekuda 2025. 10/07 in October. Other way around. 10/07. Pakuda says hi, welcome to oh yeah. Making a game jam? Nice, Toeman. Alright, so let's see, let's share it and let's see. Wow! This is awesome! It's so good! That one's flips, I presume. Oops, all triangles. Fantastic, fantastic. Love it. I love it you guys join along. That's just like perfect. Such a nice gift to give someone. Here we go. It is done. Into a Z drive. I wanted the last one. Very nice. Thanks for supporting, Flikuda. Appreciate you. And now, back to the game. Frame it. Look, I'm not gonna stop you. That's your choice. I'm okay with that. You can auction it. Oh, that's good. Okay, so we were looking at PonXPon's Spritesheet code for how they were able to get. I'm proud of it. Honestly, it's fun. It feels like a part of my expression I've never really done before. Make it an NFT. There you go. You're welcome. Yay! I'm so glad. Yay. This is a JavaScript project that Fleekuda and PonXPon. Not only for contributing, you'll also get credit for everything. That PonXPon made as a way to show off how to make, or demonstrate and learn how to make sprite sheets in JavaScript. And so I'm very curious about implementing it because then we just have like a little bit more flexibility. It is sus. It's only sus if you make it sus. Sus is subjective. Remember that. Choose animation. So this is the option drop down. Not as interesting as the goods, which is it's surprising because it's pretty empty. It's just canvas. This is where it's all put. This is where it's all put. Is right in there. That crouch, you know, I gotta be honest, it definitely, but like the regular crouch, especially, this is why I don't play MMOs anymore. Because of behavior like that. Hybrid game dev is more than game dev. It's playful banter, fun community events, and silliness. That is definitely what ChatGPT would say about it. It's kind of amazing. So, all of it is rendered in this canvas. So it finds the canvas. It gives it a 2D context, apparently. It defines the width and the height. Wait, what does region end region do in JavaScript? I know that works in GScript and other languages. Is this like for a certain code editor or IDE this does something? It's pretty cool. Player sprite setup. Yeah, it's comment blocks, but I'm saying the fact that it's region and end region. Like obviously here it's not doing anything, right? Like so if I set up a region and end region in GDScript, it'll collapse that section no matter what's within it. It'll allow it to be collapsible. But I'm just saying, like here in VS Code, it's not recognizing it or doing anything with it. Oh, but really? So it does like Oh, it is doing something with it. Wow. I didn't even notice. Yeah, you're right. Wow. But wait, you're not... Are you right? Yeah. Wow. Nice. I didn't know that that existed. That's cool. In JavaScript. Very nice. I need this badly. I need to set this up in my project. Pawn's code has just been like such a good inspiration point. Truth be told. Yeah, I need to collapse and... Oh, I see what you're saying. That's fair. That is fair. That's a really good point. Yeah. Here's what ChatGPT would predict about hyper game dev with just the last 10 minutes of live chat. That looks like a YouTube live stream chat transcript, probably from a game dev or art focused stream. Whoa. That does sound like... That sounds very accurate. ChatGPT's recaps of videos is actually kind of nice. Okay, I just need to make sure the cat is with us. Let the cat be with you. Okay, so we define the height. This is setting up the canvas. This is so helpful. These regions. This is setting up the player sprite. So we create a new empty image class. And then we assign a sprite source to the Atlas PNG. He's a little chunky. He is. It's true. We define the width and height of that, although that's... It's interesting. I guess that's like the width and the height, and then when we change it, we're not... I don't really know. Like, because these are... I don't know. I guess we can overwrite those or something, or replace them. The sprite, so it just multiplies that. I see. So this is like the base width and height. And then whatever you set the scale to, it multiplies these by it. Got it. It's kind of a lot to add on top of an already a lot script. So we then find the scaling elements in the DOM. We listen to see when they change. This is interesting. So this is like a function built in here to the listener, right? So whenever change happens, it's going to update the sprite scale X, this, by that target value. Wait, what target value? What's target? Returns the event's timestamp as a number of milliseconds. That can't be right. What is that? How does that work? 11 people here on YouTube and only 1 like. What are you doing? Like the stream. You might need to refresh it. For whatever reason, YouTube doesn't actually update it live. But Eric makes a good point. If you're on YouTube, hyper smash that thumbs up button. It helps. More people find out about what we get up to around here. So hit that like button if you haven't yet and you wanted to. And on Twitch, if you haven't followed yet, go ahead, hit that follow. If you want. If you want, obviously. So I'm a little confused how this target thing works. I'll be honest. Clearly, it's pulling it from the event listener. Oh, because the event, so if this is the event, in the chat worked, or you're right? Probably a little bit of both. Probably a little bit of both. Thanks, Eric. Good looking out. Making that #1 crown count. See, it says #1. Target is an HTML element that is triggered by the change. Apparently it is. I kind of wish I knew about this sooner. So we receive the event. Contained within that event is a target. And then a value. I'm gonna need some explanation here. I'm gonna get a ChatGPT explanation. I don't want to just assume things here. I want a context specific. I could like documentation my way through each and everything, but I find with the Mozilla documentation, I get a little lost sometimes, and I start looking at things I have no business looking at. Give no code, be concise and precise. In simple terms, explain what the e.target.value is doing and why each exists. Values that, yeah, right, but like, is that like built in? I don't know. You know, like Copilot? Oh, I forgot to do the smart response. That's okay. Yeah. W3? Okay. Yeah, I have bookmarked W3, but they the thing I find about that is, I mean, I'll take your word for it, and I'll give it a look. But what I tend not to like about, in my limited usage of it, W3 is that it is, I don't know, it seems like it's often focused on things, I don't know, maybe I just need to give it a chance. Heard. Still though, this is gonna be a lot easier. And it could be wrong, but that's okay. The event object, I just need like a broad understanding here. The event object automatically passed into the function when the change happens. Right, I know that. Target the specific element that triggered the event. Gotcha. The input box at that ID. The value is the current content of that input. Because, like, I thought we had to do, like, inner HTML or something. Well, yeah, that's the docs I'm talking about that I try to avoid. It's good. It is good. But it just is overwhelming, and it stresses me out. But I use it sometimes. I don't even use it for images. Well, it removes not when generating. Oh, if you tell it to not do something. Yeah, that makes sense. Chatbots are not that good. They do some things well. Value the current content of that. That's a very broad statement. Yeah, it has so much. It has an overwhelming amount that, as an early learner, it doesn't really do much for me. Current content of the input, what the user typed or selected. So why not use inner HTML? Like, I mean, it's fine. I don't care. Like, value is much cleaner. I love it. But I'm just curious. No code, please. Concise and precise. Value is meant for form inputs. Oh, inner HTML is for reading and writing HTML content inside the element. Oh, because it's input data. That's what I was missing. That's what I was missing. See, the chatbot gave me that. Y'all couldn't give me that. Y'all tried to say things, but y'all didn't say the right things. The difference between value and inner HTML is value fetches input data. Inner HTML fetches data that is like baked into the DOM, basically. This is why the chatbots are useful. If you're not using chatbots to help learn things without giving you code, you're missing out. You know, if you want. You add your profile picture? What do you mean? You added it? I don't understand. What does that mean? Whoa! Henry, this is amazing! What? I didn't know you had these skills. You drew this? Look at that. The anatomy is so good. The jaw, like, makes sense. You captured the, like, personality. This is wild. Strong, I owe you $20, but my shift key broke. The frame. That's very funny. I like that. Oh, this is incredible. This is so good. Wow, wow, wow. I love the artistic parts as well, where you have like this black line in the background. Like the way it's like, it's very interesting. And then the skin tone on either side, it's just, it gives it like an abstract artistic feel, which is really cool. It's stunning. It was rushed. Oh, so modest. Wow. I love that this exists as a thing we can do together. Wild. Isn't that so good, Flakuda? Just a Prime sub, let's all that. Yeah, this is the way. I'll repurpose songs somewhere else. Why do some words have no opposite? Like we have important, but not important. Because English is not the most logical language. Important. Important. Prepone instead of postpone. I'm sure you could like look at like some Latin origins and maybe track down, repiece together some way that it makes sense. But it's gonna be a hunt. It's gonna be an adventure to get there. Okay, so from the event, target. Okay, let me also. Does target always exist in any event? This one I could look up in the documentation, but I don't want to. In most events, click change input, event target will exist. Some cases it can be null, or not what you expect. Great. All right, now I'm gonna look at the docs. All right, I'll try W3. I'll try W3. Target event property. Ugh, but it is ads. At least ChatGPT doesn't have ads. What are you doing, you block light? I gotta get my fire. We're not gonna do this. I'm using a Firefox thing. It's actually, yeah, we're gonna use Firefox. This is ridiculous. Oh, are you updating Firefox? Okay, hold on. I know the screen went away. It'll come back, don't worry. Oh my goodness. I don't think I even had. Okay, wow. This Firefox has got stuff going on. You block. We're not doing this. I don't like these. I don't like these ads. I know. I'm using, so LibreWolf is what I like using now, but I don't have it installed, so we're just gonna do this. But LibreWolf is awesome. I super recommend it. It's Firefox, but privacy hardened, and it's all open source, and it has, the devs are saying they're not gonna do the, you know, the tracking that clearly Firefox is planning to add in. So yeah, I prefer LibreWolf generally speaking, but since I already have this, we're trying to keep things moving. We'll just use Firefox. Slow. Oh, no dark reader. Give me that dark reader. Don't hurt our eyes. Stop. Stop. Get away. I can't take it. But yeah, that recent privacy policy change from Firefox, it's such a bummer. But luckily, it is open source, so that means people can fork it and it be awesome and just not do the bad things. Alright. Oh, it stills the ads! No! It was all for nothing. Uh-oh. No! Zap it. Die. I am victorious. Get the element where the event occurred. Okay, right. Cool. See, this is like not enough. This is nothing. What am I gonna do with this? This isn't helpful. Hey, what's up? You got a funny story? Nice. MDN for JavaScript. Now this is gonna be like night and day. It's gonna have so much stuff in it. Alright, just a little bit more. The read-only target property of the event interface is a reference to the object onto which the event was dispatched. It's different from event current target. Can be used in order to implement event delegation. Okay, so I gotta be honest, a chatbot was more helpful. Welcome, Insane Alpha Beta. How you doing? I gotta be honest, chatbot was more helpful. See? What want me to do? Chatbot was more helpful. In most DOM events, click change input, event target will exist and point to something. Okay, but what cases? It's safe to assume. Alright. We're kind of going off on a tangent here. What case would it be null? So basically never. Great. I just didn't know. I didn't even know it existed. Okay, so we, from an event, find that property. We'll be good. I usually go to bed like 4 a.m. to 5 a.m., but a few nights I was up later than normal, so now I get tired at 8 a.m. Nice. So I was gonna pull an all-nighter. I was drinking an energy drink, and at 8 a.m. I was just tired. It did nothing, and you went to sleep. Some people get sleepy from caffeine. You might be one of those people. Or maybe you're just not cut out for for all-nighters. Good for you. You click on something and an event is triggered, you get back an event object. The target of the event is the thing that made it. Yeah. Nice. It's helpful. You've been using DNS over HTTPS for ages. Nice. Also nice. I'm way into the privacy stuff these days. I'm gonna try to get my whole stream setup more privately designed, but I'm kind of getting everything set up first on a different computer so I can test it out before I try it here and break everything. Force yourself to go to bed at the time you'd like. Are you too old to pull an all-nighter? Good! It's not good for you. It shortens our life. Probably. I don't know, don't quote me on that. I'm not a medical professional. Yeah, mine too, Henry. Mine too. You made a jam? Okay. What is it? Drop a link. Oh, you can't on YouTube. YouTube will kill it. I can't do anything about that. You can drop it on Twitch though. Starts in 11 hours. That's very soon. Not a lot of time for people to find out about it. Probably nobody's gonna join if it starts that soon. Unless you promote it. In your case, the event is change. So when the value changes, you'll get back scale Y box. Yeah. Yeah. Or your first manga? Nice. Mangas are fun. Look at that. Let's go with some reading self-care material. Gabrielle Dropout. Never heard of it. Let player stay idle. Okay, so all this is checking is the scale changes. Although I would think there needs to be others because there's the position change as well. There's position. For each animation state, you use LibreWolf? I love LibreWolf so much. Yeah, and I make different profiles. Let's go. It's 1 gig. Wait, what does that imply? That it's 1 gigabyte? Like that's small? I haven't been measuring based on size. I love LibreWolf. It's so good. 4 days. Nice. That'll, cause itch doesn't even have time. Because basically itch manually reviews game jams before adding it to the jam calendar. It'll show up in certain places, but not on the main jam calendar page where a lot of people look for jams. Nice, Toman. Two angels and demons living on Earth. Angel becomes lazy gamer. The other is angel stalker. One demon tries to be evil, just cute. The other demon is nicest person ever. Okay. It sounds kind of nice, actually. So where's it getting? What is happening? You're gonna see a movie tonight? Throwback Tuesday screening of Casper. Whoa, I forgot about that movie. It's not good looking. That's okay. You gotta start somewhere, Toman. I love slice of life stuff. Let j equal 0. What is going on? I gotta tell you, something I don't like are single letter anythings, variables. What the hell is going on? This is stressing me out a little bit. I'm starting to think we just do GIFs, y'all. Okay, but I'm gonna give it my all. So we obviously don't need these at all, but this might be things that under the hood I'd want to adjust. Well, it's ridiculous and I hate it. But understood, it's an index. Then it should be called I or index. The link did not pop up on the stream. Yeah, it won't work on YouTube. So you have to post it somewhere else. Try Twitch. I make sense to me. I heard. Good to know. Good to know that that's what J means. I still hate it. I don't have to like it. Comedy horror game jam is the name. Wow, what a name. Yeah, I could change it. But I'm not trying to change it. Captain Obvious over here. Let me have an opinion. Jeez. I'm less concerned about that, and I want to understand what the hell it's doing. Oh, okay, so animation states. So there's an empty sprite animations array. This makes a lot more sense now. And then there's all these animation states. It has to tell. It's like a dictionary. I mean, it's not apparently. It is. It is. It's a dictionary. It's an array of dictionaries. And it contains the name and the number of frames for each row. I'm still trying to understand yet how it figures out where the rows are. But maybe we're not at that point. For each... What is index? I can see why they wouldn't use index here, since you already have J. That makes me hate it less. What is index getting? Oh, so like 0, 1, 2, 2, 3? Because I see a name and I see frames, but I don't see the word index. So how does it know? I mean, that must be a for each thing. All right, we need to look up for each. All right, W3. How does it? Port you've always been using is 49494. Just for funsies. Name becomes state and frames becomes index, I think. Interesting. Strange. Okay. It's a little, okay, index. Oh, that is, okay, so that is what it is. Current value is the first parameter. Index is the next parameter, and it's optional. So we optionally expose it. So I don't know, thank you for the hydrate, Insane Alphabet. So we don't actually, yeah, you were incorrect. You were incorrect! That's okay. You can code while dehydrated, but you shouldn't. That should be a cue. Everybody, if you're thirsty, drink some water. It's good for you. Okay. So we're just exposing the 0, 1, 2, 3 index for each state. So the state is literally like the dictionary, right? Yeah, it is neat. I know, I'm learning things. I don't know what it is, but PongX's code has just been like the jump off point for me in learning things in JavaScript. Maybe it was just time and place that Pon dropped these, and I was like, that's interesting. I'm gonna figure this out. Yeah. Oh, it's each object of the dictionary? Well, isn't it just the dictionary itself? I would think it's just the dictionary itself. But maybe not. And I would think this is iterating through every dictionary, but not inside the dictionary. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh right, it's object. I mean, you just call it an object, I guess. Yeah, I should learn that language though. Thank you for the hydrate, Timeless. I should learn that language. Cause okay, let me sort this out. You doubt anyone will join? You gotta promote it. We have a place on the Discord for promoting game jams if you want to. There's other game jams. You could also do self-promo. So in JavaScript, our dictionaries, I know, I'm not, okay. I'm just typing it in to get some info. In JavaScript, are dictionaries a thing? And or are objects essentially dictionaries? Or are entries in arrays, or are indices contents in arrays objects? I just wanted to understand what I'm confused about and try to clear it up, even though I'm exaggerating my confusion a little bit. Are object-centric dictionaries or are indices or arrays indices, contents, objects. What is object versus dictionary? Concise and precise, please. Yeah, you said it was called what, Toeman? Comedy horror game jam. Comedy horror game jam. Comedy horror game jam. Everyone likes a good old horror game and everyone likes comedy, so make games with both. I don't know. Not the most compelling sell, but okay. There it is. I'll put a link for you. There you go. I'll get the party started for you. I'll join it. I'm not gonna make anything, but I'll join it. Okay. Interpret my word vomit into helping me. JavaScript doesn't have a separate dictionary type. Plain objects serve that role. Okay, so dictionaries are like called objects. Objects are general containers. They can hold properties with string or symbol keys and values of any type. Dictionaries in other languages are essentially the same idea, a mapping from keys to values. In JavaScript, that's just an object or map for more advanced cases. Arrays are specialized objects. An array is an object where the keys are numeric indices and the engine gives them extra behavior. So everything in JavaScript that's referred to as an object is implying it's like a dictionary in other languages. So JavaScript is built on dictionaries? I'm just trying to understand right now. What? Object-based, almost everything, arrays, functions, dates, regexes is an object or built from objects. A plain object behaves like a dictionary in other languages, string or symbol mapped. While it's fair to say JavaScript is built in dictionaries, it's more precise to say the object system is the foundation, and the dictionary-like behavior of plain objects is the most direct expression of that. Okay. Objects are universal container dictionary is just the simplest form of them, and the whole language leans on that model. Wild. Everything is an object, a string, or a number. And when you say everything is an object, it's like curly brackets with like I assume it's like always a string and then a value or something. Hey, what's up, Fawn? I'm probing your code right now. You know, weird word choice, I apologize. You're drawing supporters now? What? Oh yeah, yes, I am. Yes, we are. Sometimes I just don't feel like singing, and it turns out that making the profile icons is way more fun. What I can do, anything. Everything is an object. Is this C++? I don't even understand what that would mean. Do you? I'm oversimplifying, but generally think of it like that. Wow. But yes, we are doing profile drawings, profile picture drawing. It's way more fun. And then like other people join in and make stuff too. Like this was made by Henry. We were making Flikuta's profile picture on Discord. Flikuta got a Prime sub. Flip made this awesome triangle abstract art kind of vibes. I made this. Flikuta setting something on fire and being kind of coy about it. Flip framed it. And then Henry made this super awesome like human face and body. Like it looks so good. So it's just like, it's way more generative and interesting to do this than the songs. Oh, because it's object-oriented programming. Interesting, that's true. Wow. And then functions, right. See, a little promotion goes a long way. I normally don't appreciate self-promo, but you know what? I like you. Even though you called me a man earlier, which was weird. You seem nice. So I got you. A little self-promo goes a long way. Things? Don't tell me there's a type called things. No, there's not. You're just saying generally. I know you're not. Okay, so what I was trying to understand was what is going on here? Because I'm considering implementing the Spritesheet code in, but the more I look at it, the more I'm like, should I not? I don't know. Because I could also just use GIFs. But this is interesting, and there's so much learning coming from it. I gotta stick with it. So for each object, which is being represented, or which is being called state here, we're also tracking the index of that object or state. Those are the things. Yeah. Objects, literals, and functions. And then Pawn! Thank you for the sub! Alright, we're gonna make your user icon. This is what happens. Now, I can't guarantee anyone else is gonna make it. I probably should be careful selling it that way, because then you might expect that someone's gonna make it, but they might not. Alright, I gotta tighten up my speed. And you're giving me a chance to do that. Thank you, Pawn. Thank you. I need to fix that. Good. You should never expect anything from anybody ever. That's kind of sad. Okay, I think yours is going to be an easy one. I think this will be an easy one. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Like, proper sub. Let's go. Oh, I think we also say the months. How many months was it? 2 months? Is that what that says? I cut it off so I can't see it. I have no idea. I gotta fix that. 2 months. Yes, it is 2 months. Thank you for the 2 months. Okay. So this is white, but I'm gonna invert it because I like dark mode. Oh, you drew this. Wow. Well, but you're also adding all kinds of details that I'm definitely not gonna add. But maybe you mean like the pawn shape. There are a lot of like curves on that pawn. Okay, I can actually appreciate why I should be concerned. Can we flip a selection horizontal? Nice. We're pros. Yeah, the pawn shape. That makes sense. It's a little tricky. Seems tricky. Actually, what if I just like... do one of these? I guess it should go up. We kind of need a little more space. made it a little too big. It's okay. X means you are taking... Yeah, what does it mean? Like pawn for pawn? What is the origin? This is also an opportunity to explore what is the meaning of this. It's not as thick as your X is, but that's okay. Let's give it some more space. Pawn takes pawn. Okay, that's it. It's like dog eat dog, except chessier. More chess. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Did I break it? Almost. Need to make it smaller so my brush strokes, or my pencil strokes, are actually big enough. Still pretty small. Zooming in on the paint canvas is just the worst. Like, is there even a way to like drag around? Oh my gosh. What have I done? Oh, found it. Just written as EXG4 or something like that. Whoa. So I guess we'd want like a black outline. Oh, this is kind of wild though. I'm gonna make it separately so I can just copy it and put it on. Let's try again. I didn't know that's what it meant, but I'm glad I do now. Alright, sounds good, Fleekuda. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks again for the Prime sub. Hope work goes the best it can. Obviously, it's a little crooked. I don't really care. It's part of the charm my new version adds. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Okay, but we gotta make it a little rounded at the bottom. That's a very long stroke with a lot of different changes. It's kind of like a potion bottle or something. Oh wait, that looks great. I mean, it looks fine. I'm not gonna say it looked great. It looks passable. Oof. Try it the other side. It's hard on the trackpad to get that in one stroke without picking up my finger. Oh, just pick it up a lot. There you go. You replace all your pawns with my drawing. No, you won't. And play chess with it. Don't you dare. So you also do have like those extra outlines going on. Henry's gonna make it too, let's go! Oh, it's gonna be good. Henry's gonna make a good one. No pressure. What happens if you promote? What do you mean? Where? What are you talking about? I mean, it's just like frowned upon, I guess. I think there are varying degrees. It depends. So I guess I want to do, like, don't worry about it too much. And if it's a problem, I'll let you know. Queen X everything. Oh, so it's like representing. So it's not just like a pawn just took a pawn. Rather, it's saying that pawns can take, but pawns can already take everything. It's just less common that you'll use a pawn to dominate the field or something. Okay, I kind of messed that up. If pawns reach the end of the board, they promote to another piece of your choosing, minus king. True. That's right. Yes, chess. I assume most of us are familiar with how chess works. I don't know, maybe that's exactly what someone needed to hear. Okay, there's the white one. And the black one just has some, like, I mean, so does the white one, but it's like different. Oh! Okay. The cat just walked on my monitor cable. That was bizarre. Turned off my monitor and all of my stuff switched to the other monitor. That was almost scary. I had like a half heart attack. Okay. I guess you kind of almost want like a little bit. Boop. It doesn't look that good though. I feel like you're probably better off not adding this. Why do I get... It actually looks okay. I get kind of bogged down by details. I was scared for a second there, Henry. I was like, is everything falling apart? 2 people joined your jam. Let's go. Nice. Eric made one? Ooh. Look, it's good to have some of these skills as game devs to practice little art stuff once in a while. Game dev is so many disciplines. Oh, I guess that one should be smaller apparently. Boop. Done. Jamming out. Oh, but it's not filled. Very hard to notice that. I still have transparent selection, so it's still gonna go well. Oh dear, I didn't think that through. Well, I think what you have to do is you have to make the background something different for a second. And then set that as your background color. Then copy it. Thanks, Pawn! I just imitated what you did. The best I could. Oh, it's a lot bigger than that X. Kind of like the chunky edges, even though it doesn't fit the same like pixel density, quote unquote, as the pawns. I don't care. I got time for that. Here, I'll stretch it out. But then they won't be the same. It looks like no more pawns. No to pawns. No pawns, no service. I feel like the X should be crooked if everything else is crooked. Is it gonna let me do that? No. No. Okay, well maybe I'll just try a new X. Let's do the X over. I'm gonna make it like very tiny. And we're just gonna stretch it out. Different approach, slightly different approach. Oops. Make it a little thicker. Can't believe you already made one, Eric. So fast. I can believe it, but I'm impressed. No pawns here. Get your pawns out of here. Okay. They're kind of drowned out a bit by the X. It's okay. Oh, but also, if you make the background black, it might be different. 2030, pawns have now been banned from international championships. Whoa! They were nerfed. That's silly. Whoa. There's something about it that doesn't make me happy. It's just it's a bit washed out. More so than I particularly want it to be. It's kind of a cool effect when you resize things. Stop. Oh yeah, I see. Oh, but also, Lise, you're gonna lose the outline if you do that. That's a mistake. Here, you have to remove that first, then change this. Now bring it back. There you go. That was easy. Alright, that's how we're doing it. And then background black. I mean, your background has some like spots here. But I don't think we're gonna get a noise texture today out of MS Paint. So, oh, we could paste one in. Nah, it's not as fun. Didn't Paint used to have like a spray paint tool? I feel like that doesn't exist anymore. But at least back in the day, it used to be there. Guess they got rid of it. That would have been perfect. Okay, let's get a frame for it. Yeah, I think they removed that one. I mean, it did look pretty bad, but still a fun tool. Sometimes. Maybe. Select pretty close to the inside, best I can. Copy it. Out of an abundance of caution, open a new Paint app and paste it in. Oh, it's a brush. Oh, there it is. Let's go. We're gonna get the full pawn experience. Oh, but you're gonna lose the, well, you know what you have to do. Nice. It's kind of a little too intense, if I'm being honest. It's doing the most. Oh man, this is taking a long time. That background. That was my hidden scope today. This is not doing anything. Here, how about you take... Wish I had some modern tools. That would be nice. I could just reduce the opacity. Although, Windows 11 has a nice paint that actually lets you have layers and stuff. What can I say? This is not that. Okay, that'll do. Change it. Make that the background. But wait. Make it bigger first. It needed a sound effect. The one thing it was missing. Okay, now pull it and put it in here. Windows 11 mica? What's that? What's that mean? Okay, now put it back. Yeah, it's pretty painful. Well, it's because I'm also using a giant canvas size. I think that's part of it. If I started smaller, probably would have been a lot easier. But I didn't. And that's okay. To me, it's just as painful as any drawing. Drawing is pain. I mean, carpal tunnel? Mica is the transparency Windows 11 has. Mica. Ooh. Well, when I inevitably have to switch to Windows 11, perhaps I will look forward to enjoying Mica. All right, there's your drawing. This is Pawn X Pawn. It turned out kind of nice. And the date, we already did the date for Fleekuda, it's the same one. 2025 10/07. It's a JavaScript stream, okay? Oh, we got Henry's too. It's solid. It'll do. Alright, let's see what y'all came up with as well. Oh, I moved it. Okay. Did you AI generate this? Did you make this in Dreams? You made this in Dreams. Let's go! Yo, this is cool. Nice, IAB. What is the game queue you have for? A couple things. One, it's for if you are participating in the Game Like Jam and on the showcase day, you want your game made or played sooner than later on stream, you would use one of those cues to tell me the order that your game might be played in. I'm not explaining it well. It was quite a shift out of nowhere. Where did you even get this from? Okay, so Game Like Jam queue. It's a way that I can keep track of whose game to play next during the Game Like Jam stream. And then the other one, so that Game Like Jam happens every other month. On the other month, so Game Like Jam is January, March, May, July, September, November, and then on all of the opposite 6 months from that, so the odd months is Game Like Jam. The even months, we do this game feedback stream. It's an unlisted live stream. You can learn about it here. Is a good place to find out about it. And you just submit whatever it is you want checked out on stream, and you have to sign up for the newsletter, and then you'll get the unlisted stream sent to you, and we can check out your stuff. The next one's on Halloween. So if you have stuff you want to share, it's gonna be Halloween. I don't know if I'm doing a costume now. Welcome, Murph. Thank you, Murph, for supporting the channel. Thank you for reminding everybody about the like button. Appreciate you. Of course, made it in dreams. I don't know. It looks really good. It looks awesome. Okay, so these were all of PwnXPwn's stuff. What? All of the things people made of PwnXPwn's icon. This is so nice. I love the gradient. Really nice pawns. You have and you drew them both separately. You have really good, like, stroke control. You made them look so similar, but clearly distinct. Very nice. Flip is all in with the shapes. This is wild. What are you using to make these Flip? That's so interesting. Eric, nice. Whoa, wait, what is that? Those brush strokes look awesome. Picasso's finest work. And now I see why you got it done so fast. Marmoset Hexels 3. That's the same thing you did this one in for Fleekuda. I'm actually incredibly impressed by these brushes. Like, they look kind of like paint. It's just X. It looks like it's pawn times pawn. Nice work, y'all. Ooh, with some color. Enjoy the many interpretations of your icon, painted and drawn rapidly. Yeah, it looks finger painted. It looks really cool. So much variety. Honestly, it's low-key making me just enjoy art making more, because just seeing like all the different ways from one prompt everyone interprets it, it's like an image like jam. A drawing like jam. Very nice. Thanks for this 2 months. Fun. What am I doing? I learned about objects, so that's good. It's not worth the money. It's a buggy mess. Oh no. No comment. I don't know nothing about it. This is my code. This is Pawns. So we're looking at the Spritesheet code. PawnXPawn made art for this learning project that I have where I'm trying to learn how to make JavaScript stuff. And you just hire workers, keep them happy, keep them paid, and you can hire more and make more money and number go up. Pawn made this art, and right now that's just like a demo GIF that cycles through the 3 different states where it's the worker is working diligently and happily. Then when the worker is starting to get a little sad because you're not paying them enough, they're not happy. And then one where they're quite angry because they are definitely not getting paid enough and they're about to quit. So it currently is just cycling through randomly, but rather I want to define the 3 different states, figure out what those states are, and have it interface with a Spritesheet code, which PawnXPawn made. And it's pretty wild. So this is a JavaScript project that lets you... I love the rain cloud. The rain cloud is delightful. It was a great choice. Yeah, it's a good GIF. It's so good. And Pawn made Spritesheets for it, or a Sprite Atlas for it. And so Pawn also made this code for implementing that in like this, which is kind of nice because, like, what if I wanted to say like there was a super powered worker and they went really fast? You know, we could even make it go change based on how the worker is working. But that, I don't know if that's justification enough to put this code in here. But I'm learning a lot from it, and I might learn more if I try to implement it. But realistically, I don't need, you know, these input controls, but I still want to potentially tweak it in code and certainly have the frame wait time be programmatically changing. So we were starting to look through that code, and we got to this animation states for loop, which has all these objects in it, which contain the name of the animation and the frames that it lasts. And this for loop is... I guess I'm still a little confused what this is doing. Like, because this is in like the sort of declaration setup part of the script. And so we're doing a for loop here. Getting Microsoft Essentials from 2012 to get Movie Maker. That's badass. I love that. So what state is going to be is all of those objects. So it's iterating through each object, and in this case, it's returning it as state. So you can see that we get the frames from the object, which is being represented as state. And then it's not, oh, it is doing name. Sprite animations. What is sprite animations again? I think it's empty. That's an empty one. Okay, so that's an empty array. So this is configuring the raw data into something else for some reason. So it's assigning frames, but it's creating like a... Is this referring to the frames within here or something else? Because it's like creating like a new variable. I'm so confused. This is such a confusing piece of code to me. It's like... And you get a for loop in a for loop. This is wild. I am very unable to understand this. Maybe I could write it, because I would be like, okay, I want to solve this, I'm gonna do this and do that. But like trying to reverse engineer it is blowing my mind a little bit. Making a frames object that has a location array. Interesting. Interesting. So this is, for the number of frames that it has, it makes sure that it's iterating through after incrementing it within that range of frames that are defined. So it iterates through each object, calling it a state. It then fills the frames array, or the frames object, with a location array. Within that location array, we're adding an X position and a Y position, which is derived from sprite width and sprite height that is defined earlier. Wow. And it's multiplying the iteration through the different frames by the width, and then it's multiplying index. So okay. So I actually kind of get it. I think I'm kind of getting it. This is very creative, if it's what I think it is. So what I think might be happening here, you've got a sprite sheet, which I'm gonna just open because it's easier. You got a sprite sheet, and it seems like what it's doing is it's saying wherever it's starting, I'm not sure where it starts yet. But it's saying first start here, and then based on the width and height that are already set, so we already know the height of it, right? Height is whatever it is. 780, whatever the heck it is. It's 120, I don't know, something. So that's the height. And then this is, well, this is 0. But it's gonna move by 120 every time. So that way it like is, that's super wild. It'll say, okay, I'm here, so now I'm gonna go 120 down and find the next row. Now I'm gonna go 120 down and find the next one. Now I'm gonna go 120 down and find the next one. What in the world? That is so interesting. So it's how it parses the sprite sheet. And then it's doing the same thing the other way. So we have that width defined, whatever it is. And exactly the same thing. It's got the width as 80 or whatever. It's gonna be a little harder to but you get the idea. So now it checks, it goes over by 80 and checks that. It goes over by 80 and finds that. And it does that for the number of frames that are defined. What are you doing, Excalibur? What is this? What is the meaning of that? Wow. Where is this frame in the sprite sheet? Where is this frame? Oh, it answers the question. Where is this frame in the... Yeah. I don't really... Honestly, not the way I would think about it, but... It's very concise. I like concise. So it's searching the sprite sheet based on the defined height and width for each frame. This is it looking through also, how does it know when it's done? Oh, because I guess it only has, it's doing it for every state. Okay, for every object. Okay, that actually makes sense. So this is saying iterate horizontally. Okay, but it's still like, what? Yeah, because, okay, so each, I think, because see how this is outside of it? Okay. So this fills a frame's object with XY, with parsed XY positions. It iterates horizontally through each frame, through each stated frame. Pause X is J times sprite width, so that way it keeps moving on the X-axis. So what this position X and Y are doing is I see. So it's not, okay. It's a little confusing. But I see. The position on the sprite. So I would probably over verbosely call it like sprite sheet or atlas position X as a way to wrap my head around it. Atlas position X, Atlas position Y, or something. Or whatever. Just to, like, help me not be confused. X and Y are the top corner of each sprite frame. Right. I can't pretend I exactly know how that works, but... Okay. So again, to make more sense to me, I don't really know why this isn't called... I mean, it's called state. I guess I wasn't sure, it's still the animation state? I don't know why, that was kind of just my problem, not seeing that, but that's okay. So for each defined animation state, it's checking the index that it's at. Maybe bizarrely, I would call it like object number, just as I'm learning to like understand a little better. So for this frames array that it's creating, that is not the same as this here. This is for like, okay. This has more to do with they're like interpreted frames or parsed. Parsed frames from Atlas. I know. Just to help me. What's up, Vinge? It'd be good. I'm looking through some code that PawnXPawn wrote for controlling a sprite sheet, and I find it very interesting and potentially useful here. So I'm trying to figure it out, make it a little more easy for me to understand. Frame location from Atlas. How about Yeah, that's pretty good. Frame location on Atlas. Nice, that's a better way. I like that. Yeah. Right, yeah, they're different. I think that confused me at first. Okay. Toman's like, I'm here for Granny. I don't know why y'all aren't doing Granny anymore. We'll play Granny like Jam games on Friday. But then it's not gonna be a lot of Granny around here. I'm glad it brought you in though. Have fun. Okay. So then when we come out of this, there's gonna be a bunch of different frame location on atlases, right? I have not, Toman. But where are they? Where do they go? Unless it's just like one giant array. Alright, I need to look at where this gets referenced. And then sprite animations. Oh, I see here. Okay, wait a minute. I think I see. Get your Blender skeleton working a few days ago? Let's go! Blender was something you're still learning, right? A goose that messes with your computer. I think when I was a kid, I did stuff like that, but I could see, honestly, that's like an arm of game dev that is potentially worth exploring. Making little desktop destroyers. Okay, to win. But that's not. But this is kind of weird, isn't it? How does that become frames? Is this really the right thing? Because it's multiple frames. Location of frames. I know it's verbose, but it's just to help me learn. Goose is gonna mess up Granny. Granny for Goose attack. Frames on Atlas. So sprite animations state name. Animation state. Yeah, me too. And that's the thing with, you know, it is interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. I agree. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to share how I learn. You get it. You always got it. You thought of a game where the main quest is doing stuff like restarting your computer, opening 10 windows? That sounds interesting. I mean, maybe if you made it like in shell script or something, you could pull that off, you know? A game that's just like a batch file. Why is that such a cool sounding challenge though? I think it's worth looking into, Eric. And I'd hope your finger paint art is included. Had modeling classes for 3DS in high school, so making static meshes has always been pretty easy. Bones are new. Yeah. It gets a lot easier in my experience. Like you recognize the things you have to press to get it to do the things you want. So the fact that you're even like getting where you're getting, the neural pathways are getting forged. Desktop Quest! That's such a good name though. That sounds like a game from the 90s. That is gold. The Game Jam Palm was in had one where you had to keep booting up the game and fix the errors in the files. Ooh, interesting. Was it embedded inside of the game, or did you actually have to go and code the actual files? It's really cool. Flashback, Kaiga remembers playing an April Fool's prank. You're a prankster? April Fool's prank on a friend ages ago. Hidden app that shuffles the icons on the desktop to spell out a message. Wow. See, wait, there's interest in what, like, Toeman's Goose program. There's interest in messing around with the desktop. You had to actually code the files? Okay, that's less cool. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's like, was that on purpose, or did they just not finish it? Really interesting. If you're like trying to learn, I think giving students like a broken thing and telling them to fix it, that's like very valid teaching. Favorite desktop prank is to screenshot the desktop, set it as a, oh, that's, yes! That is the classic. Oh, that is so funny. Yeah, that would take a while to figure out. For anybody, I think. Maybe not if you have a lot of, it depends. Oh my gosh. Modifying the mistakes added in the file. It told you the file and what was wrong. Interesting. Also good for learning. So you don't have to use your brain too much. You're just like getting in the habits. The name in the empty sprite animations array. We're filling it. So this is really where the filling happens, truth be told. It's filling it Why is it just assigning a name? Like, this has a bunch of X and Y positions. And yet we're making the name of a single object an array? Oh, it's like, wait, but sprite animations is empty. I'm a little confused. The group you mod for used to have courses where it was you fixing issues to help you learn how to debug. It's so good, but they stopped doing it? Probably less profitable. I'm very confused how this works. First of all, I'm gonna make sure I didn't break it, but yeah, you add stuff to it, but... Oh, okay, I get it. Sorry, brain is broken. I made a mistake. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I read it wrong. I read it wrong. Hold on, I see what it is. It's saying this is actually assigning animation state name, which pushes us back to here, right? So whatever in that iteration, because remember, it's iterating through every animation state that's defined, that's each object here. And name is one of its properties. So it's taking that name and adding that in as a entry in the array, which apparently you don't have to do any appending, or did that already happen somewhere? You can just do that, and it just automatically adds it as an index in the array. It's interesting. Key in the object dictionary. Yeah, so this is the key and this is the value, right? And the value is this array of locations. Yeah. It's a dictionary, but isn't it an array though? Well, it's getting the key. Wait, Now I'm confused again. What you said did not make me be less confused. Maybe I should be not less confused. There's something so... Maybe it's like coming from GDScript? I don't know. Something about this that's like confusing me. Because sprite animations is empty at this point. So then how are we... Right? Where does it get filled up somewhere with all of these? Because I don't, maybe I'm missing it. There's a meme about coding JavaScript and making people smooth brain. I have heard lots of things. Lots of warnings. Side note, back to TypeScript, Taco Tuesday. At risk of sounding like a show for Big Taco Brand. Today's actually National Taco Day? I got pizza. Blasphemously enough. All I have is pizza. No tacos though. I wish I could just materialize a taco. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm confused. What's happening here? When you do it that way, so this is creating it. Now in GDScript, that would not be the case. I feel like GDScript would be like, couldn't find animation state.name in sprite animations array. Like, am I bugging or is that true? It's a secret, Toe Man. Y'all will find out in November. The only hint I've given so far is that it's a 2D game. The source game. You can make it 3D, but the source game is 2D, not 3D. That's the only hint. So far. We'll get more hints later. I really think that it wouldn't work. So, but at least here, I kind of want to try it too. Why do I want to try it though? I always hate this because then I gotta come up with some like arbitrary example, which is kind of stressful. Assuming that we know that this creates a new entry or a new index in the sprite animations array, we're taking... So does this even create like a whole object? I gotta... Okay, assuming I haven't broken it, I gotta take a look at what the hell's going on here. This is kind of blowing my mind. Okay, I did break it. I 100% broke it. So let's put it back. just put it back. Put it back the way it was. Yeah, just put it back. I probably renamed something very wrongly. That's okay. All right. So what I want to figure out... Where would I even figure that out? Because this is like the rendered canvas. There's nothing in there. There's nothing in there! Yeah, there's a million games that are 2D. I know, but it's very soon! I'll try to think of some new ones. It's tough because there's a lot of good clues that could give it away really easily. So I just have to think. What would be like a safe clue to give? It's tough. Oh, it's tough. There's so many too good ones. Is Canvas just a silent ninja? We can't even look at what's inside of it? That's disturbing. Okay. Well, I guess we could just go to the console then. Whoa, it's printing all the frames. Oh yeah, I remember that. Could you stop that though? Maybe don't do that. Thanks. what I want to try to find is sprite animations. Okay. Oh, sprite animations. And in it, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I might have put it in and saved it locally, so I'm not sure. I don't know. I wouldn't trust that I didn't change it. Sprite animations has, what is this preview up here? What is that? Like, why isn't that alphabetical or showing in the same order? Oh, we're currently idle is active. So does that change if I? Nope. Okay. So this is just showing it in alphabetical order. This is showing it in the actual order that it shows up in here. Wild. Absolutely wild. And then we see that there's an array. So the name, so it creates a key in there. And then it has the array of the positions on the atlas. It's very strange, isn't it? I'm glad you agree. Okay, so it's just the name, and then the location is an array of all of those that we figured out. So it does add them, it adds them in. I don't need to try to prove this. I really don't. But I'll be damned if I'm not curious. I'm too curious. What am I gonna call this? I'm gonna call this JavaScript comparison test. Will the game genre give it away? Yes. There's a hint. If I were to tell you the game genre, it would pretty much give it away. I think it would. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain it would. Yeah, it would totally give it away. So it's 2D, and the game genre would basically completely give it away. There are other games in that genre. Yeah, you guys asking a question actually helps me figure out how to give hints. I hope we get hope it gets 5 joiners. Give it time. Patience. It's not that it's the only game that exists in that genre. It's just that it is the quintessential game in that genre. It is the most iconic, well-known game in a genre. Some might even refer to games like it as being like it would be like someone might say, "Oh, so it's like this." And it would be that game. And this would be all kinds of people, not just people who are gamers or that are consider themselves gamers. The year release give it away. Probably not, but I'd have to look it up. I don't remember what year it came out. What are you comparing to JavaScript? The web build? No. So I just came across this line in someone else's code that confused me at first. Mario? I can neither confirm nor deny whether it's Mario. Sprite animations. So right here, where it's having these like brackets, and again, I just want to prove it, you know. I'm not gonna tell you the first letter. Sprite animations is an empty array. And what I'm pretty sure would happen in Godot is if I put in something like this, so this is referring to another object. So there's another dictionary that exists, and we're pulling a name from that other dictionary and then putting it between brackets here after an empty array. I feel like in Godot would be like, this doesn't exist in that array, and it would give an error. And certainly it wouldn't let me assign anything to it. So reason why I wanted to just confirm it was just to sort of Again, GDScript's the only language that I've learned coding-wise, besides now JavaScript. And so I just kind of want to compare a little bit what my like memories of things that are wrapped in brackets and have an equal sign after it, like what they do and don't do. So if I were to create it would be a dictionary in Godot. Variable dictionary equals, we'll say name and this is a name. We could do the frames thing, but I don't really care. Oh, we would want an array, my bad. Variable array of dictionaries. I don't know if it'll let me type this as an array of dictionary. Oh, it does. Let's go. Oh, so this is actually the true replication of it. There we go. Okay, and then we can just have some other one. Another name is here. Great. And then we have an empty one. Empty array of nothing. Okay. So if I were to take that empty array of nothing in GDScript and use brackets to try and insert array of dictionaries dot. First of all, I wouldn't even be able to do dot name. That would already be quite difficult, right? Because we have to make those strings. Oh, we don't! But that's something else then. I don't think we can do that. It's not an array, it's an object. What do you mean? And so are you telling me anything, this is not, are you telling me this isn't an array? You're telling me this is not an array. 2 brackets is not an array. Is that what you're telling me right now? I know you're not trying to come in here and say that 2 brackets, open and close, is not an array. Is it an object that's an array? Crunchy TypeScript wrapped in soft HTML. With warm, melted CSS, inspect the console for nutrition information. Not the healthiest, optimized later with Pilates. Are you a poet? Okay, so this is an array. Like, we can agree this is an array. And an object. We can, like, I need some sanity check here. Is this an array and an object at the same time? I need a sanity check. Okay, it's an array. Like, what are you coming in here telling me it's not an array? Alright. Great, so I can move on now, right? So what I'm trying to recreate is this syntax. It's okay. It's okay. Look, I'm not upset with you. It's all good. I'm just like trying to like sanity check here. I also am not sure. I've never seen this before. I feel like this isn't gonna work. But maybe I forgot how things work. I haven't made a dictionary in a while. So maybe just to confirm that I understand anything, let's just print array of dictionaries. So it doesn't do much with that. It prints it out as an ampersand. Yeah. So I think we do need to make it a string. gscript.live? What is that? Is that just a web? What is that? I never heard of no gscript.live. Ooh. This is cool. I didn't know this existed. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna give a little bookmark in that one. We're gonna keep that around. I mean, we're already deep into this particular test. Wait, where did you bookmark it? Somewhere it doesn't belong. But I'm definitely, hey JJ, welcome, thank you. Yeah, now I'm just trying to like, basically what I'm trying to do right now is I'm looking at some code, some JavaScript code that my brain is having some issue with, because in GDScript it's totally different, and so I just want to like ground myself in how it's different so I can separate my understanding of how it works in one language and how it works in another, for sanity purposes. And it's like I want to maintain my learning for each. Okay. So that, it definitely doesn't like that. Okay, great. So now when we put it up, this will look a lot better. So that means it's gonna ultimately have to look a little different anyway. But we can also just represent it with like an index or something too. Okay, so that's the array of dictionaries. Now what the code we're trying to look at, empty array of nothing. Within that, I'm looking for array of dictionaries name. So already, because I've typed it as an array of dictionaries, it's not happy. So we gotta go a little further than that. We have to make sure we're on 0. We have to do, okay, we're doing a for loop. That's important. We should say for, I almost did for each. Oh gosh, oh, trying to go back and forth between two languages is wild. What? Okay, brain melting. For entry, I'm calling it an entry, deal with it. For entry in array of dictionaries. We would pull up empty array of nothing. And we'd actually, I think, want to put that, again, just trying to replicate it for my sanity. That's not the right one. Yeah, so it does pull that in. Okay, great. So that works. You know, we'll call it state. Let's keep it the same. Let's keep it the same. For state in that, we would replace this with state, right? Dredging up your old JavaScript knowledge. Try jumping from C++ to GScript to C#? Oh my gosh, right. You do that all the time, like for your job. Your GE will start coding C++ only stuff in GDScript and not understand why something won't work. That's wild. Your brain? What an interesting misspelling of brain. So we do have a line that works, and we want to say that it equals something different. Specifically, whatever we design. It doesn't really matter what it is. It doesn't really matter. We could just get variable, I don't know, number, integer equals 4. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Okay, so we don't have any errors yet. This is basically the replication of the line. we have an empty array of nothing, we're iterating through an array of dictionaries, and we take a state from that dictionary. We specifically call out one of the keys in those dictionaries as we iterate through, and then we're putting it in empty array of nothing, and we're assigning that to number. Now, as I understand it, in JavaScript, it's the Wild West. In JavaScript, this is going to take whatever this value is, so this is a name, and it would add it. So this is how, if this, in JavaScript, imagine this is runtime. This would become, this is a name, colon, 4. As a dictionary or an object. So that's how it would show up. And in theory, you would also get another name is here. This would be the end result in JavaScript. Let us see what the end result will be in GDScript to just ground myself in what a language I'm familiar with does versus a language that I'm learning that uses the same syntax for a very different result. I think usually in JavaScript, it looks, I think rarely I'm coming across, if there's like a variable and then a variable name and then a value, like that is the same, right? It works the same. And then if it's different, it looks different. This is one of the first times I can remember yet where I come across a line that you could exactly write in GDScript, but a totally different thing might happen. So let's find out. I'm going to run it. Let's also print, assuming it even gets that far. We'll print what empty array of nothing has. Now, maybe it just works. Maybe it adds this as a key and assigns that to its value. I don't know. Invalid assignment of property or key. This is what I expected to happen. Oh, what a relief. Invalid assignment of property or key. This is a name with a value type of integer on a base object type of array. So it's trying to take that name and find it within that array, but it doesn't exist. Now, if I were to add it in there, and even then, it's still... It still wouldn't put it in as a dictionary. Like, so let's say I wanted to make it work, right? So if I said empty array of nothing, I could do... I'm not sure how appending a dictionary would go. I feel like you'd probably want something else. Maybe push back, state, name, and then maybe I could go through. So maybe first I would say, I don't even know. Well, then we'd want to find within empty array of nothing the state name. Oh, it still doesn't even... Oh, you do it like this. There you go. We find that, and then we assign it to the number. Let's see what that results in. I might be wrong with the push back. Oh, value type of int on a base object of type array. Still didn't like that. But it's on that line. Oh, but we wouldn't say equals. That's the thing. We'd be updating the name. We wouldn't say equals. Right? That's already wrong. It would just be totally different. What assigning should be doing is changing the name. So it's different on many levels. Wow. I don't even know. I think you would have to do state.name and then maybe fill in like this number to get it to work, maybe. Oh, it didn't like that. It's not doing anything. It's a standalone expression. Honestly, I don't even know how you do that, truth be told. I'm not sure. Okay, well, I feel very good now, because now I know that this is a special JavaScript behavior. I'm in JavaScript brain. We are in JavaScript game. JavaScript brain! Hopefully I'm still in any good brain. Don't read out your long chat messages. I'm gonna take that as a challenge. JavaScript arrays are just dictionaries that happen to have contiguous key values, and objects in JavaScript are just dictionaries. There isn't a flaw for handling inheritance. JavaScript arrays are always objects. Okay. Alright. Godot's the easiest place to build 2D games. Also 3D games. How dare you? But GameMaker will... Oh, yeah. I see. Henry was asking about 2D games. GameMaker will make you think a bit harder on what you're doing. Interesting. Do an in-between state. Yeah. Yeah, I don't even care. I'm not even gonna... Yeah, I don't even want to... which I will say, to JavaScript's credit, alright? Let me get that zoom out of there. To JavaScript's credit, this is very clean. This does an operation really well. Whereas in GDScript, we have to do like multiple layers to get it to do like several lines to get it to do that. So, credit where credit's due. The JavaScript lane. That's very smooth. Interesting. Okay, so anyway, now that I understand this a little better, maybe, I'm going to try to read it over again. So we have animation states, which contains a bunch of these states, which I'm going to go ahead and call objects that are also like dictionaries. So a bunch of dictionaries that are contained within an array. This iterates through each of those dictionaries, which it's calling state here, and then it's giving it's making sure to find the index for each of them. All right, pawn. And then it's creating a temporary variable called frames, which it is a dictionary or an object that contains location array. For every frame, and it increases it by 1 until it gets to the last frame as defined right here. For each of those frames, it will figure an X position based on the iteration number times the sprite width. So this way it'll be 0, 0 at first. And then what that does, it says, so for Y is very similar, except this time it's using that index, which I'll be honest, I'm not sure why it's using index. Oh, because that's longer, right. So J is only going to be as long as the number of frames. Index is going to be as long as the entire dictionary. And so then I drew up a little drawing for understanding this. So the way it works is there's like height 120, and so it is actually every index, it goes down every 120 amount, and it logs that position. So that way later it can animate through it. And then it does the same thing with width. That's the X value. 80 at a time, it goes across each frame to find which one is supposed to go where on the X-axis. And it fills up an array of those values per object or state in the dictionary, the animation states. So then it adds those to this frames array that it created, so that way we know where all those positions are per thing. And then in sprite animations, it creates a new key named after the same name that's right here, and assigns to that new key the value that is the array of the frame's different X and Y positions. Whew! Wow! When I spend like an hour and a half trying to figure that out! Cool. Alright. Brain wrinkles grown. Great. Moving on. Animation setup. Game frame equals 0. Stagger frames equals 5. Don't know what that really means, but okay. Stagger box, which is playback speed element. Maybe this was like a renaming situation. I don't know. Stagger box looks for a change. So what this is, so this is actually the result right here. And there you can actually see how the array turns out contained within the thing that gets created by that for each situation. So that's actually this, I believe, the stagger frame thing. I think it's based on this. So it lets you make it run faster or slower or whatever. And this is listening for if there's a change to that. And if there is, it's updating stagger frames to the input value. 10, 1, 5, whatever is typed into the input field, basically. Okay, makes sense. This I'm probably going to use the most, but not as input. So I wanna think about that. How this is actually because this isn't how it's implemented. This is just the, base declarations before the implementation. Okay, so now we're getting into functions. So it's gonna animate in animation. What is this? What does this mean? C2XD, CTXD. Why you called it this? Canvas get context. Okay, I need to look this up. This is canvas get. I don't know if this search will. Get context. 2D. Okay, this looks useful. I like how I didn't even use Firefox. Okay. Document, get element, ID, my canvas. Right. Well, yeah, so this is just right out of the documentation. Okay, but explain it to me. Why are you just giving me code? After creating the rectangular canvas area, you must add a JavaScript to do the drawing. I gotta say, I'm not impressed by this documentation. like, it needs this, just do it. Thanks, wow, I hadn't considered that. Welcome back, Toe Man. So this is telling me on anything. It's just saying an HTML HTML canvas element. Gotcha. So it has to be on that. Understood. I thought it just said HTML element. Method returns a drawing context on the canvas, or null if the context identifier is not supported, or the canvas has already been set to a different context mode. Later calls this method on the same canvas element, which is what we're looking at, I guess, is a later call. This is like the first setup of it, declaration. And then later on, whoa. Oh, that's the wrong one. Later on, we start doing stuff, like drawing sprites to it. Clear, so I guess this is just starting it. I don't know what that's doing. Later calls on the same canvas element with the same context type argument, which I guess is why that's saying CTX2D, so we know what the context type argument is. We'll always return the same drawing context instanced as was returned the first time the method was invoked. These documentations, two polar opposites, this explains nothing. This is like... a lot to take in. Always return the same drawing context instance as was returned the first time. Context instance. Okay, got it. All right, now I made sense of that. So if we create or return the first instance, future references to it will refer back to that same one. Okay. It's not possible to get a different drawing context object on a given canvas element. So is this one way of saying there can only be one context object per canvas element? Is that what that's saying? Is this essentially saying only one context type is possible per canvas element, or something else? No code, be precise and succinct. It means a single canvas element can only ever be locked to one context type. Like, they couldn't have just said that. There's no in between. There's no information, or there's overly verbose information. Once created, that context is fixed. Repeated calls with the same type returns the same instance. Got it. I have to like decode this documentation. Context attributes. A string containing the context identifiers to either 2D, WebGL, or WebGL2, or WebGPU, or bitmap render. Interesting. Context attributes. You can use several context attributes when creating your rendering context. For example, anti-alias, depth, alpha, color space, color type, desync, will read frequently. Very interesting. Okay, but now we're getting to a rabbit hole. We don't want that. No rabbit holes here. Okay, so this is referring back to the context type, or instance, or whatever. Context instance that was created back on the canvas. We're clearing it. What does that mean? Let's give WS or W3 a chance again. Specifically a canvas thing. Clear a rectangle on the canvas. Okay. What if I comment that out? That didn't help me. That didn't help me one little bit. The tabs are proliferating. Get or clear rect. Thank you, Sean, for hitting that like button. Appreciate it. And thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I really appreciate you for that. How you doing? You support it in so many ways. It means a lot. I liked the stream. Did everyone else? Lunch is over. See you, Kagai. Yes, reviewing various cuisines of scripts. Thank you. You know what? I will. Enjoy reviewing your various tacos. ClearRect may cause unintended side effects if you're not using paths properly. Make sure to call begin path before starting to draw new items after calling clearRect. Well, W3 didn't do that. Okay. This is the kind of rabbit holes over information MDN can put me down. Now let's look at paths. Let's not. Apparently it's National Taco Day in the United States. So, if there's a day to do it, it's today. Okay, so we're gonna ignore that for now. The clearRect method sets the pixels in a rectangular area to transparent. Okay, so is this demo? So there is okay. So in this demo, it's filling in, okay. So if I make this blue. Okay, that's not what I thought. Oh, okay. Oh, I think I get it. Okay, I think I get it. Why was I not alerted to this? This is your alert. Okay, I think I see what this is doing. So what it's saying is we have an existing fill in this rect, and then we're carving out another rect within that rect that equals that size, whatever these all represent. I don't know. Make that 60. Now it's wider. Okay. Again, I feel like could have been worded differently, but this is pretty clear now that I look at it. clearRect method sets the pixels in a rectangular area transparent. The rectangle's top left corner is at XY, and its size is specified by width and height. Neat. Okay, great. Got it. So this is basically clearing the entire thing. So every time it animates, it's a cookie cutter. And this is just literally cutting out the entire cookie. So every time animate runs, it wipes the whole canvas. Let frame position equal math floor. Game frame divided by stagger frames. Frame position. So it's creating a frame position by flooring game frame divided by stagger frames, and then moduloing that with the length of the sprite animation's player state. Wait, what's player state? So by default, player state is idle. When it starts out, it's just sitting at idle. Okay. Gotcha. And those names happen to match all of these. Which makes sense, after all. Well, it doesn't necessarily. It's literally just saying it's idle. This isn't pointing to the sprite animations list. It's just saying currently it's the player state equals idle. Which it would then look through, not here apparently, but actually the sprite animations after it gets filled up with the different locations which are set up by each of these names, or key accessed by each of those names. So it finds whatever the current player state is and looks for it in sprite animations, which we filled out with the location which has X and Y. And then it returns a length. And that's what it is. Okay, I gotta be honest, modulo breaks my brain a little bit. Sometimes I can look at it and it makes sense. Okay, let me try. But I don't know what length is. I just gotta figure out what length is. Then maybe I can wrap my head around what modulo is doing. Because usually modulo, when it makes sense to my brain, oh, it's a lot of places. I'm sure it's not string. Like, it like fits the value that you're, I'm sorry for my terminology, then it's moduloing in, it like disperses whatever you've got across the value on the right side of the modulo. Don't you dare quote me on that. Swear to God. The length data property of an array instance represents the number of elements in that array. Oh, so that'll be, oh, so that's finding the frames, essentially. Oh, frame position. Oh, wow. So by dividing the game frame, which starts out as 0, by 5, which is the, so if we, again, look at the original, or the result here, By default, frame wait time is 5. So we can obviously change that, and it changes how this animates. That's stagger frames. Game frame starts at 0. So if game frame is 0, it divides stagger frames, it's just gonna be 0 or 5. Math not good. Not good at math. There's only 2 possibilities. How I remember which one. I don't. Where's my calculator? I'm gonna need that calculator. Where you at? Is my calculator gone? There it is. Okay, I found it. Because you can't divide anything by 0 is the thing that you can't do. Okay, anything, if you divide 0 by anything, it's 0. Folks, Mr. Toman can count. Thank you for keeping track of the time. I actually appreciate it. YouTube just changed their live streaming, like, console. And it's actually kind of dope because they set it up now so you can potentially do a vertical and a horizontal stream together. But it used to have how long I've been streaming right here in the corner, but it got rid of it. And so now I have to like hover over it to see that. So thank you. Thank you for being able to count. This is also counting how many frames are already in that X and Y. I think we still have that up. Here. So this array that gets, this is the location array that gets created for every animation state. And so there's 5. So that means it goes up to 5, which means that the length is 6. Numbers don't exist, they can't hurt you. That's so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for that. I forget. I'm not sure why that needed to be said, but it sounds nice. Okay, that makes sense to me. It's figuring out what frame am I on, given how fast we're telling the frames to go. Which frame are we currently on when we're animating? Then we update the X frame and the Y frame at that frame position to the sprite width. Wait, so we fetch the original sprite width, multiply it by the frame position, which we fetch from here depending on the speed. Why? Why do we multiply the position by the width? Is that so that it finds it? That's it retracing it again, I guess. That's it going back through these blue squares to say, where am I on the atlas? Retracing atlas X for sprites. Then on the Y frame, it's actually looking at sprite animations array. And it's just pulling Y out of there and just assigning it directly. Because that makes sense, right? Because we don't need to iterate vertically when we're just playing one animation. We only need to iterate through on the x-axis. We need to stay fixed on this point or that point and then iterate through horizontally. Okay, that makes sense. Whew. So then we go back after clearing that context thing. What was it called? I liked the name, but I forgot what it was. Context type, context instance, context type. We go back to that context, the canvas. This is basically the canvas, right? It's the canvas with the context type 2D. And then we draw an image. That is some canvas stuff, some canvas magic, to be sure. Provides different ways to draw an image onto the canvas. Right, I remember this. It starts in the top left. An element to draw into the context. So we're telling it where in the atlas it is, and then we're going to give it that and its position in the top left corner. By the S, X, and SY, DX, DY. The y-axis coordinate in the destination canvas at which to place the top left corner of the source image. The x-axis coordinate of the top left corner of the subrectangle of the source image to draw into the destination context. Okay, I have a feeling we're not using that one. Bonjour! I don't know more French to add to that, but welcome, Barts. How you doing? Hope you're doing real good. Good to have you here. I'm parsing some code that PawnXPawn wrote, so I can see if I want to implement this into my project. I think I'm going to. After all this learning, I gotta do something with it. So PawnXPawn made this Spritesheet situation that lets you set sprites and then modify them, and it just renders it directly on the canvas. And I want to adapt this and use it for my little, tycoon game. Doing well, don't know any more French either. Well, you know the most important word. Hello. Glad you're doing well. Whoa. There's a lot going on here. What in the world? That is a lot of parameters. And you don't got any kind of, like, info you can give me about it? What you mean, any? Why is hover betraying me right now? It is so advanced, I know. But I'm learning so much from it. It's totally worth it. I'm happy to be learning all of this from it, you know? But it's brutal. It's tough. This song is little old me trying to wade through this complex code. Is it that complex? No, it's advanced though. This is wild right here. Like, why doesn't it give me any extra info? This is, forget it. I guess I'll just look at what these are and deduce what they do. So we tell it the image. I remember that from the docs. We input the image, and then we define the X frame and the Y frame, which we pulled here. We're also checking the width and the height. It's very confusing. So this just gives... Oh, here we go. There, this makes more sense. Okay. That's the image. This is the placement, X and Y position, relative to the top left edge. That's the width, and that's the height. Okay, got it. So width, height, position X, position Y. Now, is this that SX1? Yeah, it's canvas stuff. We made it there. Whoa, look at that. Oh yeah, let me mess with that. Source image is taken from the coordinates 3771 with a width of 104 and a height of 124. It is drawn to the canvas at 2120. Let me get out the way. Drawn to the can. Oh, I'm still not really out the way. I'll go down here. Drawn to the canvas at 2120, where it is given a width of 87 and a height. Oh, right, because those go in between. Wait, what? We're defining the width and height twice? So there's like the source image that we're pulling from 3371. So that's not where it goes, that's where we get it from on the source. Hey, S-Funk! Welcome, how you doing? We're doing JavaScript again. Very bizarre and interesting. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Fair, fair, fair. You know, if you can't hold back, it's okay. Well, I'll let you know if it's not. Good to have you. Where on the image we want it, the width and height that we want to grab on the image, the position that we're actually putting it to, and then the width and height that it gets changed to. Wow. Okay. All right. I got it. Very lot going on there. Wrote a little library to do canvas stuff. You named it artist, and instead of CTX, you called that brush. Ooh. See, it's nice to rename things. I like that. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, it's such a good tool. Clearly, the canvas is such a powerful tool, and making it a little more accessible to use would be nice. Okay, so just to confirm this, if I were to move this, if I were to make this 103, I just did it, okay. Well, that's what I expected, that it would just pull a further to the right part of the image. So we're sort of scanning the image across. Whoop, I didn't mean to press save. No, it's an error. That's too. It's probably bigger than the width of it. Okay. We're just kind of scanning across the image here. So that makes some sense. All right, I think I kind of get it. And then this would be the height of on the image. So I don't know how tall it is, but if we tried 90, now it's like pushing down further, sort of. And then this is the width and height that it takes from the source, which is kind of a brain frig. So if I make this 120, is that within the range? Whoa. So it has to squish it down to fit within that in the later parameters. Or something. Hurts my brain a little bit, but that's actually what gets rendered. This is all that these are defining, is what it's pulling from the source. This is all defining how it renders. Okay. So if that's true, these four determine how it renders, or what it pulls. What it pulls from the image. I know we could be more specific, but I don't really care. What it pulls from the image, how what it pulls gets drawn. Okay, great. So we have to calculate that. Just wild. I would never be able to figure this out on my own. Ingenious. Finally, we increment the game frame This is within the animate function. Game frame referring to a script-wide variable that we have, whatever that's called, a member, whatever, that, a member variable, game frame. It increments that along if that is greater than 1,000, set it back to 0. So this just keeps, right, this just keeps incrementing. Request animation frame, animate. So this is like a tick, kind of, right? Request animation. I remember we talked about using it for like a general tick purpose. Window request frame method tells the browser you wish to perform an animation. It requests the browser to call a user-supplied callback function before the next repaint. Okay. It's like kind of syncing it up with the browser, making sure that it's at certain intervals that it runs. Frequency of calls to the callback function will generally match the display refresh rate. Your callback function must call request animation frame again if you want to animate another frame, because it's a one-shot. Always use the first argument or some other method to calculate how much the animation will progress in a frame. Otherwise it'll run faster. It's like process, called once a frame. And it's just interesting that it's like process, but it's structured very differently, right? Because it's not like I have a process function and I call the animate function in process. Instead, within the animate function, I say, add me to the request animation frame. I'm having a little trouble making that connection. Like I get the idea of running stuff, like in Godot, in the process function, you run stuff every frame. What I don't understand, like, is this just like, I don't know, I'm a little confused. Generally make your own function and you call request animation frame at the bottom of your process function. Call it at the bottom. So is this being called anywhere in here? No, it's not. That's the only place. I'll take your word for it. I can't say. It's helping me understand. And then after that, it runs animate again. So I'd be kind of curious. Okay, if I do console.log game frame, I'm kind of curious what this like looks like. And then I'm gonna set this down to like 50. Think of it as a call deferred. Yeah, I mean, I at least get that this is like a tick that's always happening, and then this makes sure that that runs on the next. Yeah, that's what I deduced. The process thing just kind of confused me more, but it's helpful. Okay, it's helpful to be confused. A little confusion goes a long way. All right, let's see what it's outputting here. So it's counting up to 50 and then restarting, because we only allowed 50. Which means it'll kind of interrupt it wherever it's at when it hits that point. So you can see it looks like a little double slash on this one. I remember Pawn talking about why they made it 1,000. But it's like, why not make it infinity? What's the value of putting that limit on it? Like, obviously it's going, like, doing this means it's going to at some point the animation's gonna kind of skip in a weird way, inevitably. I'd almost want to see it like do it at 1,000, like at 1,000, set a flag, wait for the frames to end, and then see the little double, and then reset it. Oh yeah, floating point. Gotcha. Just so it skips that, or it doesn't, it smooths that like skip. Reset it on a modulo. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yep. That's a smart way to do it. So like I would take, I'm curious now. If $1,000 modulo okay, morbid curiosity for fun real fast. Don't give me the answer. I'm gonna mess around and make mistakes, and I don't care. What if I just pop in 1,000 modulo game frame? What does that look like? Morbid curiosity here. It's counting backwards now. Except it's starting it. It gets wild. It's like all over the place at first. That is strange. It's kind of interesting though. It's like it loops through something. Answers to, oh, how dare you? How dare you? Let's plug that number in somewhere. It'll be fine. I feel like we would want. All right, I'm bored with this. I've decided to let it go. But it's interesting. It's interesting. Alright, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna try to freaking implement this. I have a very weak understanding of how it works. So what I would need to do to make this work in my existing project, this is gonna be kind of wild, y'all. I'm starting to regret it. I'm starting to regret this. I would need to make sure that every worker has their own canvas that gets created. And the animations get rendered to their own. This is not a good idea. I think this is bad. Like, what if you have like 30 workers all running animations? That's gotta be, performance-wise, wild. Whereas if I have 30 GIFs, I mean, it'd be like more like, because it'd be 3 different GIFs. It sounds, are you being sarcastic? It sounds fine. You're like, do it, do it, do it. It would be like 90 GIFs, since each one would be 3 GIFs. Oh, I wish you would just jump me there. It's not that performance intense? Okay. Alright. I'd hate to put it all together and realize, never mind. So we go into when we create an element, we make it a div, it has a worker container, create the worker sprite, which currently, all that it does is it pulls the source image, you're okay, you're making me be unsure now. It isn't nothing. It's probably fine. Why would that be the same? I don't understand how that's similar. I'm not going down this path. I don't understand. Okay, so we create a container for the sprite, which we'd still do. We have an image element based on a source, which is right here. And then we just append it, the container, to the sprite itself. We append sprite itself to the sprite container, and then we append the sprite container to the working container. Now that I know more about the brackets and the equals, yeah, it's a GIF right now. I feel like there's probably other ways to write this. I'm GD scripting mind thinking about this. That's okay. So that's all it does. Really simple. But it's one GIF, and I want like it to be broken up into a dynamic kind of thing, where when we hire a new employee, it's not just cycling through these 3 different states, but it's actually picking a different sprite animation state to run depending on these stats. So, but first and foremost, I need there to be a canvas here. So instead of this image, this is gonna be wild. Instead of that image, I would want no, please stop. Please don't do that. It's okay, listen. So, here's the thing. We could just do that. And the thing is, Pawn would be able to provide the GIFs. They're already split. Or they'd be very easy for, we can do that. And maybe it would be easier just to switch between, so it's not about how to do it, Flip. It's about whether to do that. Like, should I just go ahead and have it switch between 3 different GIFs and be done with it? Or, no one said your name. Or, should it be Spritesheet that changes the animation depending on states? That's the question at hand. Not how do I do the GIFs thing? The GIFs thing is easy. That's the easy part. What would be hard would be implementing the sprite sheets. But there's a lot of potential for learning doing the sprite sheets, and it'd be very interesting, I think, to set it up that way, and essentially more flexible too. Because otherwise the GIF is the GIF, other than putting some filter effects on it or something. So I think I'm curious to try it, and we'll see what happens. Mervkins is pro sprite sheets. Okay. Yeah, it'll be something I like know about. There's good learning here, right? All right. This is the rest of the stream. That's okay. It's good learning. Let's do this. That's right. Doing it to learn, so learn. All right, so I don't want a lot of backseating here. Obviously, sometimes thoughts can be helpful, but I want to struggle through this. That's how the learning's gonna happen. Okay. So originally, we're adding an image that we're assigning. It's kind of bizarre, right? Like, first of all, why do we create the element, an image element, We assign it to Sprite itself. We then make it source the Sprite path, which is hgd employee.gif. And then we assign it itself? Kind of wild. Thanks for the hydrate, Henry. Cheers. I need a hydrate before this. Wow. I'm sure it's necessary. I'm just kind of curious real fast. Like, yeah, I think it might be. No, it's not. What happens if we do multiple? Can I please give myself a ton of money? Would be great. Oh, that didn't give myself a ton of money at all. Let's make employees free. Is this not the right? Oh, this is the right instance. The wrong instance. That's not my live updating one. This is my live updating one. Okay, there we go. I think that last line was not doing anything. That's what I think. Okay. Good to know. Create the element, assign a path to it. That's all it is. But this time, we want to draw a canvas. And we want to assign that canvas to the container. Now I'll probably change my mind about declaring it here. We'll see. We're gonna start a little sloppy. So in Pond's project, it's just canvas get context 2D. Canvas. I know you like the canvas. The taste of a canvas. I'm gonna call it Sprite Canvas. Canvas. Oh! Okay, autocomplete. Wow, got a little extra there. Stop! You stop that! Whatever is doing that needs to halt immediately. How dare you? What in the world? Yeah, you can suggest, but don't just slap it in there when I press a dot. It's so annoying. These are all just like when brackets are happening. This is a lot of stuff right now. We're gonna ask a chatbot. VS Code, how to make autocomplete not auto add stuff when I'm typing, especially a dot. Does that make sense? JSON. I mean, I'll do it, but it's not just in settings. Accept suggestion on commit character. I don't have to open up a JSON to do that, right? Accept suggestion, there it is, right there. No. No. In JavaScript, the semicolon can be a commit character that accepts. No! Do nothing of the sort! How dare you? Alright. Thank you. Thank you. Get context. Why is that nothing? Okay. Was that like this over here too? Yeah, okay. Just check them. So now we've created our canvas. Within that canvas, we would want to draw something. I kind of am thinking back to that. Oh, we need to do width and height. I'm thinking back to that W3 that just had like some really simple stuff. Like, I would just like to see this much working, right? Would be nice. Oh, I need to create a canvas and tell it. We'll create it. We'll create it. We'll do that. Oh, and then I might need to give it like a special ID too. I think it's the context and the canvas. No backseating. Get out of here. We'll stay here, but don't. No backseating. Get out of here. Don't get out of here. But you know what I'm saying. It's like, it's like you get out, but you know what I'm saying. Okay. So none of that pedantic stuff, especially. So but I do appreciate what you're saying, because we would want to reference the canvas as an HTML element. But you gotta let me get there. You gotta let me get there. Let me stumble. Learning is making mistakes for me. So we could even just, like, okay, but if I were to do that, nothing happens. We have to at least define... That's not enough? Okay, it is. Great. We at least have to define position and size. It's not exactly what we need to do, but it's just simple, so I can just make sure I'm setting it up correctly. Namely, creating the DOM element. So indeed, I will want to call the canvas let's pull this out for a second. Create element probably should put a div in there, honestly. And then this is our class name. Hey Danny, what's up? Welcome. I'm trying to learn JavaScript. It's painful but fun. It's painful in a good way. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. This... Let's just see. Let me just start with this. Well, no, I'll put in... Welcome back, Pawn. I'll put in the little bit of stuff. We'll do this. Fill style. Well, we still have to create the context. I'm gonna call this... Yeah, I'm making a game. You can check out where it's at. It needs a lot of work. That's for sure. But... I mean, you know, when I say a lot of work, really, it's more just like little touches at this point. But the last working version is this. Right there. And it's just about creating or hiring employees and then managing their happiness and making sure you keep paying them. There's some like UI things that I would update, and right now the sprite sheet, yeah, it needs a little of a lot of work. Yeah, exactly. The main thing I'm trying to deal with right now, this is just a GIF that randomly or doesn't actually correlate to how the worker feels. And so what I'm trying to do is separate, or I'm going to try to implement sprite sheets into the actual, like, each worker will have their own sprite sheet that they run through. when they're upset, when they're happy, when they're about to quit. And so those actually get set off by where you're currently at. So it's just like a little tycoon clicker game. And yeah, so I'm trying to render this not as a GIF, but as a sprite sheet. I don't have to do it this way, but I'm curious to try doing it this way. Okay, so we have to create the context, which I want to call fine, I guess I'll call it CTX2D. It's ugly, but I'll do it. So what I'm not sure of is, do I need to like run it on here? Thanks for the hydrate, Frank. Welcome. How you doing, Frank? Yeah, there's just so much to learn. So like I gotta do it. Yeah, I know. I just don't like it. It looks ridiculous. I hate it. But it's like, what am I gonna call it? Like, sprite. Maybe this is my sprite itself. Sprite render space. I'll cook with. It's like sprite space. Sprite space. Sprite land. Yeah, 3D and 2D. Yeah, but like, so what? Like, I don't need to be reminded. To me, like, it's like a dumb name for a variable. Why do I constantly, every time I reference it, need to be reminded that it's 2D? Like, who cares? Ooh, viewport. Okay, alright. I can get into that. That's interesting. That's an interesting name. I can work with that. I need to double comment this out. Okay. Sprite viewport equals this sprite. I don't know if this is right. Please don't correct me. Wait, how do you even... We don't get any freaking type. I hate it. Okay. Oh, you already know how to do this. You did this already. It's get context. Wait, but okay, let me put it. I hit on the clipboard. Okay, still remember. Get context, and then we say 2D. I guess we could say, you know, I could just call it sprite context. I still hate it. It's like, what does that mean? I don't like that. No, I'll call it context because I can respect that context is like an important meaning. Alright, so we have our context. We have our canvas in theory, hopefully we'll see. And then next, I want to just make it something. So I'm not exactly sure how to do that, so we're just gonna look at this. I'm not gonna need it like this, ultimately, but we'll do it. That's the one you call brush. Interesting. It's because it does all the drawing. I like that. Fill style, and then fill rect. Again, not the final version of how this will be. No auto-completion on this. I need TypeScript in my life right now. It makes it so much harder. Fill style equals sure red. Type this again. One thing I'll say about CTX2D is it's short. Which is nice. I don't know if this is right. I don't care. 20, 20, 100, 100. wrong. You don't do an equals. Okay, I'm quite certain this is not gonna work, but let's just see what it looks like. Oh, wait. Oh, it's errors. Uncaught type error, failed to execute append child on node parameter 1 is not of type node. Line 90. Oh, right. We gotta rename this. That's right, canvas. Okay. Okay, we got a red box. We got red boxes. It's the CSS is freaking out because this is not the way it used to be. But one thing I'm also not defining, I'm not defining the height or the width of the canvas, which we probably should do. Big sale on red boxes over here. You need a red box? Come over here. We got a big sale on them. Any type of soda is so delicious. So this isn't actually defining any size. That was back on Pond's logic that actually defined a size. Oh, we just say width and height. Great. It's easy enough. Now it's not a constant, which is kind of a bummer. So we're gonna do that because that's the right thing to do. Constant sprite canvas width well, what was the original GIF size? Would be good, probably. That'd probably be a good width. $129 by $129. Okay, probably adjusted by code is why that's like such a weird number, I guess. Like being shrunk by the CSS. So we'll go with it. Well, it's just a square, so we'll just say size equals 129. Then assign to the canvas width, sprite canvas size, height, sprite canvas size. I don't remember if this is the right syntax. I'm gonna find out. Nope. Width is not a function. I definitely did it wrong. Alright, what was it? Just tell me. Equals. I don't know. A part of me does wonder, like, how could I ever infer whether it's gonna be an equals or it's going to be, I guess it's like a method. So it's a property. Width and height are properties. It's not like we're running the set width method. Get context is a method. Therefore, it uses parameters. All right, got it. Nice. Wonderful. Okay. We're not getting somewhere. I'm committing that. I'm committing that right now. Begin replacement of... This is surprisingly easy to at least get that much set up. Begin replacement of worker sprites. We're getting there little by little. Yeah, stage it. Go ahead. It's okay. Little by little, we're getting there. So now I need to actually put in the sprite. I feel like this isn't the complicated part. The complicated part is parsing the sprite sheet and plugging it back in and animating it. That's where it's gonna get wild. I feel like this needs to be in a function. This is gonna be kind of ridiculous, at least the way I tend to organize things. So I'm gonna say this sprite canvas equals create sprite canvas. Do you know Godot has this sort of 2D canvas drawing stuff? I think I did, yeah. Usually used for like, you could use it for debug. Yeah, I think I did know it has that. Oh, maybe it's different than I thought. Kind of makes the, but look, now you don't have anything in here. That's kind of pointless. What's the point of this function? This is the function. This is the function. Maybe it's just like this adding stuff. I kind of would just put it in here. Made a little Starfield screensaver type dealio. Ooh, that sounds nice. That sounds cool. I need to like inspire myself to do random things like that more often. Okay, so Spritesheet. I mean, that's pretty much a totally different thing. We do need a source. PonXPon sent this a while ago, so I'm gonna go find it. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Almost. I think almost. Wow, it's a lot. It was a long time ago. That was way further ago than I thought. I mean, it has been a month. Okay, there it is. I found it. Okay, we're gonna download it. Somehow, Discord, right? We're gonna download it. Is that? I mean, I don't think opening it as a new tab is the same thing. All right, this works. Open a browser. Go to the project files. Assets, images. We'll just say worker sprite sheet. Okay. So we do want to make sure that's accessible. Worker sprite sheet equals, or source, I don't remember, I don't think that's right, I think that's wrong. Equals, well, you do it the same way you had the original sprite. Which I already forgot. Oh, just a, oh, we do dot, I was right. Dot src equals a path. Doubted myself. I don't know. I don't think it likes that. Does it have to be like a... Let me just finish this and then we'll see what's wrong with it. Yeah, it doesn't like that. It hates that. Oh, we don't even put anything before it. I see. Okay, got it. Worker sprite sheet create a new image, and then we assign it to that. Got it. Now this seems like a problem, because I don't think you want to do this. I think what you want is worker sprite sheet path. Because I need multiple new images per worker, or each worker has one image. So we would actually want to create it, I would think, in here. Then we assign worker sprite sheet source to. Could probably make that all caps too. We're just gonna call it sprite sheet path. I think we're just gonna call it that. Okay. So that's creating a new one. Oh, this is gonna be wild. Okay. So now we have to do stuff with it. We have to go find. Oh my gosh. This is a little overwhelming. I mean, I'm probably gonna end up just copying and... I mean, I won't copy and paste, but I'm gonna have to just look at this and do it. Right. Sprite animations and animation states. How would I rename that? Sprite... Actual animations? Actual animations, an empty array. And then sprite animations, I guess I would say this is animation positions. And maybe call this like animation data. It's not much clearer. That's okay. So then in here, we create a name for each animation. No need to apologize to me, Toman. Wait, how do you can just do that? So we have like content. Now I gotta count these frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I do feel like this could be declared earlier. Like this doesn't all need to be set up here, because this isn't fundamentally changing, but this is. Although at the same time, I feel like we could still put this outside of it, you know? Why are you always typing random things? Name. I'm gonna call it contented, because I realized that looks like the word content. Contented. Sad. The other one has 24 too. We know that's 24. Oh my goodness. 5. Wait, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, Oh, I lost my count. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. It's just doubled. Love that. It kind of looked like it was doubled, but I just wasn't sure. Name angry. Yeah, it looked like it. I just was like, wasn't sure. Okay. I don't like this. Contented. We're gonna say happy. Happy, sad, angry. It's easier. Now, we need to parse these into positions on the sprite sheet. I really feel like this doesn't need to be in here. It just seems unnecessary. Now, I don't really want to bulk up this part, so I'm gonna move all this stuff further down. Oh, we were already doing sprite path there. So there's our animation data. I would think, I think that's what Pawn does too, is just sets it all up right in the declaration. Right? That song came in like, why I'm here. Yeah. And then we can just refer to it. Well, I mean, all you're doing is pulling from this. We're not animating, we're not changing this formally empty array. We're just taking from it. Right? We do create new little temporary ones that tell us which spots on the atlas it should be playing at any given moment. But we're not actually changing anything. There are classes. Yeah, so that is, so here's the thing. Right now, there is a worker class, and there's also some other, there's an employee. That's the main thing that exists right now, which extends worker and has some special stuff. And then there's also an intern, which I haven't implemented back in yet, and that has its own stuff. There's a test one for doing tests. And then there's also stats, which are a base class from which we extend different stats. So duration, income, happiness, and then a test one. So that's where the classes have been used here. So this is all within the worker class, basically. So any worker that's created will have this sprite, and it'll be the same one. We're not getting fancy with different types. Maybe if there were different types of workers, like entire different sprite sheets for them, I could see that. Where was I? Right, so we're gonna handle all this stuff out here, which feels a little excessive, but that's okay. So we'll create our, what was I even calling it down here? Animation positions. Time to go make some more worker sprite sheets. I mean, if you do, I would probably just find, I don't even think I would do classes for that. I would probably find a way to just replace the path and just give it like a different path and make sure they had the exact same number of frames and stuff. That's probably how I'd actually handle it, truth be told. Yeah. I know you're joking. Sometimes I can tell. Once in a while, if I'm lucky. My ADHD often makes it hard for me to switch between joke mode and concentration. So I'll like look at what you're saying as code and respond to it. Literally. 1 million workers on the wall. When one gets fired, everyone's tired. 999,999 workers on the wall. Okay, so we need to do some stuff to it to get it to be super good. I'm probably still missing stuff, but I don't care. I haven't written a function in a minute. We name it. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how far you could push it. I should probably put a limit on it, huh? It'd probably be smart. Parse. Spritesheet. You know what, Toe Man? No offense taken. No offense taken. You should go where you belong. ADHD equals angry when someone interrupts intense concentration. Once you get the one up, you can add a bunch and see where. Yeah, exactly. 100%. Okay, see if I can remember this. Oh, it's right below me. Nice. So this is going to be. Oh, I gotta look. I can't do this off the top of my head. Whoa. Oh, so you set up what's going to get put in that. This is gonna be a lot of one-to-one copying. You feel bad for being frustrated when you're really focused on something? Look, I didn't say I was frustrated. But with that said, that totally happens. That totally happens. I completely relate to that. 100%. It doesn't happen when I'm streaming as much. A little bit, but not as much. But in like normal real world, it's much more like, huh, what is it? Right, okay, all right. You know, which, yeah, I feel bad for that too. Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah. Well, I guess it's not about changing it, Flip. It's about trying to type it with my brain instead of by looking, as a way to, like, you wouldn't understand. Evidently you wouldn't understand. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, it's about instead of always just copying, learning by trying to, it's almost like a memorization thing a little bit. Can I remember, after we went through all that, can I remember what those things were and try to put them back? But it's not just memorization, because it's also like logically what would follow next, and how do I try to connect it without straight up memorizing or looking. So it's kind of like this little flashcard sort of thing with more deduction. It's flashcards with deduction. Yeah, typing it myself and then also trying to guess what it is, even if I don't exactly remember. Yeah. It depends how much of a rush I'm in. The more rush I am, the more copy I am. We got time. let sprite position look at like 300 answers to break stuff down. Love that. I think I might understand that. So this is where we define x. Do I need to make that a float? Did you make that a float? No. We don't worry about typing our numbers here. Oh my god. Okay. It's not really sprite position though. I guess it is. No, it is. It is. I was like, is it frame position? Parsing the sprite sheet. I'm sure I'm missing stuff. We'll fill it in as we go. For each, I think we need to say animation data. For each, I'm gonna say row. For each row, and then we also want to get the index number. I remember. For each of those that we find, I'm not looking at what you, no backseating is desired by me. So I'm putting on goggles where I'm not gonna look at what you said. The more I can expect that there's spoilers in the chat, the less I look at chat. That's the trade-off. Okay. Let me make mistakes. I can't know that. Sometimes people say that, and then I look at it, and it still connects dots for me that I wanted to connect myself. It's not a discussion. Animation data for each row index. What's up, Giovanni? Welcome. You're trying to learn JavaScript too? Love that. Any tips for learning without utilizing too many tutorials? I mean, I think having a goal of what you want to make helps me. I need to know, like, what am I trying to design? Like, in this case, I'm just making a little tycoon game where you press button and number go up. Oh, I broke it. Let me pull up the unbroken one. And so that's giving me like an excuse to learn things. So, and ideally it's something I kind of want to make, that I enjoy making, that I'm interested in making. So for me, that's the biggest thing, is what do I want to make? And then as I go, saying, okay, what do I want? I want to create a variable. How to create a variable in JavaScript. How to refer to a variable. How to write a function. You know, and just look up documentation, look up little stuff all over the place. I try to avoid videos, honestly, because I feel like they can take me down a lot of rabbit holes I don't need to go down. And you end up kind of wasting a lot of time with all the setup and stuff, instead of, because they have to contextualize their tutorial. But really, you just want like a nugget. So I tend to just, what problem am I trying to solve? Look up how to solve it, add it in, take that learning, try to solve the next step in achieving whatever it is I'm trying to make. That's just how I go. Good luck learning. Thanks for stopping in. You got this. We got this. Oh man, this, I'm gonna need to look at this. For each row index, I'm looking. I gotta look at the back of the flashcard. That's a tough one. I don't really care about all this for now. We'll circle back. What you doing, Pa? What you doing? I will goggle chat so hard. No! I refuse, because you're going to try to backseat me. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. Stop. Animation states for each... Stop or chat gets goggled. For each state index... Oh yeah, this is how you do the arrow. I forgot about the arrow. How you do it. Oh yeah, you're telling me how to code? That's cool. I don't want to do that. But you're right, that's a thing that can be done. Definitely something to think about. I don't want to do that though. I prefer, and maybe it's wrong, I don't really care, but I prefer to try to make it readable without comments. And then I'll add comments if I don't have the time or interest, or it's not possible for it to be self-evident to me. Just the way I like to do it. See, I don't really comment my code very much. I comment out things, but I'm not a big code commenter. I get it. Now that's not always true. That's not always true. This was the last time someone said you should comment your code. I did it for this one function and I never did it again. I just don't really like doing it. So, but yeah, we all work in different ways. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, you're saying you like doing it along the way. I gotcha. Animation data for each row index. We all learn differently, you know? So wait, I just looked at it, right? What did I see? I already forgot. I didn't really look at it that much. Oh, so we have to... I wasn't gonna remember that. There was no way I was gonna remember that. 0% chance. Absolutely not. Yeah, whenever I've tried to do that, comments as an action plan, I just start coding it. And then I'm like, why do I have these comments littered around? I would rather type out the code. But I get it, I get it. So then what? What is sprite position? I assumed, I'm asking myself, what is sprite position for? I thought, oh, this is for the adjusting, for the listener. So I don't actually need this at all. I mean, I could if I wanted to, but I don't, so I'm not. We're just not even gonna do it. So I'm going to get rid of that, because I'm not making input that needs to be tweaked. So we do need to create I'm gonna say frames in row. And we're gonna let that equal that same flip. Same. Y'all are like trying to be like, yeah, but I don't like it there. I hate it there even more. Because again, it's like, why not just start writing code? It just doesn't click with me. But again, I respect that that's how y'all learn. I don't think... Bond with pawn. That's fair. There is an at. They do make ats or names that say, hey pawn, I'm talking to you. I'm just saying. Concentrate mode makes me kind of a B word. I like it. When frames in row equal a dictionary, but I'm definitely doing this wrong. I feel like let doesn't make sense here. Wait, why does it make sense there but not here? Is it because... Oh, it's because we didn't do the arrow function. That's why. Chilly in here. Good. Learn to have some respect. Frames in row. Equal. So you were saying location, but I feel like I'd want to call this maybe positions. Hopefully that's not like shadowing something. And this is gonna have the whole list of them. But right now, it's empty. Wait, you want... Oh my goodness. What don't you like about that? Oh, we don't put that in the function. Oh, the function was the mistake. Gotcha. Why are you still complaining? Oh, I needed to do an extra parent. Oh gosh, this is like my least favorite thing about these non-white space languages. Oh my gosh, I cannot stand the parent closing. It's so annoying. But the best way I've found is to work backwards. So I want to close this one first. I want to close that one next. Now I want to close this. And then I want to close that. Oh, that didn't work. It didn't work at all. Oh yeah, we did want to do that. Whew. That was tough. I comment when I get stuck. It's a rubber duck thing. Sometimes seeing what I need to do helps you figure out the code I need to write if I get stuck. Nice. But we don't actually want to break it off here. We want to put stuff in there. Specifically, what are we doing on each row of the sprite sheet? On each row of the sprite sheet, we need to calculate where we're iterating through. So we iterate again based on the number of frames. Wow. Really, just such a clever little thing here. Just like an awesome function pawn. Or whatever you call it. A variable that is, or just a, I guess it is a function. Yeah, we're running a function that is also a for loop. I do like this a lot. I like that you can just make a function be running a method on an existing thing. I've been worrying about AI taking over and nobody suspects the rubber ducks. They're the real ones who've been supporting the coding landscape and industry this whole time. So we create a new variable. So I feel like this is like the cells, maybe. I could be wrong, so I might change that. Cell equals... Ooh, I don't think I remember that. I gotta cheat. Oh, make it nothing. Okay. And then that's gonna get updated Just wild. Make sure cell is less than. You probably should call it like row data if you want it to make like a little more sense. All the government secrets. Oh my gosh. Because if everyone's talking to the rubber duck, then the rubber duck knows how everything works. Actually kind of genius. Row data frames. The number of frames that are on each row, we want to make sure that, I don't know if I should call this cell. The current cell we're on, it has the nuclear football. We just make sure that it's less than, and we're going to increment it at the end. Is that like another comma? But if we're doing a for loop, we're saying we're iterating through the number here, which starts out as 0, and we make sure that it's less. There has to be something else in here. A semicolon. Wild. Nuclear football is like what contains all of the important code for firing missiles. This is very bleak. And then we increment which cell we're on. I presume we then do another arrow function, right? You do this in Godot, but it's handled differently. I feel like something is really wrong here. Oh, I did a comma. Okay. So it's literally iterating through this entire line. Wild. And then we still need another parent. Oh my god. Oh my god. I cannot stand the freaking closing. I hate closing these things. I think it's by far my least favorite thing about languages like JavaScript. I will just never get better at it. What am I doing wrong? I mean, it looks fine. But it is very upset with me. Oh, there's no arrow function. Oh my goodness. Like, what? When do I want to use it? When don't I want to use it? It's something I've definitely tried to explore and failed to understand many times. What do you want from me? What does it want from me? Oh, is it? No, I don't know. Oh, wait. What does it want from me? We don't need the extra parent. Wait, this is different. This isn't for each. I just realized. What is this? Why is there... Okay, this is interesting. I mean, for each looks like a method that you call on something. And then for is what? For versus for each in JavaScript, no code, be succinct and precise. Manual control, you set the start, stop, and step. Good for indexed access, breaking early, or custom iteration logic. For each is an array method that runs a callback. I genuinely didn't even know that this existed in JavaScript. I did not know that. Until now. I thought that the equivalent of this was that. But I was wrong. There's both. For each is running a callback once per... Oh, that makes so much more sense of why you do it the way it is done. Wow. Crazy. So every time that happens, that we iterate through the frame, we need to find... Oh, we need to define the sprite height. Oh, we know it. We already know it. It's... Wait, we don't. I mean, it's the canvas. No. Oh. Whoa. So I have to actually figure out. I don't know. I guess I can kind of tell. No, you can kind of see the frames. Oh, just a little off. A little too low? Oh god, this is kind of annoying. Yeah, you made these. What is the size of each one? Oh, you did? You probably did. You actually probably did. Did you? Actually, I don't know if you did. Oh, maybe it's just like this. Right, so, well, but is this the same size as that? I guess that was it. Like, I wasn't sure if I could be sure that this was the exact same size. And this is just like blown up that, or what? I just don't know. Should be. .128 by 128. I'm actually making it bigger over here. Whoa. Okay. Thanks. So I'm actually gonna adjust the canvas size to be 128. I guess we were stretching it out to be 129. Wait, what's your issue? Oh, you want more closing. So this time I can go backwards and it works. Okay. I'm sure I'm still missing something, but we're just gonna slap it down. Sprite canvas size. We need to equal something, right? So like position X. Let position X equal sprite canvas size times. So if we're going horizontally, we wouldn't want to do per row. We would want to do I think we want to do it by the number of frames. No. Oh, cell. Whatever cell we're on. Okay, got it. Let position Y equal sprite canvas size times. So this is as we're going down here. IDEX. It does sound like something. Pokédex, I think, has conditioned me to see the word dex as an acceptable representation of index. So then IDEX is just an Apple-branded Pokédex. Something to think about. Food for thought. Okay, I'm sure this is still really wrong, but that's okay. It's not really position, is it? It's like positions in row. Position in row, X position in row. This is, I know it's unhinged. I already know that. Position X in row. It's a little hard to see there. That's okay. Position Y in row. Okay, then we have to do more. We have to add it in to this. Somehow. We need to get the name, right? Angry, happy, sad. This was the line. This was the line that I was trying out in Godot to understand why I couldn't understand why it was the way it was. Okay. Positions, it will just auto add it in there. Positions in row will create the key, which is row data name, and then we'll assign to that key the value. I feel like you could just call this X and Y. Maybe, could be nice. But we also want to bundle them together like a vector 2 or something. I don't think I know how to do that. I gotta look. I don't know how to do that. Whoa! Oh, I skipped ahead. That was what I thought we were doing. Okay, yeah, I wasn't gonna remember that. We're pushing into it. Wow. Okay, okay. Flashcard. Circle back to this, alright? You're not there yet. Positions in row. This is not right. We have to say frames in row. The positions in row within the frames in row. We want to push never. Wait, I'm just gonna look before I look at the code. Because I feel like I remember seeing brackets, but I'm not sure what this never means. Nothing? It means nothing. Okay. Okay. Oh, but you would like... Oh, because you're saying like push a dictionary, not brackets, but curly brackets. Got it. Not angle brackets. Okay. So this is where we would define the X and the Y. Got it. Okay. We'll say row position X. Wouldn't really be row position Y though, would it? I mean, it would, yeah. It's the Y position of the row. Makes sense. I guess it'd be like column, really. So it'd be like column position, and this would be row position. So I will put a comment in here that says these variables represent 0, 0. Intermediate step that is implied but skipped. Whoa. Represent the top left corner of the desired sprite. So now we're gonna push in here a key called X, and it's gonna be set to column position, and then a key called Y, and that will be set to row position. Now, outside of that, we don't actually want to do this in positions in row. We want to put this somewhere else. Oh, the sort of vector 2, kind of. Oh, it's the comma. Wait, but is it the key? All I know is that when we ran it, not here. Whoops. Oh, I guess I changed it. Well, anyway, it might still be in here though. Oh, I know what happened. First of all, stop that. I'm not looking yet. Stop doing that immediately. Oh, no. Not that. This. I think we just typed in sprite animations. So when looking at this, it outputs like that, which is interesting. So this is like what's making it look like an array, but it still has, or look like a vector too, but really it's just a dictionary with an X and a Y, or an object. It's an object containing an X and a Y. So this would go to whatever I've decided to name this, which is animation positions. We'll see about that. Animation positions. I guess it's really animation frame positions, if I wanted to be even more verbose and precise. Hey, what's up, David? Welcome back. How you doing? Good to see you again. We're doing JavaScript. I'm using PawnXPawn's Spritesheet generating code. So this is all JavaScript as like a flashcard sort of thing where I'm looking at it, trying to remember what it does, and then implementing it into my project. So yeah, it's kind of cool. It's kind of nifty. Yeah, right. That is what a vector 2 is. Yeah. Okay, so animation frame position. We create a new key in that array, or that dictionary object. It is an array of objects. We create a new key in there, and we're gonna call it. Isn't it nice? we're gonna call it, or assign it the value of this frames in row. So my question now is, where would we even, I mean, I don't think I can even test anything at this point. I guess we could look at the data and see how it's being received. Could be interesting. And maybe in the meantime, I don't know. What is it like right now? How broken is it? Real broken. But let's just see what this looks like. Animation frame positions. Nice. So we have angry, we have positions in row, and it calculated them all. Wow, nice. And it's got it for each one of these. And sad's the longest one. There's so many frames. Okay, cool. Great. Now what am I gonna do with this? It's been a while since I flashcarded this one. Now that we have those positions, I would want to... It's a very long spreadsheet. I would want to pull... or assign a current animation. I remember Pawn had like a player state. So to me, this would be better held on the worker class. Would probably be good. So we create a new image. We set the Spritesheet path as the image. We're gonna comment this out. Shouldn't I be able to just run this and it works? Yeah, okay, just making sure. Yeah, the middle one's super long. Okay, just checking that worked. And what was the error? Worker spreadsheet path is not defined. Oh, so it isn't. It looks pretty defined to me. It looks very defined. Oh, we still have to do this, right? Before you were setting this up in a declaration context. This is within, this is like a, what you call it? Oh God, do I remember what they're called? Constructor. This is in a constructor, so we need to put this. All right. I'm surprised we don't like see a Spritesheet in there. Like it doesn't try to like wedge it in. Well, we haven't tried to draw anything yet. So that's kind of the next step, right? We're just creating a blank image. And we're not adding it anywhere. We're not drawing it to the canvas. Sprite canvas. No autocomplete on this one. I gotta look that. I gotta look that one up. We still have this. Wait, give me the hippo. Yeah, give me the hippo one. We love the hippo. Draw image. Got it. Here's some hints. Canvas image source, which will be our worker Spritesheet. Okay, this is the part of the Spritesheet on the x-axis that we're pulling it from. I know, it was so evil. I know. I don't know why it wasn't, but that's okay. So for the sprite sheet, wait, what? We want to add, yeah, no, that's right. No, you got it. That's right. Worker sprite sheet. We pull this over here. 3 overrides is nice. Okay. I've heard your words. I can't appreciate the context in which they make sense, but I definitely hear your words. So we established animation frame positions, which is what we gotta get. It said 1 to 3. Oh, interesting. Oh, nice. So we can see all the different versions. Thanks for pointing that out. Cool. Neat. So technically, I think we want image XY on the image, width and height on the image, XY where we're putting it in the canvas. This is the one we actually want. Is that? Yeah, it can be a little annoying. Especially if you just like don't need to look at it. So we get the X and the Y from our animation frame positions. This is gonna get verbose. It's gonna get real verbose, real fast. Sometimes it lies. Oh no. Animation frame positions. We need to base it on the current state. So where are we tracking that? Because it would need to be something that, okay, we're getting into the structure of things. Based on stats changes. Well, the only thing that really changes based on stats right now is other stats. However, there is a way that removes itself. Yeah, it is good information. You're stuck on trying to figure out what the, well, I'll be honest. That was from me digging on MDN, digging deep in MDN to try to wrap my head around it. But yeah. I hate those names, because it's like, what is that supposed to mean? But what really solidified it was like this little example, where it just let me, you know, see what they do. Instead of relying on vibes. Or something. So full credit for me to MDN on that one. So how do we actually remove the worker when they get fired? So helpful. I don't remember, but I'm gonna find it. Remove worker. This is just a member function? I might be saying that wrong. Remove worker. It sends a worker to remove, so it knows exactly what it has to get rid of. It removes the event listener, removes its container, sets it to null, so that way there's no more reference to it. It basically cleans up the worker from the whole thing. And then we update the DOM. And then we update canvas columns. Oh, so that way it can realign itself after one's been removed, right? As for when this gets called, this is within the worker class, and it's a constructor function. monitor on tick. So I think this is where we're gonna need to be fetching where its well-being is at. I don't see like a strict well-being tracking value. We're just like plugging it in as a like a little expression here. Okay, suboptimal, but neat. We're just looking at the latest value of happiness. If the happiness is less than or equal to 0, and income is less than or equal to 0, remove worker. That's the only thing we're just, that's it. And we just say, I am what I am. So if I wanted to fetch what state we're currently at, I would want to be monitoring every tick what the current values are, and then sending the name, the key, in there. You remember this function? It was a month ago, but it's still here. Yeah, this was a revelation. Y'all helped me make this. Like, I had to shout out chat in the title of that stream, because it was like, y'all really helped me come up with that. That was backseating. That wasn't even backseat. I was like, come up to the front seat. Come sit next to me, passenger seat. But since this is like very much looking at something else, at least I have that. That's in right now. Pawn's code is in my passenger seat. Okay. So that means I'm going to need something that we point back up to, and that we can fetch here. It's definitely different because we don't actually have any like worker level variables set up, other than the worker container. That's pretty much the only one. And then we run these functions, but so this is going to be worker animation, current let's just say current animation. And we'll say you start out as happy. Then monitoring on tick. I feel like I want another function here. I'm gonna say grade worker well-being or something. Don't do that there. And I think you want to say this. Oh wait, you don't have to say this. Why not? I don't know. You just don't. Because you just don't. You don't because you don't have to. So we create a new function. Grade worker well-being. In this function, we will track latest happiness and latest income. Probably want to pass that in. Sounds generous. Sounds like a nice thing to do. And then literally, I think I would just move this. I didn't like that. Move this into here. Okay, we're good. Hopefully it's okay that I'm just calling that happiness. Income. You can say current. That might be just like a way to differentiate it. Current income. So this would be, we could, I don't know. I don't really know how complex you can get with match cases. But I'm kind of curious. Or sorry, a switch case. Yeah, isn't it awesome, Fleekuda? Pawn, I'm convinced Pawn did the sub just to get the art. And it was so worth it. Wait, are there more that got added? That one's mine. This one is flip after blurring and coloring it. So cool. It looks like a design that would be on the top of a laptop or something. I don't know. Insane Alpha Beta made this, which is incredible. This one was from Henry. Amazing, like, drawings on these pawns. Two different, those aren't the same copy paste. Mine's just copy paste. This is also flips before colorization. Right, pawn? The finger painted one is awesome. This is something you would find in like a absurdist art gallery. This has depth to it, 100%. Plus, look at those brush strokes. Yeah, it was super cool. D&D board. Oh, I see that. Oh my gosh, I totally see that. Makes sense. I wonder what they would represent. Like, two competing holds or something. Maybe they're not competing. Okay, I'm gonna take a risk and try to set up a switch statement. I don't even remember how they work. You should probably remind yourself, because I forgot. Have I done any here? Yeah. So we say what we're tracking, and then we do these cases. Is that one case? I guess theoretical other cases? That's very interesting. And then we have to do the break at the end. And then like the wildcard default. Okay, so what we're checking... I don't know if this is actually gonna work. I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think you should do this. No, you could! I don't think this is a good idea. I think it's a bad idea. I don't think switch case. Okay, let me just see if it's possible. JavaScript, can a switch case have an expression as a case? No code, please. An abstract book cover for 2 towers. Love that. It can be any expression, not just a literal. See, I think I don't know. In GDScript, that's harder. They must resolve to a value that can be strictly compared. I don't know what that means. What do you mean, strictly compared? Be concise and precise. Spelled it wrong. Oh, okay. Wait, so I can't, so that means, so no less than or equal to, for example? Oh, well that's what I was asking. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, we'll do if else. Okay, so I'll make a big if else. It's if else time. All right, hold on, I gotta be right back. I gotta use the loop. I'll just be like 5 minutes or something. I'll be right back. If you all need to take care of yourselves, take care of yourselves too. Have a little walk. Refill your water cups. You deserve it. Be right back. It's if else time. It's time for if else. Almost 5 minutes. I might have spilled some water. I might have spilled some water on the floor. Getting water and drinking it is a very nice self-care tip. But I have another tip for you. Don't get mad at yourself when you do an oopsie. It's okay, it happens. We'll just address the problem. And look at that, still on time. And I got my water refilled. Come on now. Not sure I can say my floor is as clean as it could be. But it's just water. It's just a little water. Merv Kids did dishes. Let's go. Yes, dishes. That's it. Sometimes we just have to do things. Yes, Pon, a bit of an oops. It's okay. Where were we? Wherefore art were we? We were making if else. You'll be up in the background. You're gonna go focus on work for a bit before you go to bed. Nice. Get to bed. Bed is important. Don't forget about sleeping. If I'm doing work before bed, ooh, I gotta be careful. I don't stay up all night. I feel like you're good about that, though. I feel like you do a good job of, like, having a good schedule. I could be wrong. You had a shock of creative inspiration out of the blue. Oh, that's wonderful. You think you can fix an issue? Let's go. You solved a bug just, like, out of the blue? Fantastic. Wait, if else's are different too, though, right? Than I'm used to. Right, so we do still wrap that. We always say, like, what is the thing we're checking in a parenthesis, and then in curly brackets, we say what happens. And with else, did you say a bird to Danny? Some companies provide game rooms or workout areas to help you think. That's true. Oh yeah, you gotta do this weird, like, put these elephant ears on it. Makes sense. Oh, rubber ducks? Did we say rubber ducks recently? I guess technically I don't know if we were... I was gonna say, were we talking about something conceptually rubber ducky? Sometimes I think a rubber duck emote would be appropriate. Or like just more rubber duck iconography in general. It makes it sound like a political symbol. Okay. Look at that! That's such elephant ears! Look at it. There's elephant ears. If current happiness is less than or equal to 0, and current income is less than or equal to 0. Oh my goodness. Then do something. Otherwise... Wait, this is wrong. I haven't done if else in a minute. Oh, that's contained. Okay, let me try that again. Hey, thanks for the follow, and NG Tentai. Welcome. 1001, is that a little binary reference? Welcome on in. So that is supposed to end that. Okay, got it. I see. Okay. It's been a minute. It's been like a month since I've used JavaScript, and I'm trying to get a little better and learn it. There we go. Okay. So I don't think we need an else here. I don't think we need an else here. I think we need an elif. That's what we need. Can we do elifs? What do you want? How do you want to look for an elif? I don't know. I'm not sure what it wants. Have we not done one before? I don't know. Elif doesn't exist. JavaScript elif. Else if. Is that what it wants? Or is it just not exist like I think it does? Space! Sneaky. So obviously, I mean, I guess this is like priority. I don't know, because really, it's if elif can be nice for is like priority stuff. Like the thing that's on the top is the most important, and then it keeps going down. Yes, this is important, but we need to be checking that. I think it doesn't matter. I will comment this. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it later. Elif current. So this is where I'm actually deciding what are the acceptable values at different stages. So what I'm working on is this project that I'm using to help me learn JavaScript, where you hire employees, you press buttons to keep them happy and pay them. And this GIF right here currently is just looping between 3 different states: happy, sad, and angry. But I actually want to make that matter and affect the images correctly. So if indeed it's sad, it'll look at these values, base its sadness off of that, and then change the image. And so I'm doing in a rather obtuse but very interesting way of setting it up, which is using a sprite sheet and actually changing what sprite is playing at any one time, or sprite row on the sprite sheet is playing at any one time. And let's try to get another employee. Bam. And so part of that, anyway, part of that is about checking their happiness and their income, and based on that doing things. So in the case that it's 0, I'd want to actually run remove this worker, because it quit. If current happiness, oh gosh, oh wait, you gotta do, wait. Oh, we don't do the elephant ears here, maybe. Wow, got it. Okay. I feel like I should put these in like variables somewhere. But then again, what if we're gonna, maybe on a per worker basis, it could change. So maybe you have a worker who's really tolerant to not being paid much. Or a worker who values happiness more than another one. I don't know that I really want to do that, but I like trying to code in a way that leaves that option open more easily. So I could establish these, like, you know, 0 is obviously, if it's 0, we're in trouble. If it's half of the amount of income they expect, then they're sad. If it's more than that, then they're angry. I'm gonna magic number it for now, just while I get it set up. And then once I feel like I have some good values, maybe, I don't know if I'm gonna magic number it. But I'll put the variables in here for now. So this, we'll say threshold sad, because we don't really need to do happy. I feel like the else would just be happy, right? So if none of those other ones are true, so I gotta remind myself. Right, else doesn't need a, that's why it looks like elephant ears, because it doesn't need parentheticals on it. And the else would be current animation equals happy. So it's happy if these other ones aren't true. So first it'll check to make sure it's not 0, which is, I mean, it's just gonna leave at that point. Threshold sad, we could say, that's gonna be tough. Okay, so I have to also figure out, because there's certain things that happen, like the faster, I'm gonna close this, the faster, or the lower the, oh, I made that very high. The lower the income is, the faster the happiness drops. So it's paying attention to what this value is. And I don't remember the formula for that. But it's keeping track of this, and like I think once its income maybe drops below the salary, which is 1,500, I think that's when it starts ticking down increasingly rapidly. So it's just kind of doing like every 3 or 4 ticks or so, maybe a little more than that. But once it gets below 1,500, I think it starts going a lot faster. But it might also be going faster too here. I just don't remember. So now it's going to start going a lot. See? So I still have coded in here somewhere. And we can't even like click out of it at this point, because it's being pulled down so quickly here. So somewhere we're keeping track. I would say that's probably the angry point, when it starts going tick, 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 like really counting down. So I just need to find where that is and remind myself how we're deciding it. Monitor on tick. Not sure I remember. If the worker has, if the worker's stats have income, we update latest value income to the inner HTML. So this is really just setting up these values, that's all it's doing. And it's keeping track of it on every tick. So it's pulling it, so maybe it's back here where we're getting this inner HTML from. Oh wait, what is this? Oh wait, maybe it's this line right here. Value revenue equals No, that's just the money that it's this is okay. So this is telling us how much revenue do we earn per worker, and that's they give you more money. You can see happiness just does a little bit. So that's what happiness affects. I need to really write that down somewhere. Put it in the README or something. Just give me some notes. Revenue per worker. And then that factor. Oh, we are here. This factor is like something. I thought it was like. Does that change? Does this get updated? Yeah, so it's 10,000 initially. But now I'm thinking this gets updated somewhere. Nope, it's 10,000. Okay. So we're dividing the income by 10,000. And that is a let. So in theory, we could change that and make that be different. So whatever the worker's income is, divide that by 10,000 and then add a little bit of happiness on top. That's supposedly the way it's working. I keep thinking it's somewhere else. It's right here. Revenue per worker equals current income divided by 10,000 plus happiness. So that's what happiness does, is happiness lets you squeeze out a few extra dollars while you're trying to earn enough money to do more. Okay. And then it just updates the revenue value based on that. Hey Skate, welcome back. How you doing? Good to see you. And then we assign that to the revenue, which is that number. It's the number you use to buy things with. Pay workers, buy new workers. So this isn't telling me anything about what makes it start going faster. I'm doing great too. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm cautiously happy to be back using JavaScript, learning JavaScripting things. Not cautiously. I am glad. It's nice. You been doing any game dev stuff lately? Add worker to DOM. We don't care about that. Create tick listener. Where does that happen? I'm guessing it happens back. Here. Stats, happiness, stat value. Maybe it's gotta be in the stat class. Fabric smiles. I don't know if I know what that is. Why is that such a creepy sounding pair of words? Like fabric that smiles? Oh my god, it's like nightmare stuff. I think, maybe. Okay, this is the stat class. There's a lot going on in here. This has gotta be where it is. It's where we actually establish a tick interval. Wait, what calls tick on interval? Wow. So this is listening to each worker's tick. And then this is, so monitor on tick is just checking the tick. This is where the tick happens. And then the listener runs this every interval, and the monitor is just doing some other stuff. Monitor is just, I could name these better. Yeah, I forgot. There's a lot of things in this old brain of mine, so you might have to remind me. If you want. You don't have to remind me. Well, I'm curious again. I'm trying to think if I want to rename this. Where else do we call it? Two places. Can we call it like assess well-being? I don't know. I just feel like it could be more specific so I don't get confused next time. So it runs that every tick, and then it also updates every entry in stats. For each one of those, it looks at stat 1 and decreases it. So I'm thinking that the way this works is like per, this probably should be commented, honestly. Per what this is doing is it's looking at the work. I think it's looking at the worker. I don't remember. I thought I remembered. I don't know if I do. The Fabric Smiles is a horror game where the player wakes up because they heard a strange noise. Okay. Alright. Seems like a good reason to wake up. I'm trying to think how I want to try to check. We have errors everywhere. Well, you can check it on the, let's check it in this version. Not that version, this version. I'm not really sure how I would check it. I don't think you're gonna be able to pull this up because it's like on a per worker basis. Here, oh, because you have to create a worker probably. With no worker, there's nothing to check. Alright. I'm not really sure. But it would, well, I can't, it sucks because since it's all broken, I can't, oh, well, okay. I would put like a console log here, and then, what if, yeah, I would put a console log in here, but unfortunately everything's broken, so it won't probably help much. Any other horror game, they have to investigate or just run away from their house. What does Fabric Smiles have to do with anything? Alright, so we're just gonna have to let go of that. I can't remember why. I do remember that there was something in here, like this is not so much a magic number as 0 was not a useful, it just wouldn't even make sense to get 0. Okay, but why am I looking at this? I'm looking at this because I want to find where it starts ticking down rapidly, because I forgot after a month. Okay, I mean, look, I'll probably forget about the next time you bring it up. I'll probably forget. It's called Fabric Smiles, but I don't know what Fabric Smiles means. But it's just your horror game. It's just a horror game you're working on. If you tell me that it's the horror game you're working on, I'll remember that. That's very scary. I'm glad that you're making a horror game, because I'm like, that name alone is very creepy. A couch monster? Like a smiling couch? So let's see what's happening on decrease stat. When a stat decreases, it brings it down. That's it. Stat is in range. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's increase stat. Where is it on here? I'm lost in code from a month ago. Income, happiness. Okay, this looks like something. That's creating it. Here, I think it's here. Oh, there it is. So adjust interval. Oh my goodness. Tick on interval. Wait, what's the difference between... Where does that get called? It was tick on interval. That's what I should have been looking at. Can we call it something else? Maybe I have a less chance of getting confused next time. Probably not. What if I call it... Because I feel like we're actually adjusting an interval here. We're changing the interval. I mean, it's both, right? It's running on the interval and it's updating the interval based on what the stats are like. But we already have adjust interval here. Thank you, Skate, for the hydrate. Yeah, everybody needs to hydrate. Very true. You right. You right. I like how you always remind that. Like you add on, hey, not just one person, everybody. It does sound cool. Get back to the horror game you were working on before the game jam. Ooh. Did I know about that one that you were working on? All I'm trying to think right now is like how I want to name things. This is adjusting the interval. It's adjusting it if this is very confusing. So we feed it a stat based on whatever stat it is. So if it's income or happiness, it'll pull in the name of what it is. If that stat name matches happiness, then the income value gets set to the worker container ID's inner HTML. If the income value is less than the price of an employee divided by 2. So these are the different phases right here. Why is this like a separate function? If workers doesn't include this worker object, don't bother. Okay. Then adjust this interval based on what it is. And then this actually is decreasing the tick counter. If it's less than or equal to 0, then it's going to reset it, I think. This could definitely use some comments. Wow. And where do we call this again? Amazing what you forget in a month. It's a little convoluted, but it works. So it runs decrease stat. And it's running decrease stat on this. So this is the function, and that's the parameter, is stat1. Yeah, that's the function. This is the function to run on interval. This is the function parameter to run on interval. Runs function on interval, or calls, we should probably say. Calls function on interval with the parameter function on. I clearly tried to name it in a way that would clue me into it, but it didn't work. This makes sure that worker still exists. So if the worker quits, we'll make sure we don't keep checking it and we stop that immediately. Haven't mentioned it before. Imagine multiplayer couch co-op, first person horror in a forest. Does the couch smile? That sounds fun. Yeah, forest is an easy horror setting. It sounds very fun. Like the forest, except different. But you're making it like local couch. There's something like different about that. When you're playing online, you have like the power of the internet. But if it's just like you and literally the person next to you, it's kind of like being like, I don't know, like watching a horror movie with the lights off by yourself. Except now you have a friend with you. And you're in the horror movie. I like it, I like it. But also, okay, I see. And we only put that parameter and run decrease. It's really decrease stat. So I guess if I wanted to do something else, like the reason why I did it like this was that scalability thing, which was not clear looking at this. So the idea was, doesn't have to just be decrease stat. This decreases, but another one could increase. I don't think this is how you'd actually set it up, but see? Both players are controlling a player character in first person. It's hilarious and terrifying when you need to work together to get away. Ooh. I like that. Sold. But do the couches smile? Great. So this makes a little bit more sense to me. What's happening? I hate like just not knowing what it's doing. Somebody working on this every Tuesday this month. I mean, who knows? I might like feel like I've finished up enough with this sooner than later. But I want to keep a familiarity with what the heck is going on. I think also like the flow is a little confusing. So, because tick on interval is like, in theory, designed to do multiple things, hence why it's called tick on interval and not something more specific. And we say what happens on that interval here. You got a 3D model, a couch character? Oh no, oh no, what about? Wait, but that's Legendary Skate's game. This is why Skate was like, this is why I didn't tell you. No, you're joking, you're joking. Better hurry up, Skate, your idea's getting done. Okay. I'm on board with this now. Now, I will say this adjust interval. The only thing is, it's not so scalable, is it? Because, or reusable. This is doing very specific things. If this wasn't here, if this was another parameter, I could understand it. Heck, you might even want to split it up that way if you really want to, but I don't. So instead, I'm going to call this adjust oh, it's so confusing. Update interval on tick? Wait, makes more sense? I'm sure Skate and I would have very... That's true! Couch monsters. That's true! That's true. It's very unlikely that things turn out the same. That's a really good point. Even if the general idea is the same. I mean, look no further than all of these, well, I guess I closed it. All of the art that y'all made of people's user icons. Look no further! Completely different interpretations, even though we have a very specific reference. So you're right. You are right. What the heck is this, Discord? Get out of here. Because this runs on tick. Update. Wait, what was this called? I forgot what it's called. That was tick on interval. Because the tick is this. This is listening to the tick. So this is the tick, right? Update the interval on tick. But it honestly, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Is that what we're calling it? I hope I'm not entirely wrong. Then it adjusts the interval, and it's counting the number of ticks and decreasing. I think this makes sense. Okay. Now I feel better, and I'm gonna continue. So this is quite interesting, because if I'm doing this separate check of finding out the well-being, assess well-being on tick, I feel like I'd want some of these values. I think it gives me a good reason to make like a constant that or something that represents what those different levels are. We get the income value, and first we check to see if it's less than the cost of an employee divided by 2. If it is, we switch to a fast tick interval. We could also just check to see which of these it's on. Is it on fast Or is it on the original interval? So there's only 2 states here. It's kind of missing like a third one. It's ticking fast, or it's ticking the normal rate. So like this would be happy, and this would be angry, but where's sad? We could just check to see like what the tick interval is currently set to, which could take us back to a match case, or a switch case. Sad could just be like a warning that it's coming, not that you're in the midst of punishment. If you think about it, it should be happiness, right? But what if your happiness... Well, okay, so that's the other thing. Okay, shouldn't happiness start getting nerfed down sooner? Or at least have like a cap, maybe, at a certain point. So if we are checking here, the income is less than the price of an employee divided by 2, maybe if the income is... We could say less than a price of an employee. Yeah, we'll say if it's less than a price of an employee, now it's sad. And happiness can't be raised by a certain amount. Because it's a little weird if you're gonna have 100 happiness and it's like a rainy day and it's sad, right? That kind of doesn't make sense. So now I'm just wondering, like, how I can make this reusable. Because sure, we can check tick interval, but if we're sad, we're not really changing the tick interval. I think we could do like states, like a state machine would probably be good. I don't think I've done that yet. Like enums? What's even the right way to do this in JavaScript? I mean, obviously I'd want like a variable of some kind. So well, we wouldn't even want to put that here. That'd be on the worker. There is the animation. We could just update the animation too. I would love to have it be in like a contained place rather than just strewn about. I think that's a good idea. This worker state. So then if I want values to pull from potential states that it gets assigned to, now this is only on at the start, so we would have to make sure we keep it updated. We obviously have happy, sad, angry. It really raises the question, what's the point of doing this? I do remember in Pawn's code that Pawn had it. Okay, maybe we don't say current animation. Maybe there's no maybe we just called the worker state. I guess that's the right thing to do. All right. Worker state becomes happy if current happiness, however, if current happiness is less than or equal to 0 and current income is less than or equal to 0, If you look at this through the lens of a capitalist dystopia, the logic between when to make them happy or sad becomes much easier to determine. I guess. We are in a capitalist dystopia, right? That's what we have, right? They should probably come sad. They're like, oh, I gotta work at this freaking duck factory. Oh, that's why Frank said duck. Right, this game is about making rubber ducks. I forgot. And these are little ducks. Okay. Okay. Now why are you mad at me about this? What don't you like about this? Expression expected. What did I do wrong? Finish the couch, now you have to make a living. I thought you were saying make a living. A living thing. Working more makes them happier, clearly. Oh, so like what a boss would think, how it works. I think technically getting paid more makes them happier in this project. From the perspective of a boss, I don't know that that they're like gonna believe that. On the other hand, no, their happiness goes down. But that's why maybe you're saying if this had a different thing to it. Because I guess I'm hoping that it implies you should pay and praise your workers. Yeah, boss. Okay. That's funny. I hadn't even like thought about like there being a character that is the boss. You the boss. And hey, here's the thing. The game tells you if you treat your workers that way, where you expect them to be happy just to be there, they'll quit. It's kind of the message. So you can roleplay a boss who thinks that, and you just get to lose. Maybe you shouldn't have hired a bunch of non-drone types. People who are aware. Sorry. That'd be funny. Like hire a sycophant. A different. I mean, look, it's set up to have different worker types. The intern is a little different. The intern is kind of broken right now, but in theory, you don't even have to pay the intern. They'll keep working as long as their internship lasts, whether they're happy or not. I really want that mechanic in the game, because maybe then it starts to, what if your business is 100% interns? Just a full intern business. That can't be the way interns work, right? No employees, all interns. Oops, all interns. More optimistic perspective. After being awake for over 36 hours. Have you really been awake for over 36 hours? That's a long time. You seem cogent. You seem okay. Or are you talking about the workers? I don't know. Why are you staying up so much? I understand. I have sleep issues and I stay up too long. But for you to be like talking, chatting Over 36 hours of being awake? Ah, chronic insomnia. That sucks. But also, you're used to it. Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I never know if I would call what I experience as insomnia. Because, like, if I go into a bed and I try to sleep, I can sleep. No problem. The trouble is, can I get myself into a bed in the first place? So I'll just end up, like, working on things, doing things, and not even going to the bed in the first place. And I always kind of thought of insomnia as you do go to the bed, try to sleep, and it's not happening. But I guess it can be different for everybody. There's probably all kinds of different types. Merv loves to say it too long. Yeah, responsibilities. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, if you're someone who's neurodivergent, having responsibilities is a great way to be motivated to go to bed. These live streams are my way to be motivated to get out of bed and make sure I get to bed at a reasonable time. Jobs, school, children, pets. All those things can provide so much motivation. But then I would think, like, something like insomnia, even with all that pressure, it wouldn't be enough to... You can't, it's not just like, well, I feel the pressure, so I'm gonna sleep. Your kids don't sleep in, they're terrible? You're saying your kids are terrible because they never sleep in? Well-functioning young people who are gonna grow up to be fine adults. Oh, it's funny. They're up by 6:30. Well, okay, and then I feel like when you're a kid, too, we have to go to school most of the time. And school is early. Like, I hadn't lived around schools in a while. I was living, like, in the sticks for a while, where you just never saw anybody most of the time. And then I moved back to somewhere where there's people around. And, like, hearing the school bus in the morning, it's just like, what's going on? What are you doing? And then kids are just, like, yelling and getting on the bus. Why aren't you sleeping? It does sound awful. Yeah, get school by 8 a.m. So if you wake up at 6:30, it kind of makes sense. You get some extra time before school. And being a night owl by nature. Yeah, right. I don't even know. How did I do it back then? I have no idea. I have no idea how I managed to show up on time. $7:15. Look, I dream of being able to wake up early. That would, I think, like, seeing the sunrise, having more daylight hours that I'm soaking up, and letting night be my cue that it's time to go to bed. I would love that life. I don't even know how I'd do it. Figured would regularly fall asleep on the train to school, and you'd miss your stop, and then come back around when the train turns around. Wow. Even if they stay up late, they still get up early. One day, they'll sleep until noon. Maybe, like, when you're young, you can tolerate that kind of stuff better. And then as you get older, you find out. Man, missing your stop on a train sucks. It sucks. depending on how long it takes for it to come back around. At least at least it's like, well, nothing I can do. Not like you have to drive and then you start going really fast or something. Teenage bodies and brains are durable. I know, right? 6:30. That is special. That is very special. Oh yeah, what is this yelling at me about? What do you want from me? Oh, there we go. I was making some threshold things, and then I stopped. Oh, we're not gonna deal with the threshold anymore. Yeah, I've decided it doesn't matter. So this is just like, you lose. Or, worker quits. This one is worker is sad. So we could say, oh gosh, am I gonna be able to fetch all those values though? That's the question. That's kind of why I started looking around, because where am I gonna gather this information from? Exactly. Because that's all the way on a stat. Oh, that's gonna be tough. Because this is an entirely different class. Although, to be fair, the stats are contained in the workers. That's gonna be tricky. Maybe not, though. All you need is the income and this is a member of the entire script. I don't think this will be that bad. I think this is much easier, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's easier to get these values on the worker. I don't have to do all this stuff. Yeah, because look, we're digging into the worker to get those stats and then checking it. Whereas on the worker, that stat is already going to be easier to find. You could have gotten off and gotten the train going back to Manhattan, but it's hard to make those decisions when you're delirious. Oh, that sucks. That sucks so much. And you had to commute between boroughs? Or you're saying you would just stay on the train so long that you ended up in a different borough? How many my train was delayed? Can you say before they're like, I took that train today. And I was on time. Going to school, I mean, honestly, like insomnia in New York City, that sounds rough. That sounds especially extra layer of challenging. Second one, most of the trains in NYC span multiple boroughs. Yeah. I used to live in New York City. Well, Brooklyn. Some people wouldn't call that New York City, but I worked in Manhattan. And I feel like when I missed the place that I worked, it didn't really matter because it's not like you missed the stop and then next thing you know, you're screwed. Maybe sometimes if the train was going into like Queens or something, forget about it. That was the worst. Those ones would be very long. Very few stops. So I think what I want to do is just to remind myself that this is what I'm tracking. And then in the assess well-being function. A-Train woke up at Far Rockaway. Oh, all the way deep into Brooklyn. That is very far away from Manhattan. I think it's always funny how close everything is actually together geographically, but the time to get there is long. Wait, I thought it, oh, that's the new one, assess well, wait, it is? Oh, grade worker, okay, this is not necessary. We don't need this function. This function is not necessary. Get it out of here. I don't agree with this function. I disagree with it. That was a mistake. I see now that that was a mistake. Although these are even a bit verbose for me, for my taste. Yeah, just make these that. I tried making this without looking at the rest of the code, but it actually makes sense to just keep it in here. Alright, so now we say if this latest value income is less than price of employee in general. We don't have to math that. If the income is less than the which is essentially its salary. Well, it's not. The salary is $1,500. The cost to hire is $3,000. You don't need to put parents on that. So if that worker is sad, and we would just say this dot worker state is sad. All right, that was a lot of time, but I just wanted to make sure I was putting these in the right place. While I still wish I could wedge angry in here. I mean, why not? Why are we not wedging it in here? This is on tick. Wait, do we have multiple ticks in here? We have the worker tick. Oh, okay, so I feel like we should call this, I'm gonna rename this again, update stat interval on tick. That was very confusing, that this is crossing the boundary of workers and stats. Okay. That's helpful. Somehow. It's still a very long name. So now we can go back to the Spritesheet code. Now that I'm actually set. But wait, before I go back to the Spritesheet code, can I centralize it? I'm sure there's a reason I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. But I'm very curious if I can't do it a different way. You feel like having a diagram of what the process of stats changing and where that happens would be helpful? I could see that. I'm not a big fan of diagrams unless I'm just drawing something out, like to plan it or to understand it. But as like a reference, because then I got to keep it updated, and if it changes, now I got to update that, or I look back on it and now it's different. You're not wrong, but I find myself interested, at least at this point, in just looking at the code. But I don't doubt that there's a lot of value in doing that. And I guess I like the challenge of trying to make it make more sense within itself. Even though I don't often achieve that, I aspire to it. Maybe I'll never achieve it. Because we could even like check this somewhere else. There's no reason to check this here. Why are we checking it here? Why bother? I mean, Lise, here's the thing. This is on a stat itself. You kind of have to. Because if you create something on the worker and then try to come back and look for it, I mean, I could update like a member variable. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess it's like, no. You're making a good point. For some reason, I feel like, I don't know why, but somehow this is like easier to hold in my head than GDScript. But maybe it's just VS Code somehow. I don't know. If this income value, I think we can pull this out. I really do. I'm convinced. And we just check, which that seems, is that real? Well, look, we do check it again, but do we update it? We don't actually, we pull these values just to read them. If we read and update these values somewhere else, I have a feeling there's a reason why I'm doing this. Here. It's just a hunch that I have a good reason. But I'm very curious, so I'm going to try anyway. Whoa! Worker state. But Lise, here's the other thing. What if instead of getting the stat from the worker, we got the worker state from the worker? Instead of assigning income value, we can just check what is its current state. We already know what the worker container is. Lise, what? Don't worry about it. Okay. Let it go. I will say, there's actually two phases here. I don't know how I missed that last time, but there's two. This one actually probably be sad, and that one's like angry. Why did I miss this last time? If the income value is less than the price of an employee divided by 3, so if that's 3,000, that would become 1,000. If this is 3,000, that becomes 1,500. So at 1,500, it starts increasing, and they're sad. Oh. It all is here. It was always here. It was here all along. So I guess now my question is, why did I put the worker quitting over here and not on the stat? I mean, that kind of makes sense. We're checking and comparing stats in the stat. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about refactoring this too much. I do think like a diagram, I think if I go into like a refactor state, which I do want to at some point, I think I would do the diagram at that point. But I kind of just want to get this canvas stuff working without hopefully tangling up the mess too much more. And I think adding this stuff in here is actually tangling up the mess a bit. So I'm going to comment this out. And we're going to move this, which this is going to fundamentally be different logic. Yeah, it's right. Well, yeah, I definitely don't want to fix what ain't broke. That is a mistake I am all too familiar with making. Yeah, definitely not. Okay, so where are we at? We need to go to wherever... Here, right there. Adjust interval. It's not just adjusting interval, it's actually adjust interval and update state. Let's say, okay, so this was called update stat interval on tick. Adjust interval and state. And we could say that this will speed up decrease of happiness and adjust worker state based on that. This one is worker sad. This one is worker angry. Oh, we could do the elif here too. Wait. That's kind of weird, because if the worker is sad, do all this. If the worker isn't sad, the tick interval equals the original tick interval. If the worker is angry, do that. If the worker isn't angry, we reset the decreasing amount to the original decreasing amount. That seems weird to me. I think we just leave it as the previous name and then select the function name and hit F2, it will rename it across multiple places. Whoa. Hit F2. Leave it as a previous name, select it. And where I'm calling it, or in the name of the function itself. Like if I were to name it here. Is that real? Whoa, enter to rename. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's awesome, Felikuda. I haven't been giving out special thanks today because I forgot. But that has inspired me to get my special thanks together. You just blew my mind with that one. Okay, who's been saying stuff? Flip obviously has been saying stuff. We'll just give some. Felikuda, I gotta give you some just for that awesome tip. That was sick. Pawn, I think I need to give Pawn. I'm just gonna bump Pawn up just a bunch. It might not do it across files. I mean, we just have the one script. That is such a cool tip. You have saved me so much effort. Thank you. That is a wonderful thing. Right, does that work in... I don't think that would work in JavaScript. I'd be a little surprised if it did. Funk. I am a funk. Call, I am a funk. Nothing. F2 is not doing a thing. What a shame. What a shame. Oh well. Another reason I might want to look up VS Code instead of instead of using JavaScript editor. Godot editor. Try on a variable in Godot. Nothing. But maybe you mean in VS Code. Nice. Wow. Can I rename this built-in method? Yes. Wait, this is my own method. Wait, I did make this method. This is a built-in. There you go. That are defined in the standard TypeScript library. There you go. Interesting. I appreciate all of this. Alright. For real though. But I'm also trying to understand this. There's like two different things going on here. I'm not sure why. Why is this set up like that? Is that weird, or is it just me? Like, what if I were to say, here, copy this. What if instead it said, it's a little trickier. Because it's going to hit some of them first. Because we don't want elif because they both could be true. It could be less than this. Less than the price of an employee divided by 2, which is 1,500. And it could be less than the price of an employee divided by 3, which would be 1,000. It can both be less than 1,500 and 1,000 at a time. But if it hits 1,000 first, so if it's first looking for the lowest, I think that would work. I'm just curious here. I want to see if this makes a difference. Now everything is broken, so I have to unbreak it, but now that I know about this else if thing, I gotta experiment with it. I have to try. Oh, I can't look. I can't look. I mustn't look. Oh, it didn't come through. YouTube decided to stop being chat. I can't look. It's for spoiler reasons. Okay, it's back. Flikuda said something, and I'm gonna not look at it because I want to figure it out. Okay, so I'm gonna say else if. What's up, Yaha? It's going good. It's going good. Trying to make these employees express their emotions, basically. You're gonna get too confused. Don't do that. Please just post it in here, paste it in here like normal, and then just convert it into else if. It's gonna make your brain a lot happier. So I forgot, didn't we talk about your name being some kind of reference to something that I don't remember? Yaha, it's fun to say. And then if I say else, I do have a feeling that this is wrong. Well, yeah, because look, this one is affecting the decrement amount. The other one isn't. Yeah, okay, the other one does make sense. I see. At first, it just looked a little confusing to me, but I see what this is now. Because this one actually affects, or this actually affects the tick counter and the tick interval and changes it. This changes the tick interval, whereas this changes the decrement amount. So that's why I'd want to reset it in those different places. Maybe I'll do this nice code region thing. Oh wait, that's JavaScript. Or I think you still do the pound sign. So I'll call this one. Does that work? Yeah. Region. Sad consequence. Or undo sad consequence. In this case, this is angry consequence. Or undo angry consequence. Okay. Dope. That really puts it in perspective. So what we also want to do is update the state, and then here's the thing. How do we decide if we're happy? Right? Because just because one of these gets reset doesn't mean we're happy yet. So maybe I still do need that happy check elsewhere. Happy is just if neither of these are true. So we could just create another one that says if the income value is greater than... But we're not actually changing anything. I kind of wish this was in some kind of if elif setup. I don't know. These are the deep questions. What even is happy? You heard it too. How do we decide if we are happy? Happiness is something you don't... Happiness is not something you feel. It's something you decide. You're gonna say you don't think you could backseat passenger seat or yell through the car window from the outside code help. Okay. Understood. But I never know. So I have to put on the goggles where I'm just like, that message looks like it might have too much of a clue. Don't read the whole thing. I say we just keep checking it where we were checking it. I don't know, because this is also much more... Well, you could... Well, here's the... If you're coming out of being angry, who knows? Maybe we get a big buff that makes you go way beyond. Because I was gonna say, if you're going from like if you're increasing the happiness from angry, then the next one would be sad, right? Well, maybe we get like a potion that you give or something, the equivalent of a potion. Give it to the worker and bam, suddenly they're happy again. And they skip the sad state altogether. Give him a raise or something. Or a Christmas bonus. So I think we should have another if statement, horrifyingly enough. It can be refactored someday. Make them watch the stream, that's the potion to make them happy. They'd have to be pretty nerdy to want to hang out with us. Any bonus can make your happy better. What? Being more angry makes them more happy? Oh, it's just some of him. It's not the whole him. Oh, so what's the essential thing here? Essentially, we're saying if this income value but couldn't you even like put this in here? Wait, what if you took this and we put it inside of this? Because if it is, but again, I feel like the potion might cause an issue. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. After being angry for a long time, when they start to feel happy, it hit harder. Their tolerance is low. It is a cat butt, Fleekuda. And a beautiful one at that, Travi. I looked it up recently. He has a Harlequin pattern. Cat coat pattern. Because his tail is like little stripes on it. And he has a little bit up here and a little bit back there. And then just like a stripy orange tail. That's a Harlequin butt. Okay, just go with your instinct, which is if this income value is greater than but wouldn't that be the else here? That would be this else. That's all. It would just be this else. This is very confusing. I'm just gonna try it. I feel like this is wrong, but I just need to try things. This is just logic without results. I need to get more set up so I can see if it does the right things. Don't you even try to name it something. Just say worker happy. I'm not gonna worry about if this logic checks out yet. So all this would do is update the worker state to be happy. Your cat equals Harley Quinn from Bat of Man. Yeah. He's like Harley Quinn because their names are similar. And his coat is called Harlequin, and her name is similar, so they're the same. I mean, no, it doesn't not check out. Dress him up as Batman and Cat Harlequin for Halloween. Both? That'd be like a gender swap for the cats. One cat could be Batman, or girl cat could be Batman, or boy cat could be Harley Quinn. Pretty arbitrary at this point since they're both fixed. It doesn't really mean much. Alright, we're gonna roll with this. It's probably wrong, but that's okay. Now we want to say, if this is true, we update the worker state to be sad. If this one is true, we update it to be angry. I have a feeling it's wrong, but we will find out. I also think this is going to, the other problem is I'm pretty sure this is going to run over and over and over again. So you might want to I mean, for whatever it's worth, I don't really care. But what if it... Don't worry about it. You know what? Cross those bridges when you get to them. Okay, so finally, after all of that, I will actually go back to the Spritesheet code. So, we're creating the canvas, or we've created the canvas, and we're drawing an image onto that canvas. The image that we're drawing is the Spritesheet. Its position is this X, the position that it is on the Spritesheet. And I know, me too! When I saw that, I was like, oh, wait, that's really cute. It was Angie. Worker's so angry. Saying that to a worker as a boss. Oh, are you angry? Are you angry? Do you need a ways? That was so bad. Animation frame positions. Why? I gotta look at the cheat sheet. How would we even get the width and height? Genuinely, I have no idea. Oh, right. We gotta calculate that. Oh, jeez. This is pretty bad. Right, in the context of this game, it's kind of messed up. Oh, it's so angry. And this is like a function for animate. Wait, we're not even... Oh my god, I'm getting lost. This is just... Whoa. We don't want to just run this one time when we create it. We want this to run every animation frame. Right? So it's actually kind of a mistake to put that in the creation part. You know, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because as it is, I think we can still run it. There's just going to be literally nothing. In the container. It's just empty. So where was pawn calling animate from? Oh, all the way down here. This function is inside of this for each? No, it's not. Okay, I'm bugging. Ooh, I was gonna say, that's wild. This is just like a floating around function. So we could still put this in the worker. We would want to still put this in the worker. Got it. Okay, let me review this as a flashcard and then flip it over and try to do it. So we update our draw space by clearing it. Clear rect, this is saying clear it at from these positions by this width and height, I think. Nested functions, yay JavaScript closures. What is JavaScript closures? But yeah. We nested some functions, I would say so. I think there's accuracy in that statement. we create a frame position variable, which we modulo. Oh, we don't even have this. So this is actually something I do want to do, is speeding it up or slowing it down. That would be really nice. For now, let's not. And we can always refer back to this for adding that in. For now, we'll just keep it as what it is. So it looks at whatever state we're in, happy, angry, sad, and it finds the XY. But we do have to do something to it, because we have to take that length and turn it into, because this is going to be 24 or 48, depending on if it's angry or if it's sad. I don't remember which one's 48. Whatever. One of them's 48, two of them are 24. But we need to say only one of those along that. That's what this is doing. Game frame is 0. But where does it get updated? Oh, we increment it down here. Wow. What's up, D-Vibe? So I'm learning JavaScript without using libraries to try to make a little tycoon type game. It's very much work in progress. Has a long way to go, I would say. Well, kind of. There's a lot to do to get it a little bit further towards what I want it to be. Let's put it that way. Right now, all you can do is, well, you can hire these employees. You got to keep them happy by pressing these buttons. And these animations are not actually responding to their well-being. In fact, these animations are just looping through happy, sad, and angry. So what I'm trying to do now is take it and actually make the right animation play based on how the worker feels. And it's just a learning project to help me learn JavaScript. I like making games, so it helps me stay focused and be interested in getting it done. And right now I'm trying to implement a sprite sheet based on someone else's code who's been working with me on this project a little bit. And I'm trying to adapt their sprite sheet code, which is like this. It just kind of has all these different animation states, and they can easily be switched into. And so I'm setting these up each as a different emotional state, the angry, the happy, the sad. And it could even be nice if they're like doing, like they're really productive. It could just be like super fast or something. So yeah, I'm adapting that sprite sheet that was all JavaScript, that code, into this project. Okay, so we definitely have some stuff here. Where's some stuff here? We increment game frame. We make, oh, so this is the like floating point avoidance. Then on the next animation frame, we run the animation function and we call animate the first time here. You wish you learned JavaScript this way? You relied heavily on libraries, ended up as a bad programmer. I mean, look, I haven't done a lot in JavaScript, but the JavaScript that I've been using, yeah, it has tons of libraries. You know, it's not too late. It's not too late. Just like the next thing you want to work on that you don't have to worry about getting fired for if you don't do it right. Or just like a project you want to work on. Something like that in JavaScript. Do no libraries. Maybe TypeScript, right? Just try it. See what happens. You might find out a lot of things that you didn't know, and it'll make you a good coder. It's never too late. Struggle through it. Okay, so we have to increment it. Within the function. And make sure we limit it in the function. So it loops around. To find out why JavaScript has so many libs. Because it's complicated. Okay. And then we have to calculate well, we don't actually have to calculate that. We already know that's 129 by 129. This is what we have to calculate. Wait, is it? Where does it get this from? 0, 0. It's just 0, 0. Does it ever update? The playlist? I want to set up that. Honestly, I feel like that's something I want to make in JavaScript. Is a playlist that, like, some way to keep track of all the music that we're listening to and stuff. That'd be dope. It's very cursed sometimes. That's okay. So it's, I mean, it's got 10 hours of music, 9.5 hours of music on it. I found them all on the YouTube audio library, which if you just search for YouTube audio library, you'll find it. And I just listened to a bunch of different ones and picked the ones I thought I could do game dev to. But I can tell you a particular song. I don't yet have like a way to give you the whole thing. But if you want to know what this song is, let's roll it back so it doesn't go away while I'm typing. This is Shake It by Akash Gandhi. But someday, yeah, it'd be nice to have that more findable. The last one before this? That one is Far the Days Come by Letterbox. There you go. For later, you put an example of closures in live text in the Discord. Okay, nice. I mean, that's not really... Is that related to what I'm doing, or just, like, something else? Okay, sprite position. We do update this. But that's the listener. Okay, so this is when... What this stuff is doing. So we can literally put the 0, 0. This is saying where... should we put it, right? So it starts out 0, 0. If I were to move this to 10... Okay, I didn't like that. Let's restart it. Oh, it was just a very tiny amount. I see. It wasn't a big... Not a big move, that. Okay, 100. There we go. So that's just for listening for if this gets updated. But... it's not gonna be updated, so we can just plug in the same thing. And I think we don't even have to do all of this because I'm not going to be adjusting the sprite scale. I think we can skip that whole part. We do, however, have to do that. Not related. You just asked what they were. Oh yeah, I'm curious. Okay, now I'm curious. Let me see. What you got? What am I looking at? Returning a function. Thank you for the follow, Crazy Mug. Okay, this is stressing me out. Oh, we're gonna later. Yeah, for later, for later, for later. So I think we can skip all these, but I could be wrong. And then we still have to do this. So we clear the context area. We define the frame position, which is it's gonna start out as 0 and then it will increment. What I'm not sure about is if I still need to make it relative to the length. I think you do. I guess we could just plug in. We'd still need to track game frame. I think we would look at, like, I'd want to do like game frame or something like this. Like find the particular incremented part on here. The only difference is we need to make sure it maxes out. Modular really confuses me. Lise, what? Do it the same and just keep it a default value. Okay. And then we have to figure out this. I'm currently actually doing that wrong. This is not right the way I have it. Where is it? Oh, I started to move it. Oh, right. We need to put that somewhere else. Animate worker sprite. That's a different situation. It'll just have that reference? I don't have to pass it? Okay. If you say so. Is that gonna be empty? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out when it runs. So this is not correct though, because we need to turn this into... Why do we have to do that? Why isn't it already that? Over the course of a couple months, you pass 40 hours awake? Dang. A couple minutes? I thought you said months. I was like, that... I was like, in October, it's only been there hasn't been that much days in October. But even then, okay. I understand now. I hope you can find sleep soon. I know there's a good reason why I have to find this. I'm just not sure I remember what that reason is. Because earlier, we fill up the X and Y's. I forgot where. Somewhere. Okay, I'm getting lost in this. There. Oh, it was collapsed. Where was it? Wait, I'm not looking at clues. I'm not looking at clues. It's tough because I ask myself questions, so it sounds like I'm asking it outwardly. Sometimes not. So we fill it up in sprite animations. Yeah, because there's no XY. So you'd have to say the state. No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I'm just gonna goggle it. That's all. Sprite animations if it's angry, so I need to make sure I say angry X, angry Y, but even then, there's a bunch of frames within there. So we would know we would need to know which index it is. Hence why here, I think this is wrong. I don't think that's what this is doing. Well, it is, because you're updating frame position. Okay. So it's looking through each It's really weird. So it's incrementing game frame every time animate runs. This gets increased, which is kind of invisible here. Game frame plus plus every animate call. And so in a way, it's iterating through all the sprite animations. But the reason why it's not iteration is so that way the stagger frames can be introduced so you can control the speed of the animation. I think, maybe. It is interesting though, like, you know, if you just cut that out, you wouldn't even have to have this game frame tracking at all. It could just literally iterate through exactly the length that it is, and so you know it's always gonna loop. But again, you lose the granularity of being able to make it a different number. So it's like an increment loop. It increments based on the full length of the number of frames. Then it multiplies the current frame by the width, which indeed retraces the atlas. Because if it's just one width of the sprite, that would be, whoops, this right here. If it was another width, it would be here. If it was another width, it'd be there, and then there. That's what it achieves by multiplying it by the width based on the frame position. You mean like the built-in tick that's already there? The built-in tick is like half a second, I think. That would be very slow. And then we get the Y by pulling. So it's almost like there's. It's just kind of weird to look at. Because there's sprite animations feeding into the X. Here's sprite animations feeding into the Y. And for that, we literally just have to get the Y. Why? Wait, why? Oh, because we already know what that is. It's not like we're not animating the Y-axis. It's just literally the same as whatever frame position we are at. Okay, I'm gonna try to, from memory, I'm gonna mess it up the best I can. Flashcard, flip over. So this is wrong. This is what we call wrong. And then we want to calculate that stuff. So I'm gonna say this current frame equals 0. They called it a stagger frame. I'm gonna call it frame offset. Doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it's okay. And then oh gosh, okay. Then I'm trying to remember this. I think now we start doing the X and the Y. This... Let's say... I think we could just call this, like, frame X. It's not really X, though, is it? Because this is for figuring out how big, where to start cutting out the image. Because it's always in the top left. Like, if this is the image, it's starting the top left. So for each different frame on the entire row, we're trying to find the top left point along the way. So I'm gonna call it frame origin X. And then I'm gonna make it equal I feel like I'm missing something already. Because you need one more thing. Before they were calling it frame position, which is different from game frame. Frame delay? Oh yeah, it kinda is a frame delay. Yeah, I agree. Good call. If one is the X origin, yeah. It's a good call. Frame origin Y. And we're parsing the origin X and the origin Y. Mainly the origin X. Let me just do Y. This is feeling doing Y. It's easier right now. Based on the animation... I don't remember what I called it. It's been a while. Animation data? Evidently. This animation data worker state so the happy, angry, sad within animation data, and specifically on that row we want to find its positions in row. Wait, but then there's like frame in row? What is that? That's nothing. You don't need to worry about that. Okay. Okay, I regret prettieing that. Five-second rant before bed? You'd think Google's own AI mode would be good at coding their own language, Flutter, but it's not. AI is bad at coding. Depends how much you're asking of it, but you're maybe even saying, even on fundamental, knowing this from that, it's not good at it. I'm so sorry that it has disappointed you. You should tell it to be better. Tell it that it doesn't know its own company's language. Trying to wrap text around an image It's not easy in Flutter. Language is Dart Flutter. Language is Dart. Flutter is the library that comes with it. You can't do higher level logical processing, only what's the next word and the next and the next. Yes, I think I relate to that. Do I relate to that? Okay, so I skipped to the Y origin because it was going to be easier. Specifically, I want the, whatever it was called, position in row. I think it's positions in row. Oh, thank you. Positions in row. Why? No, because we need to know which one it is, right? That's where the current frame goes in. So, of the current frame, then we say Y. Alright. I just want to get that one out of the way. As for the X, we need to calculate this. Which probably actually needs to go in here. I think that needs to be what this is. Oh, I might need to go look. I don't know if I can remember. I know we modulo. We divide. I know we divide current frame by frame delay. So I guess we'll just start with that. Probably math floor that. Sounds wise. And then we modulo that against animation data. Forgot to type in state. It's a long line. Is that it? This gotta be. I know there's more to it. I just forgot what it is. So I'll go check my work after. Frame origin X equals the width sprite. It's same thing, canvas size. Times frame. And then in here, we would put frame origin X, frame origin Y. Sometimes that autocomplete be going a little too hard. Look at it, it's covering everything. I can't see nothing. Why do you do this to me? And then this would just be canvas size, because it's just a square. And I think that's all we would need for that. Okay, let's see where I'm wrong. Wait, but there was a little more too. Let me actually finish it out a little bit. Let me finish it out. I guess I'd want to run animate outside of this function. That was wrong. Okay. That was wrong. I see that now. Oh, we maybe have to do this since we're in a constructor. Nope. Well, because look, you're defining that on the same level as the class, so that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't think you have to put this. Oh, it still doesn't like that. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've done terrible things. But here's the thing, you don't have to put that there. You can put it up here. Oh, this is the constructor. My bad. So we create the worker sprite, then let's animate it. And then we just need to call animate again and again. Oh, and then we also need to make sure that if current frame is greater than or equal to 1,000, 10,000, 1,000, whatever. I don't think this is the way it was set up before. Maybe. Actually, maybe it was. We request animation frame and callback animate worker sprite. Where did I go wrong? So I skipped out all this because I'm deeming it potentially irrelevant for my needs at the moment. That could change, but for now, I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh, wait, length. Ooh, what did I do? Just no length. Because we need to, the reason why we're moduloing it is because we want to know. It's a little different though, because you still have to pull out the positions in row. So how many positions in the row exist? And we need to get the length of that. I was working on memorization over logic on that one. Okay, did I get the other part right? I think so. I might still be making a mistake somewhere, but it looks okay. Ooh, do we increment it? I don't think I remember to increment it. I gotta do that. Whoa, we can just do it like that? I don't have to put the brackets? You telling me brackets are sometimes optional? Well, I don't want to. I want it to make sense. Now you just did greater than. And then I also wonder if we couldn't just make it a multiple. Like, why make it 1,000? If it's a multiple of 24, now that means the 48 length one, make it a multiple of 48. Well, how do I figure that out? Because if with at 1,000, it sometimes be looping and interrupting the loop. I don't like that. I'm gonna do it this in a really wacky way. 48 times 5 is 240. 48 times 8. No, not divided. 48 times 8. 34. Why aren't we getting higher quicker? Oh, it's only 480. Why did I think that was going to be 4800? Do it times itself for fun. That's a little higher than we probably want. 48 times 24. What is that? Love it. So what if we just make sure it's 1152? I don't know if that'll actually work out, but we're gonna find out. Assuming I get this working, which I think it will. Okay, I forgot to increment the damn thing. Which I do want to put a note about. Frame increments every call. Let's see what happens. Current frame is not defined. Alright, here we go. Debugging. Oh, maybe I renamed it. 142? Oh, we gotta do this. My bad. Sneaky this. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading happy. So what's in animation data? Name happy. Oh. Oh, look at those blocks on screen. Internet said, I need a minute. I need a minute to glitch out. Just let me glitch. That was my internet, not yours. Hopefully it chills out. If not, we'll use the backup internet. But hopefully it's just a momentary thing. So that's not what it is? Oh, the index. 0, 1, 2, 3. Right? Wait, okay, looking back at this one. What did Pawn call it? Sprite animations. Oh, in Pawns, the top level is not an index. It's a key. In mine, it's an index. So it's a little incorrect. Okay, we can fix that. That's fixable. Oh, but you don't want animation data. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Animation frame positions. Fixable. Fixable. Now try it. I don't think you need to do name either now. Okay. Can it read properties of undefined happy at 143? Okay, so let's see what animation frame positions is like. Angry, happy, sad. Okay, interesting. Is it because I'm putting it as a string? Is that the mistake? And maybe I don't need to make it a string? No, because that's what Pawn's doing. Make it into string. Makes sense. row data name. Yep, that's right. Can we call this... Yeah, don't worry about it. So I think it's populating it correctly. I'm just not reading it correctly. You can't find happy. Okay, let's do a console print at that point. A console log. Cause maybe oh, there's your problem. This is not a this. That this stuff gets me. Okay, try it now. Okay, we have a different error. Good. Frame is not defined on 145. Ah. The this stuff. Okay, that's okay. 147. Oh, we we gotta change it everywhere. Any other thises? Yeah, right there. Right there. Right there. Okay. I think those are all this things. This sprite canvas draw image is not a function. I remember not being sure. Yeah, because we're creating it here, but that doesn't mean it's accessible elsewhere. So I think I need to probably define this elsewhere. That way it can be updated and read. Would probably be good. This dot, this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot, this. You know there's a code base where something like this has happened. Extra points if it does. Sometime, if it is important sometimes, like calculating your, if it's for something important, like calculating your taxes. One of y'all works on tax software. And this is why I try my damnedest not to use this in JavaScript. Unavoidable in class structures. Yeah, it's so confusing to know what... I mean, look, I have a feeling that like TypeScript would make it easier, and I might be able to see better whether or not it is defined here or somewhere else, but I don't know, probably still would be confusing. It's confusing. You haven't heard the history of this equals that, have you? No, I haven't. So I think that this isn't this isn't accessible to this function, which is why that didn't work. So now I'm just debating whether I want to take this out of create worker sprite or just like come up here and make it nothing and then we'll fill it out. And then will that update the same one? Maybe it's something else. Draw image is not a function. Oh, I think you don't want to put this on the sprite canvas. Okay, maybe that wasn't the issue. I'm gonna not create that just to see. Sprite context. That's where we wanted to put it. Cannot find set properties of undefined, setting current frame, 130. So many things. Cannot set properties of undefined current frame, 130. Well, look at, I don't know when that went in there, but I think that was probably after the fact. I think I just now dragged that into the wrong place. What do you mean? Because it seems to be on the second iteration. It goes through, it comes back, and it says, can't do it. Can you tell me what you think it is at this time? Current frame is 0. So it prints it one time, it comes back, and it's like... So either the increment isn't working right? Oh, I'm incrementing the wrong thing. Wait, same error? What is it talking about? I'm not sure I understand what you mean, partner. I wonder if it's becoming like a not a number or something on accident. I don't know. Now I gotta really look at this code and see what it did. And what I'm doing wrong. That's the current frame equivalent. Equals that. Also, this is outside of that function. Oh, we need to... Got it. This has to be out here. No backseating. I gotta figure out myself. Thanks though, Poop, but I'm on my own. Welcome. This current frame, I guess we just gotta put it out here. Which feels a little silly. Heck, we'd probably want to put this out here too, which suddenly feels a lot less silly. Because if that's a value that I want to update at some point, potentially, I'd probably even want to potentially pass that in when we create a worker, but not today, not today. Oh, it still can't find it. Sorry, Mr. Message Fleekuda. I feel like I'm so close. I gotta lock in. So in Pawn's code, the animate function. Oh, I forgot to clear the rect. Whoops. It'll probably just stack on top of itself or something. So that is outside. Oh, but it's also outside of that function. Right? Wrong. That's inside the function. Nope, that's in the function. We do call animate outside of the function. Let me check something real fast. What happens if I comment out the animate? I am looking forward to seeing what the story is, of course. Animate worker sprite. What if I just don't do that? Does it still run one time? No. Okay. Just checking. And where's the issue this time? $132. Trying to find current frame. It's still within there. Hey, what's up, Lara? Welcome. So close to getting this to work. Probably. As far as I know. It is so grouchy about this particular variable. Why? It's failing on the print. Why do you hate this variable? I mean, I could pass it in. If you want, I could pass it in. Will that make you happy? I just feel like that's not going to persist, which kind of is what the point is. But sure. Go ahead, put it in there. I'm doing good, Laura. How are you? Are you a game dev doing game dev stuff? That goes to Poopachu as well. I do, Poopachu, I do ask questions to myself. And then... and it's not clear whether I'm asking it outwardly. And I've never really found a way to be like... to somehow communicate that outwardly. So it just happens. I'm just gonna call it the frame for now. It doesn't make sense, but I don't think this is gonna fix it, but I'm curious what happens. Any other current frames? You're good, you're good, love that. I could have just renamed it or whatever, but that's okay. How is this? There's no way this works. But it'll be interesting. Whoa. It immediately jumped up there. Trying to learn code and do some 3D. Love that, Laura. Okay, it's a strange problem. Okay. What you working in? 3D, let's go. I love doing 3D. It may not look like it, but I do. So now it's not able to find delay. And the other thing too is it went from 0 to 1324.1. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? You didn't have to do that. It's probably some scope stuff, would be my guess. Is there are scope issues? I mean, I think there's a clue at least. I mean, it's weird that it didn't have a problem with frame delay until it ran it twice. Why didn't it have a problem with it sooner? Like, that's weird. Whoa. Okay, I think what's happening here, for one thing, is there's a single... It's just ticking up infinitely. So it's definitely running every animation frame. But we've established this outside of the fun. What? We've established this outside of the function. So it's a little anky. Alright, let me see what she said. Hopefully could basically, it was the old JavaScript way of passing around. So you're talking about the this equals at thing. Passing around the this object into the constructor of a child class or another object so that you could share a global this. Thank you for the follow, Laura. Appreciate it. Passing around the this object into the constructor of a child or another object so that you could share a global this. Is that, I mean, that doesn't, somehow that doesn't not sound like where I'm stumbling into. All right, I'm gonna undo establishing it outside of, because I think that's ridiculous. I mean, I could see, like, no, I don't understand. It's also weird that the first one doesn't have it, and then the subsequent ones all do. Like, what is that about? Yeah, I mean, I actually am open to this at this point. I think you only have one current frame, not one per object. Well, yeah, before I did. But I feel like now it's back to one per object. Before I was just experimenting with putting it outside of there. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's still doing that somehow. I don't know. But I'm creating it within here, which, if you think about it, is not good. This should be outside of it. That should definitely be outside of that function. That makes total sense to me. But then the question is, where should it be? Because I could put it there. But it still doesn't find it, which is weird. Yeah, it's in the worker constructor. Laura says the code is so hard to learn at first. You like the wave of my string? The wave of my string. Whoa. What does that mean? Thank you. Yeah, so I've been using Godot and GDScript for a couple years and learning GDScript, and I'm pretty comfortable in GDScript. Now I'm learning JavaScript, like just a couple months ago. And yeah, it's hard at first, and hopefully it'll start getting easier. Gotcha. No problem. Try again, I'll let you know if I understand it. What you translating from? If you want to share, no pressure. So yeah, I am putting it in the constructor here, right? Oh, you mean out here? You mean like pass in there? Oh, the vibe of the stream. Thanks, Laura. Me too. Let's go. Stream vibes. Yeah, I'm here. I'm around. I mean, this is obviously within the constructor. Maybe I just take away this now? Maybe this actually doesn't need this anymore? Is that what the situation is? I hope I'm just making some silly fundamental issue like that. Nah, it doesn't like that at all. It hates that. It hates that. That's even worse. Because this way, it at least runs it once. It pulls it in, it sees it's 0. I mean, if I make this 10, whatever, it's 10. So that does bring it in. What it then gets very grouchy about is that I dare reference it. Doesn't like that. Now, in a weird way, it kind of worked when I passed it in, but like, why should I have to pass it in? So what about when we do add worker to DOM and we get worker to add? Maybe I do need to pass it in, and I just needed to fix something else that was happening after it got passed in. You know. Where do we do add worker to DOM? Create worker interface. Where does create worker interface get called? There's a lot of functions. Whoa, that gets called out here? Oh. Maybe I need to call it out here when we define employ. That seems weird, because I don't need this to be different. Each worker is a separate JavaScript object made from the worker class. Yes. So in create worker interface, it brings in stats, which isn't being updated or changed. It's just information that it's receiving. Same thing with add worker to DOM. It just receives that information, I think. I mean, it does append it somewhere, but it's not fundamentally doing it. Oh, it is! Okay, so maybe I do need to pass it in, and it was actually, like, fine before. There was just, like, another bug that was happening that I was maybe incorrectly attributing to the fact that I tried to pass it in. Just a guess. Just throwing that out there. So I'm gonna try to keep that this way, except pass in current frame and this current frame and this frame delay. That's the wrong one. Just saying. Might want to put it in the right place. I wonder if I did that last time. I'm not sure anymore. I just don't know anymore. So down here, we can go ahead and get our current frame and our frame delay. Hopefully it's okay that I named it that. And that somehow doesn't cause further issues. Okay, we're gonna replace all these with just regular current frame and the delay, which is just right there. What's up, Mosta? Lurk. Thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it, Mosta. I feel like I'm close. I do. But I don't know. I may be further than I have any idea of. So here, you can see this goes ridiculously high, and in fact what's happening is this is continuing to count on a different worker. And it's only doing it when it's created, which is weird. Yeah, maybe. Cannot read properties of undefined at 138. That's kind of a different bug, though. Wait, but that's a new one. What can't you read? Worker state. I mean, that's probably the same thing, apparently. Because that's also up here. Again, I don't know that this is actually going to fix it, but certainly is interesting. Because like if all the errors get resolved and it's still behaving badly, that's also interesting. Cannot read properties. Same, so actually that's the same thing, except now it's at 142. Oh, same thing. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not convinced this is the fix, but it's at least moving me along to new errors. I like that. I like that. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. Positions in row. Really? Really? Can you tell me some more information here? Current frame is that. Current state is that. Tell me some more information. Wait, the current state is becoming a number? Oh, that's interesting. See, that's very interesting. Why would the current state be becoming a number? Did I pass it in wrong? I just passed it in wrong. Hold on. What? I didn't? This is interesting. Alright, I'm goggling the chat, because things are happening. This frame origin Y. Can you tell me what you think you are? Would be very interesting. 0 0 0 0 0 0. Okay. So I think somewhere else we're updating worker state incorrectly. Would be my guess. So these are the only places where worker state gets updated, is right here. Now, I think I'm being pretty clear. It's not a number. It's a string. Also, this is kind of amazing. What? It's putting like the comments in there? That is a word, that is not a number. Can we see after this console log worker state set to? Because now I'm in the debug portion, which is also a learning experience. Worker state set to this worker state, and we'll just do this on each one. Worker state set to happy multiple times. Set to happy, set to happy. Set to happy is a very happy worker. But I wonder if this isn't like updating. I still don't really understand why that should matter. Oh, that's a really good idea. I will ungoggle for that. That's a really good idea. Let's try that. That's a very good idea. What's the function? Animate. Work a sprite. This is this. This is employee, which has a current frame. Has all this stuff. It's got all that stuff. Then it becomes undefined right after. Wait, does this have to do with the fact that I'm making it 0 cost? And that's causing it to glitch? I actually forgot where that was. I think that was here. Price employee, right here. Unfortunately, no. Wishful thinking. But it's interesting. Current frame is 0, current state is happy, origin is y is 0, which is correct. It's getting angry, it's getting angry. Then it deletes. So the next time it runs, it's undefined. I think we have to put animate very weird. Yeah, it's being called in the constructor. Where is that? Here. Maybe that's my mistake. Because that's a constructor when we construct it. But still, I run all these other ones there, and I certainly can't put this code here. So, like, where else would I run it? I guess I could run it when we first define it. Maybe that's what I need to do. I think I should take a look at the way this is handled. It's just a guess. It's just a guess. But it's wrong. It's literally doing the same thing. Because the only advantage of doing it in here was that we could get... Yeah, there's no point in this going in here at the moment. Oh, I didn't mean to put that in there. That was a mistake. Didn't seem to matter much. Well, I'm confused. But that's okay. We're gonna be I think this bug is gonna be the rest of the stream. That's what I think. That's okay. So do put this back in there, please. Wait, no, that does belong out there. Why am I bugging? That does belong out there. That has nothing to do with anything. Yeah, so it has a callback built into it. And again, just looking at the code that we're basing this on, it requests animation frame and then calls back the same function. So the function runs, and then at the end, it runs it again on the next animation frame. Which... yeah, maybe attention needs to be put there. Alright, hold on. Hold on, don't tell me what you're owing. Let's see what happens. Hold on. Okay, it doesn't like that. But it also needs parameters. What if we... well, but this did get me through a lot. Just trying stuff. Just trying stuff. Animate worker sprite. Oh, it didn't like that. It needs a this. It needs a this. It wants that. Yeah, like, I don't know. That was nothing. That had no... that had no help. I mean, we could still try to pass it in. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Things are happening. Hold on. Okay, so it's not losing what it is. Okay, hold up. Let's let the debug process do its thing. Trust the process. I'm gonna stop putting this in there because that's a bit much. Okay, current frame is popping off. But look, it actually looks pretty good because it's going up to 1,000. Ooh. Obviously, no worker is appearing, which is strange, but very strange, in fact. But it is counting up. Now that's not going down to the rest of them, to the frame origin Y, which actually should still be 0, so that makes sense. Hey, guy. So it might also be interesting to see what this is. $14.08? Much too high. There's only supposed to be 24 to 48 max. So clearly my modulo stuff is set up wrong. Let me check what the original had. Oh, I'm still not clearing the rect. But that shouldn't break everything. We floor the frame divided by the delay, modulo the animations list at the player name, the state of the player. I'm goggling. I don't know who's saying what. I'm goggling. For now. I might check back in though. Okay, location length. So we get the length. Looks the same to me. And I know that this is formed correctly. I believe this is spelled right. It sure is. So, okay, I guess it would, first of all, let's consolidate this a little bit. And we'll say at the end, frame origin is that. Come on with the autocomplete. That comma. I kind of mixed it up, but that's okay. Focus like a laser beam. Yeah, yes. Frame origin Y, frame origin X. And then it would also be interesting to know when it defines frame, what does it think that is? Also interesting is that based on if you could just tell me like that whole thing. Actually, let's just pull this. It's a lot. Yeah, so it has all the data. The length of 24. It's in there. That's the right stuff. Zero, zero, all down the line. Delayed frame stays as 0. Oh wait, went to 1. It went to 1. It went to 2. 2, 3, 4. So the delayed frame actually is updating. Every time animate runs. So increments, some degree of incrementing is working. Current frame, however, we're also not seeing the current state being set to numbers anymore, which is good. We love to see that. I'm not complaining. Stop. But the current frame should reset at 1000. And it looks like it does. 1152. So the current frame is also updating correctly. It's doing exactly what it should. Some things are working. And the frame origin is updating too on the x-axis. Actually, by all accounts, this looks fine. This actually looks correct. I'm not seeing anything wrong other than my badly formatted Vector 2 console log. Now, why are no workers appearing? And I remember the first one was different before too, But this time, it just isn't even appearing, which is probably when I was, I don't know, maybe rearranging things. I did something wrong. Maybe. Yeah, something's missing from up here. 100%. I think adding it to the DOM, I think I accidentally removed that. Didn't mean to do that. Did I? Oh, please let that be it. Here, save it. Dang, why is that not? Oh, I was hoping that was right. Something in the employee, maybe? Dang. And that's the most up-to-date version? We're quite sure? Yeah, we got rid of that, that's fine. Got rid of that, that's fine. Context is there. Oh wait, you weren't talking about that. If we could have made an SVG. Wait, Kai Guy made an S. Wait, no. No, I don't want answers. If we could have said. Or Kai Guy said. What did Kai Guy say? This is, wait, the context from what? The context for what? Did I miss something? Out of work, jump in your car. Oh, I see now. Wait, I missed it, but I see it. I missed it, but at the same time, I see it. Okay, you got out of work, jump in your car. You're suddenly getting laser beamed with a bright green laser. That's actually very scary. I would be so freaked out. Context is they're repaving the parking lot. Alignment / construction tool is this intense green laser. Okay, is that safe? Is it safe that you got blasted by a laser? Is it gonna make you go blind? What are they doing pointing lasers around? Get control of your laser. It's okay. I mean, I could, let me just put the worker, it's tough, because if I change the cost of the worker, it has ripple effects. But let's make the cost per employee like $5. We in the sweatshops. What? Let me just open a new... You're being ridiculous. Why are you being this ridiculous? What is going on? Something fundamental got broken. I mean, is it that... Is it the console log going on here? Shining right at you? Oh my gosh. Yo, what is actually happening here right now? Do you not like that I'm printing tons of things every frame? I can understand that. But also, it seems like you can handle this. Well, it's definitely running a little bit better. Let's just take out the callback here. Interesting. Very interesting. The like fractional stuff. That doesn't make any sense now. Kinda crazy how much that breaks everything. What if I make it... Oh, I think we called it price. Clearly I intertwined things a little too much. Okay, just keep it 3,000 and give me like a ton of money. Give me lots of money. I think we can just increase value revenue. Give me money. So this is without the animation ticks. No animation ticks here. If I put the animation ticks back in, I'm gonna look at what you said, Flikuda, probably. There must be some kind of like exponential issue happening. Is what I'm leaning towards. Maximum call stack exceeded? 146? What did I do? Oh. Wait, what did I do? Alright, fine. We'll just Control Z a bunch. Thanks, Kai Guy. Yeah. I worked on it like the day after I last worked on it, which was a month ago. And then today I'm just trying to do the Spritesheet implementation, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, now can I please do it without the console prints and you don't get very upset with me? Please. Thank you. That. I think I commented out that. Oh wait, but now it doesn't want it. Never mind. That's not what I commented out. That was fine. Why would removing console logs? Why would that break anything? You're telling me right now. Errors. That this console log was holding everything together? Okay, suppose this. What if we just make it equal current frame? Obviously, this is not correct. So that makes sense, but why would a console log break the recursion? Like, that's weird, right? Like, that is weird. Okay, let me see what you've been saying before Fleekuda. Windows have just you working, adding the worker objects with their info to the DOM, but passing it in like this. Process work, shared current frame variable that is then erroring out of the function, so you don't get to see the next update to it until you make a new worker. So operators, can you try console logging this? Animation worker sprite. Looks like a thing that should be run on tick, not once. Yeah, I guess I was going off of the code that I'm basing this on, which it calls it once to kick it off. Oh, let me go to this. It runs it once to kick it off, and then inside of it, it does the callback. Hey, what's up, Insane? Halo Infinite? It's nice to have a game you're excited about. Love that. You think you know what's going on? Look at the SVG. Request animation frame. I'm definitely down for what you think it is. Request animation frame is messing up what this is in that function. Bright. It's real bright. You're not gonna have anything for me to change, are you? Oh my god. Okay, it explains the scope issue you think. This is kind of nuts. Function make counter. Oh my god. Lit count equals 0. Return function. Return count plus plus. Lit counter equal make count. What? I don't know what to do with it. This is stressing me out. This is making me sad and unhappy. Excitement. Oh, you're not excited about it? Oh, you're complaining. Sorry, I'm just like focused in on this. Damn. Yeah, you are saying the opposite of that, Insane. Sorry about that. Request animation frame is messing up what this is. Yeah. Okay. I don't know, because this one, the difference is so what this is doing, hey RJ, welcome. What this is doing is there's one sprite sheet, there's one animation, that's it. So it has a function called animate where it does what I can tell as all the things we're already doing. And then outside of it, it calls animate. At the end, it calls itself back. The difference here, of course, is that it's containered in a class, an instance of a worker, and that animate is running. I cannot believe the animate is running within the worker class. I actually cannot believe that a freaking console print. Could it be anything? Does it depend what it is? What if I just say hi? It's fine with hi. Like, is this real right now? If I comment out that hi, broken. Like, that is weird. I think what's happening is the this you are referring to inside of that function is trying to refer to the worker this, but can't. But how does that explain this? JavaScript more like jank script? My script is janky. I don't blame JavaScript. It's a skill issue. It's all a skill issue. Request animation frame doesn't have the same this. But why? Why does this make a difference? How does that explain this? Does it need to be explained? I don't know. But it feels pretty out there. Request animation doesn't have the same this. That kind of makes some sense. Let me do this. Request animation frame. That'd be wild, right? This one, look, are you looking? Look, console log hi. Look, I literally don't have a this in it. There's nothing in there. Nothing. The rest of these are commented out. There is no this. And that works to some extent. It works, but it's obviously still broken. Because it's running at a snail's pace and I can't even press the button and it's obviously broken. Really bizarre stuff that I don't understand at all. Oh my gosh, I can't even refresh it. So, I mean, obviously, clearly, there's some serious issues here. I think you're right that there's a scope recursion issue. I don't know what that is. Maybe I just try, like, doing it over. Or doing some simplified version of it to, like, understand what's happening and how to change it. Hey, what's up, Vongo? I'm glad to see me. I'm here too now. Hello, Vongo. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. I'm learning JavaScript today. It is a tough road. I'm getting there little by little. So I'm guessing you use some Godot? Nice. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna just set this aside for now. Just go back to the old way. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're gonna set this all aside. Except for that. I'm gonna keep that. And all I'm gonna look at, Godot and sometimes HTML stuff. Nice. Yeah, I wanted to be able to do more. I love Godot and GDScript. That's like my main thing. But there's more like tools that I want to use or I want to make and be able to modify. And JavaScript seems like a very ubiquitous tool to do that. So if you request animation frame with a callback at the end of the function, you could try calling it from outside the worker entirely, saying request animation frame worker animate. Might retain the proper this. So like that's interesting since we're kind of doing the tick that way. That's the way we're doing the regular tick anyway, which is every half second or something. I think it's like 500 milliseconds. We have our global tick interval. And then, thank you for the follow, Fongo. Appreciate it. Hope someday I get to hear about the stuff you're working on. So now I'm trying to remember where we do this. So this is within the worker class. We create a tick listener. We run create tick listener in the worker class. Wait, what does this do again? That's all request animation frame really is. Yeah. So now I'm just trying to remind myself how we got to this point. Remind me how we get down there to my... I'm asking the script to tell me. We set the global interval. We dispatch the event tick. And so this is looking for that event tick. I guess, somehow. Here. It listens for tick. And then when that happens, it runs this. So this is kind of the same thing, literally, where we're doing a callback to a function we're defining there. I think this is definitely, that's a really good call, Fleekuda. Like, this is what I need to model it after. This is in the worker class. We're listening to tick. So I think that's the difference. Is that this is set up as a listener. But in a lot of ways, it's quite similar, isn't it? If I create my animate... Oh, we are animating stuff here, which is interesting. Wait, we're already calling this somewhere. This is like the fade-in effect that happens. So we can actually still look at a version that works right. So that fade-in right there. It loads it too at the same time. But that effect is it calling that, or looking for that animation frame and basing it on that. And then it does a thing after that. But I mean, I guess morbid curiosity. I wonder what happens. I mean, I can't really test it because everything's broken. I mean, you could fix it. Or unbreak it. But I don't know if I just need to like set it up in a different way. The arrow function self-contains this. Whenever we create a new worker, we add it to the DOM by saying this worker container, pull that in. The worker's canvas is a member overall global thing, and we append the worker to add to that. Then we request an animation frame and give it this fade in class. Hey, thanks RJ. Yeah, it went great. We got half as many entries for this jam than the others, which I'm actually very excited about because I think the games are all really high quality, and I'll have twice as much time to play them on the 10th. Now, I did not finish my game in time. It's the first time I haven't had any game to show, but I kind of accepted it near the end, and I'm gonna keep working on it because I think it deserves extra attention. So I'm really excited about making that a whole thing later on. So yeah, it did go well because I learned more about how I scope things and what kind of projects I don't want to just slap together quickly, but I want to put a little more love into. Thanks, RJ. How's your space game coming along? Starfront Heroes. I got it right. You're in the No Game Club? Oh yeah, a lot of us. I think a lot of us are. Because it was either you did a good job at not overscoping, it was just a very fine line between an idea that was overscoped and an there wasn't a gray area, really. Either you came up with an idea that was really hard to do in a month, or an idea that was doable in a month. But I don't know, we'll see. You changed the name? What? What's the name now? You're wrong in your previous statement. You're passing the whole worker in the function, so it then retains its own context of this to refer to the rest of the stuff inside request animation. Yeah, put on your big boy pants. Do it. Insane. This is your chance. This is your chance. Now, the worst part is that you're going to have to interpret someone else's. And I'll tell you, Pawn writes some advanced code. So that might be a little overwhelming to try to do it. You might have to come up with your own way of handling it. Because, yeah. Pawn's kind of on another level. I'm here wrestling with Pawn's code at the moment. It's not Pawn's fault. Yeah. So yeah, in this case, and then when do we call create worker interface? We call it once, I think, up here. Similar to what you said before. We're actually calling that out there, but that's because I want to be able to pass in these values. So I shouldn't have to care about that. Okay, let me try to reimagine how this gets set up. You do have all the art and sprite sheets ready to go. Yeah. It's it's a work in progress. Doesn't mean the progress is happening right now, but it's ready to be continued. It still sucks, I know. Animate worker sprite. I'm not big on relying on other people myself. Not that you made a mistake that way, but I like to think, if I have to, I'll do it myself. So I do think it's still an opportunity to try to do it yourself. Yeah, right track. Okay, good. So we call animate worker sprite in the constructor of the class itself, which seems fine. And we pass in these values, which I'm not sure I have to, but it did make it work in a way. So I'm keeping it stupid simple. We're just gonna increment that number. That's it. That's the only thing I want to do. And then I want to see what it becomes. Yeah. Current frame. Current frame. And I'm not even gonna log it at first. Oh, that's the wrong one. Same error. Same error. So it wasn't all the contents. And then to be clear, I mean, if I comment that out, everything's fine. Yeah. So it's definitely the way we're doing request animation frame. So I could try something quite similar to the other one and setting up a arrow function, which makes it different. But I don't think I'm setting up the arrow function correctly. So I'm gonna go remind myself. Ah, of course. More parents. Always need more parents. Never enough parents. So what is that like? Okay. A lot better. So now let's see what it says. Oh! I would rather this. I would rather that because I have the console log, it's an error. Not because it's fixed. Oh, I might have spelled console wrong. Love that. Okay, Fleek, I think that was the answer. Was that I needed the arrow function. In Pawn's code, since it's not containered in separate classes, the arrow function wasn't necessary. The arrow function trips me up. Okay, I'm gonna get a chat GPT to give me some clarity here. Why? Does adding, I've now made a closure. Why does adding, okay, why does adding an arrow function make this go from error town to functionality? I'm told it makes a closure. Context is this is being run within a instanced class. Don't give code. The error function fixes it because of how this works in JavaScript. In a normal function callback, this is rebound by the caller request animation frame. What? So inside that callback, this no longer refers to your class instance. That's why you hit error town. Oh, you're so shady. It's not. It's an autocomplete bot. It doesn't have a personality. In a normal function callback, this is rebound by the caller. What? What does that mean? What does rebound by the caller mean? The value of this inside a regular function isn't fixed. It depends on how the function is invoked. What's an irregular function? The caller, the object of context that actually executes the function, decides what this points to. I'm so confused. For example, if a method is passed as a callback, the receiving function, like request animation frame, calls it without your class instance as the caller. That's what I did, was I made it a callback first, and it was Arrowtown. It calls it without your class inheritance as the caller. That rebinding, I remember we talked about this last month, rebinding makes this default to window or undefined in strict mode. That's ours, not your class. The functions this is reassigned at call time by whoever invokes it, not by where it was defined. Okay, arrow functions avoid this because they don't rebind this at all. They just capture the surrounding this lexically. I feel like this is just gonna be like practice, like over and over again, running into this issue and solving it with arrow function scope, rescope. And I think eventually, I'm gonna remember. It makes me want to like keep doing a bunch of class stuff just so I can like keep running into the issue. I believe you that's what it was showing. And I also believe that it's never gonna... Oh my goodness. I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, it's annoying. It's pretty annoying. Arrow functions avoid this because they don't rebind this. They capture the surrounding this. Yeah, simple analogy. Don't make it long. A regular function... Oh god, it's so bad at these. A regular function is like giving someone your phone number. Whoever dials it decides where the call goes. An arrow function is like handing them a walkie-talkie already tuned to your channel. No matter who presses the button, it always talks back to you. Sorry, that didn't help. Alright, very interesting. I'm glad it's working. Let's put it back together. I'm not gonna, you know what? Me too, insane. Well, I get what I do understand is that... Let me see if I can try to, like, explain it for myself. When we're talking about, like, a class and a constructor and a this space. Okay? When we're talking about a this space. If I want to take values that are defined in the this space and pass it to something outside of the this space, that outside version of it is no longer associated with the this space. It is out of the this space. We can say it's like a value friggin', I don't know, 4. And it's supposed to be incrementing. And I don't think this is totally true, but whatever, I don't care. And we send it out of the this space. It'll be a 4. But if I update it to a 5 in the this space, the other one doesn't know about it. Maybe. But if I use an arrow function, because they're magical, it will preserve the reference to the this space. So now that 4 would turn into a 5 outside of it. Is that like true? I don't know, but that's That's how I'm understanding it. If I want to send out a this, in this case to request animation frame, then I better be using an arrow function. Unless I don't care about looking back at the reference. In this case I do, because it can't even find the friggin' function anymore. It like doesn't know where it's like, what function? What are you talking about? I don't know about that function. I don't see no function called that. Where is that? What are you talking about? Callback without the arrow function could have worked if you gave that child exactly what it needed by passing locally everything that it needed, or by just packing up the whole kitchen. Interesting. By passing this and assigning it to a local variable. Right. Wow. Why would I do that? Insane. Explaining dreams logic terms. I could see how that would help you. But for me, I'm so far removed from that. I might play around with it. Look, I'm not gonna play around with dreams soon again. But at this point, I think I would forget. And I don't even know. I'm not even sure if there is an analogy. Like maybe, I don't know. I don't know. There might be an analogy. There probably is. Okay. So let's put all the regular code back then, I guess. See what happens. Previous two examples work better with the lunchbox analogy. I missed that. Referring to the global this or an underhood this when it was erroring. Right. That makes sense. Okay. Is there a lunchbox in here somewhere? You're passing the whole worker in the function so it retains the context of this. Yes. Lunchbox. Oh, I found it. Think of it like arrow functions pack up whatever it needs into a lunchbox to then have lunch without you needing to worry about telling it what to pack up. Arrow functions pack up whatever it needs into a lunchbox. I'm sorry, these analogies, I don't know. They don't do it for me. Microsoft has to have the worst AI training just because nobody likes them. Alright, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure you're saying things that are true, but analogies stress me out. Okay, so let's put this code back in. And find out what other problems I didn't even get to enjoy as being something that needed to be fixed are. I think it's this. There we go. Okay. Here's the code. We're not gonna put the console in there. Analogies are stressful. I'm too autistic for analogies. Okay, here we go. What is it like? We're not getting errors. We're not getting errors. Is it an animation? Hell no. But we're not getting errors. And something is appearing and it's loading normally. Good stuff. Look, I'm excited, okay? Sometimes bad words slip out. Almost. I caught it though. Let's make, just give yourself more money. That's the best way to do it. Make me rich. It's progress. It's like local and global in Godot vectors. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, like trying to like refer to like it's a good analogy maybe, like singletons. Those analogies work better if it's like between something I understand code-wise. Welcome, Travi. Yeah, like using a singleton or an auto load or something. I think you might be right that there's something in there. I hope that one day I can be more clear on what those overlaps are. Yeah, I think you might be right. So, why isn't it animating? Where's the animation? I guess I'll put a commit for at least it not being totally broken. That's a good sign. Spreadsheet stuff not totally broken, which is nice. But it's a little broken. As a treat. So wait, I also think I removed some things that I would like to put back in. Just because I don't want to lose them out of a commit. I guess I did put this. Did I put this in the last commit? Now that I think about it. Okay, this is just confusing. There was the original stuff. Oh yeah, we still have it here. Okay, as long as it still exists somewhere. I don't care. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't lost to time, so I could still fall back to something showing up in there. Send it off. Au revoir! Now. What's the problem? Why you know we're good? Let's put some console logs in here. I think this would be good to know. Where does it think it's located in the sprite sheet? Zero. I mean, that's a problem. It thinks it's at 0. So that's not good. Okay. I do kind of wonder if there wasn't something I took out that I need to put back in. Let's look at this printout. So it has all the data. Delayed frame is 0? It should be 5. It's quite strange. Oh, I typed it in a different way. Wait, no. Okay, 0. Okay. Tell me this. What do you think the current frame is and stuff like that? Current frame is 0, 0, 0, 0. So it's just not incrementing. Did I remove the increment? You bet I did. Okay. Love that. Current frame, that is a wonderful thing. Fixable. Okay, so now the frames are actually increasing, and then it should reset at 1152. Should make it shorter just to see it. That's okay. There we go. So that's working correctly, but a lot of stuff isn't. Now let's check the X and Y. So this is where it's trying to find it on the sprite sheet. It seems okay. I don't know if the numbers are perfect, but it definitely seems okay. Looking at it. Because it's cycling through 24 frames before coming back. So far this looks good. Hey, what's up, casual web developer? Yeah, I'm creating a browser game. It still needs some work, but you can check out the work in progress version if you'd like. Yeah, so I want to learn JavaScript. I want to get better at like CSS and HTML and how they all fit together. You're working a browser game too? Nice. And I just like making games. So I figured a browser game would be a good start. And look, I always try to put my games to have a browser version, but that's a little different than coding the whole thing in the browser, too. Like WebGL builds of Godot games, basically. If it helps, the only way I started to understand closures and lexical scope was by having one of my best friends that has been a professional JavaScript developer for the last 10 years answer questions for 5 hours. Whoa. That's nice. That's the best see, that's so much better than friggin' chatbots. An expert who will lend you their time. Right, I forgot to like look into closures specifically. You know it's gonna come back. You're gonna come back here and be like, remember those closures? In this whole context, what's a closure? I kind of don't want to revisit it right now, but I do want to put a bit of a pin in that. Is it hosted by Edge? Oh, the game that I just pasted in there? Yes. So, you can just literally... Just like you pack up a Godot game, I can pack up this game. I just have to make sure that all of the necessary things are in a certain level. So like, the script, the HTML, the CSS, they all have to be at the root of the zip file. And then we zip all that stuff together, and upload it to itch, and bam, it's a game. He's excited to show off to you? Okay, so you have to find a professor of some kind who's an expert in a field who really wants to show off. And now you have your own personal, better than a chatbot could ever be, source of knowledge. Closure means the arrow function is remembering the surrounding scope where it was created. Okay. I'm gonna take that. I don't want any more. That's all I want to hear. Remembering the scope it was created. Closure. The this I was talking about. Oh, professional. I see. Looked at the game, looked good. I think this is inspired by that browser game where you open card packs. Have you played that? I don't know. But it's just like generally based on like incremental tycoon games. If it is based on that, I didn't realize it was. See, it's just kind of like number go up. Yeah, it's good. Keep it. Closure means that the scope, the arrow function, keeps the surrounding scope. I like that. I should probably like... I should probably like pin this somewhere so I never forget it. But my AI gives me compliments. Oh, I hate when it does that. To be fair, teachers do too. Surely, anybody who likes a chatbot's compliments gets annoyed. Even if you like the compliments, at some point, aren't you like, do you really mean that? You know, like, it keeps saying, that's a sharp observation and totally in line with the principles that I know you like to have. That's a sharp observation and really reflects the way that you build your code. What a sharp observation. It's like, okay, you can't just call everything a sharp observation and expect me to take it as a compliment. Spread it out. Put in a comment at the top of this file and a billion slashes around it. Attention! Note taken. Alright. Okay, so I want to make these things work. They're not, and they should be. What is where we're at? Remind me, please. Pretty please. I feel like I should do it this way more often, but I never do it this way. Okay, so we've got all kinds of things printing. The X is changing. Also, I'm sorry, it's still, oh, we gotta remove it after the worker quits. We gotta make sure that that stops happening. It's an extra thing that's going to linger unless it's manually removed when the worker gets removed. There's a memory leak risk there or something. If a human person kept on giving me compliments, I'd probably think they were making fun of me. Yeah, right! Trying to sleep. Yeah. What a fine line that can be. So you can see the worker is gone, and it's still running that. This is not good. This is not good at all. We gotta make sure that that stops happening. How do I even make sure that stops happening? Maybe that's the duality of the arrow function. Or when you're trying to get them to help you organize your thoughts and understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to build via a simple list, but they keep throwing coded compliments at you. Yeah, totally. Right, I have to be like, don't respond. I'm just giving you context. Just wait. And then sometimes I'll have to be like, one step at a time. Do not give me all of the steps. One step. Wait for me to tell you when I'm ready for the next step. Absolutely. Fun things are when you return a function from with another function that automatically then creates a tiny little closure of its own. I wouldn't be surprised if I walk into that chaos one day. Wait, why is this persisting? We remove the worker, presumably, from the DOM. I have to think that when we do this, we're bubbling off something that just needs to be told to stop. But I don't know how to stop that. Maybe we could try to find the animation worker sprite. Right. It exists. Exactly. Right. That's what it seems like. Oh my gosh. So what happens right now is we set a 400 millisecond timeout, wherein after that amount of time, the worker's dictionary we check to see if worker to remove is in there. I think is kind of what that's doing. And then we remove the tick event listener. I feel like it has to be something like this, right? Because remember that tick event listener, we also created a closure. And then we removed the listener. Worker to remove worker container, we actually take away the whole DOM element, nullify it, and then rearrange the board. So I think we need something like this for the request animation situation. So like that would be the this, right? But I don't know what I would remove. Like, that's the only thing. This is why when you make an arrow function, usually you will assign it to a variable that you can refer to later. Wow. Is it open source? Can you contribute? It is open source. I would prefer if you didn't contribute, unless you're adding something that should be there that I'm not doing. Okay, let me be clear. The code, the code I do want to do by myself for the sake of learning. However, the art was made by someone else. So I'm currently in the process of getting that art to be properly implemented, because as you may have noticed, it's looping through the animation just like with no purpose. So that's what I'm trying to set up right now, is like having this set of sprite sheets, and when it's actually angry, it gets angry, and when it's sad, it gets sad. So I didn't make that art. I didn't really want to make the art. So if you want to make something like that, sound, art, maybe even some CSS stuff, maybe. But, you know, I really want to learn the CSS, the HTML, and the JavaScript. But if you have something in mind, let me know. I think there should be a link in that itch page, right? No? Yeah. Boop. Right there. So if you want to go check it out, there it is. Could do a little issue, something. I'd love to hear what your ideas. But code-wise, because it's a learning project, I'd rather do it myself. But you know, if you want to, just let me know what you have in mind. I do want to start working on some projects that we all work on together, but that's a little. I need to brush up on some skills before I'm ready for that. But I really want us to do it. Later this month, we're going to be doing collab dev, where I'm working with 2 other people who actually come onto the stream, making a game together. And in that process, I'm learning a lot about managing GitHub commits and projects along with other people. And so my hope is to take those lessons and apply them to a community-wide build-along, where literally we're like, this project we are all making together. But I've realized that before I can do that, I need to really get my understanding of managing commits and pull requests down, and how to resolve merge conflicts and stuff like that. How to communicate about whether or not things should be done one way or the other, in terms of how the pull requests are made, things like that. Yeah, check it out. But yeah, totally open source. Just a little learning thing. So if we remove the event listener tick, how would I remove the request animation frame arrow function? Where are all the places where we do have arrow functions anyway? There's 14 in here. The difference between the tick and the animation function is that you don't add it to the DOM as an event listener, right? Therefore, you aren't retaining a reference to the animation closure, where you are at the tick, right? We're not doing that here either. Yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes I like to just pop in when y'all drop something. I tend to be very hyper focused on what I'm doing. So I created this at the end of every even month event, where just because you know, throughout streams I tend to just be too focused that I don't want to get distracted by your awesome games. So sometimes I do, but sometimes I'm I'm focused. Oh, it's too late, I have to do stuff. And so there's this event. I'll put a link in the chat if you want to learn about it. The next one's on Halloween. And so all you do is you sign up for a newsletter, because it's an unlisted live stream. So it's not public, but it's a game feedback stream. People come through and hang out. It's a really nice experience, where we're not worried about anybody popping in. It's nice. And so by joining the newsletter, you'll get, it's free, you get the unlisted link in your inbox. So you can actually access the stream. And then you fill out this form to let me know that you want to be a part of that stream. And then we go through the list in order of when they're in the form, and we check out people's games. And I think it's a cool way to get feedback. Often other people who are there with us play the game and offer feedback as well. So, yeah. But sometimes you catch me at the right time and I'm like, all right, let me check out your thing right now. But it can often be like a slip slope that distracts me too much. Happy here for the closure context support. I needed you here. I'm sorry. I'm deeply sorry. Incredibly regret is what fills me. It's sustaining. I should ban you just so you go to bed. And it's sustaining your lack of sleep, but I have a feeling you would stay up anyway. Okay, so that reminds me, I should give you copious thanks for what you've done for me on this day. We're not going to worry about all of these that I should probably worry about. Instead, we're going to focus on this. If I want to remove this when the worker gets fired or quits, I don't think you can fire anybody. I guess you could fire them by just forcing them to quit. That's really sad. Request animation frame, but it's not like anyone performs worse yet. If I assign this to a variable, I mean, aren't we getting into weird closure stuff again? Because I would need to be able to refer back to it. Well, we have the worker to add. Okay, let me try something. Let's see what we can do here. If I we could probably just create it right in here. If I say this, and where would we create it? In here? The name? I don't even know. Like, we wouldn't say it here, right? This. I guess we would. And that'll just work normally. Nice. And then, yeah, but the thing is with the tick is it's the tick never goes away because there's like a global tick. But maybe you're saying make a global animation tick. I could, but I don't want to. Especially, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to. I don't feel like it. So it works at this stage. I'm not gonna worry about it. So that is fine. Everything's wonderful. Now, when we go to remove, the tick is a blue superhero. That's true. That's true. I remember that being on TV when I was a kid. I do. A cartoon and then a live action, which was weird. I don't remember liking any of them, but I liked how silly they were and colorful. That I could appreciate. But maybe I was too young. So we already have the worker to remove. So what if we say worker to remove? But still, how do you get rid of a friggin' variable? Set it to null. That's what we do. So this would be request. No, we called it animation tick. And we just make it null. What was that like? Okay, I'm gonna need you to make the workers quit sooner. How do we make them quit sooner? What you would update is this. Oh, not that. Oh, I thought it was Godot. We could go back. Right? Well, yeah, whenever y'all mention the tick, I feel like this isn't the first time. That's like what it does, is it puts me back into sitting in front of the TV as a kid in my parents' house. But can I think of what's happening in the show? No. Other than goofy Patrick Warburton, whatever his name is, in a really weird looking costume. So I think if we say, if happiness is less than 0, let's say if happiness is less than 2,000. Wait, happiness is never 2,000. Less than 40. So that way, they go away quicker. And hopefully, maybe, this tick will stop. Make it a constant or let. It'll be removed when there are no more references to it. Yeah, alright, you're convincing me. That's a good idea. This didn't work anyway. Alright. I don't want to. You sound really right. You sound really, really right. So I'm gonna do it. So you're talking about... What are you talking about? Oh my gosh. This is pretty stressful. This is stressing me out. You're right. So like we did the tick. The other tick. The global tick. Up here at the... near the top. Global interval. We run this every 500 milliseconds. Tick is how superheroes would be in real life? Or the boys? Okay, both. Oh, interesting. I don't remember anything about it. Also, don't think, oh, watch the boys. But... that doesn't not make it more intriguing. You haven't not made it more intriguing to me. Inside the worker class? Wait, I can't put a constant inside of a class. So, you got me confused. Oh, you're not saying that. Yeah. Okay. Let me. I'm just getting confused more. Let me just stop backseating. For now. So, with the global interval, we have a function that runs globally. Similarly, I'd want this is very stressful. I wanted to be done with this. I hate it. I despise it. So if we model it off of this global interval, I'm not sure I understand why it's a constant. It's a little confusing to me. Again, I'm just literally modeling off of that. So this would just always be happening. The problem is this. I don't believe you can. I could be wrong. But maybe you can. Maybe you can. Let me see. Number... Maybe you can. But does it work right? I've at some point internalized that these all have to be this. So honestly, I just don't know. But, like, why not just have a... global animation tick, and whenever it runs... Hell, we could even do an event, and then just remove the event. Why not just do that? I think I'd rather do that. Right. I already know how to do it. I don't have to learn something new right now. It's been 10 hours. Okay. Animation tick. Function animation tick. Every time we request an animation frame, we dispatch an event, and we call it animation tick. I'm not sure I remember how we write this. Why do I feel like it doesn't like that? That's the name of the function, so that's probably not good. Let's say... let's call it set animation tick. And then... oh, we also create a new event called tick. Where? How did that get moved down there? Yeah. Somehow it got bumped all the way there. Like, stop fixing. Stop it. I will goggle chat. I swear, I will goggle chat. Which means I don't look at it. It sounds way worse than I meant it. What I mean is I will put on chat goggles. Which means I can't see chat. I will do it. I'll have no remorse. Fair. I respect that. How did that get so far down? I don't... oh, it was up. It wasn't down. I'm not sure how that got moved so oddly. She will turn. She will turn this metaphorical bus around. Oh, that's funny. Wait, we have to do it the other way around. Because the event exists, so we can dispatch it. Is how that works. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Then we add a listener, which I'm going to copy from down there, because I love myself. Bleeds all the code and stares at the camera. It is done. You have earned this, chat. Nothing. Oh, that was too mean. Chat doesn't deserve that. So then on tick, we would then run this. Except it's not tick, You know I meant Google Chat? Meaning you intensely search and read every word in chat and index it for future reference? What? That's me. That's what I do. You got me. You got me. This time it's animation tick. And then we'll just, well, we don't want to remove, we want to remove the listener like we do on the other one. Just like this. Wait, why does it? Oh, interesting. I'm making a mistake here, aren't I? Worker tick. That was not asked, literally. Yeah, this is wrong. Is it though? Right, because here we need to, okay. In each worker, we create a new tick listener. We could just probably put it in here. We could say create all tick listeners. Create many tick listeners. Oh my god. I don't know what that means, but it scares me. Hell of a debug. Look, because we're still debugging. I know. Why not do them both? So what we would say is the arrow function is the thing that runs over and over again. So for each worker, I would want to say, no, you should be careful here. You sure you want to do that? Yeah, let's do it. Do it. Animation tick listener. We're scoping it as we should. And then all I really want to do is run the animate worker sprite. Oh, but it needs parameters. Hate that. But the parameters you can still get. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You just need to say worker sprite sheet. Is that really a this? Yeah, yes it is. Oh, right, because we create a new image. Got it. Every JavaScript stream you've joined in on has turned into debug error town. You have a sample size of 2. I mean, that's just me. That's just what happens when I code. That's like my life. Your sample size is 2? No, I'm not looking. Stop. Wait, I'm actually curious about that. Oh, interesting. Okay, wait, but that's actually very interesting. I'm actually glad because I could have just done it. And it would have probably worked. And I would have been doing something I didn't need to do. Although I'm still cautious that it's true that I don't need them. But it's worth finding out. I'm glad I didn't goggle that. I gotta go with a different word. Okay. So that just means all of these need to have thises. And I probably will miss one. I need to fix that. Please. Instead of adding an event listener, we don't have to do diddly squat. Don't need to do it. Because it's gonna call anyway. Which is very frightening and concerns me. What is it like right now? What is what it is like if I were to tell it to do stuff? Window dispatch event is not a function. 100. Thank you. Oh yeah, I renamed it. But this is wrong. Wait, what? What are you talking about? What did I miss? A little something. Oh, it says dispatch. Okay, so there's no tick at all. So that definitely did not work, because this is an interval. So, oh, I think we need to do set interval. Wait. Okay, set interval. And then we would say request animation frame as the interval, perhaps? Oh, brackets. Oh, brackets. No, I hate brackets. Okay. No good. Did not like that. Well, you're probably not running it in the same way anymore. Are you ever running set animation tick, by the way? Yep, right there. We started off, sets an animation tick, we set an interval, we say dispatch an event, and then we request an animation frame. I did not like that. You didn't like when I did this? What do you think about that? One argument required. What do you want? A callback? I think this is more complicated. I'm supposed to model it off the other tick if you're calling worker to add animate. Ugh. Despicable. What if I just didn't do animation frame? What if I just made it like 0.1? It's probably gonna be pretty bad. It doesn't even work in the first place. Well, this is terrible. This is why I don't want to do this. It's so stressful. I don't want to do this. It's stressing me out. I'm never gonna get anything else solved. It's such a deflation to work on this. I hate it with all my heart. Hook the worker into that? What? But there's got to be something wrong with setting an interval. Like, this can't be right. Because then it's not even going to be based on, like, refresh rate, which seems, like, really wrong. Right? That's, like, wrong. That's something you're not supposed to do. I don't see any big old warnings. Such as animations. Oh. Okay. Apparently, that is a valid use for it. Well, don't mind if I do it. Also, what if we didn't use set interval? What if I just called this... Hold up. Wait a minute. What if we didn't put in a set interval? Forget that. What if I called the function, or the callback, was right here? No. Chris animation frame, and the callback is that. What is that like? I think I'm still missing something, but does it yell at me? Hey, thank you for the raid, Starlight. Hey, Starlight, welcome. How are you doing, Starlight? Good to see you. Oh, it didn't like that. Parameter 1 is not of type function. Is it because I need to move it down here? It says function. I don't know if you know, but that's a function. Welcome, Starlight Chippy. What were you getting up to? Starlight Chippy, y'all, you should really be checking out what Starlight is up to. Starlight is out here learning Godot and sharing the process. If that isn't the most hyper game dev behavior, I don't know what is. Twitch.tv Starlight Chippy. And is a nice person to hang out with as well. Let's give you a shout out. And then we should just put a link. Did I spell it right? Yeah, I did. We should pop a link in here too.
Yes.
Doing much better. Couldn't stream for a week as you were sick? Oh, I'm glad you feel better. Oh no. The last one's from 11 days ago. I assume you weren't streaming 11 days ago. Last. But often, lately, as I've seen Starlight's learning software and game development. So go see about how software... Oh, I pasted the wrong thing in there. I pasted animation frame. Go check out the software and game development that Starlight Chippy is getting up to. I did. I sure did. Glad you're feeling better though, Starlight. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing real well and your stream was nice. What were you up to today? I thought it would tell me, but it didn't. It told me nothing. Failed to execute. How you gonna tell me that's not a function? That don't look like a function to you. It says function. And I put that in there. Is it because I put that? You don't like that? Okay, that was it. I'm like, that's a function. You bugging if you don't think that's a function. But also, don't I still need to put that there? I'm a little confused, truth be told. Here, just try something. Run a console in there for fun. Just guys, I'm with the GD Quest 3D tutorial, and my god, you've learned so much, and you're excited to check out their 3D controller tutorial and the UI tutorial. Let's go! Doing some 3D. I don't know if I've asked you this before, but what's like a project that you're thinking of starting with after you learn? Or you're not even at that point yet? You're excited to check out controller and UI. You're gonna be cooking in no time. Console log. Hello. Like, is this actually... Okay, it ran it one time. I think you have to put it... What if you put it inside of itself? Well, that didn't work. Oh my gosh. I wish I didn't have to think about cleanup, but I just do. I have to think about it. Because we're instantiating all of these little workers, so they have to be able to clean themselves up, you know? Gamedev, you got invited to go into someone who came into your chat, asked if you wanted to try it, so I said yeah. Oh, a game jam? A food game jam? Whoa. Feel free to drop a link. Food game jam. That's fun. Well, see what you can do, you know, make it as simple as possible. It's a good opportunity to just like have a reason to make a little something. Jams are great for that. Copy the same thing I did with set interval and add the event listener that's listening in. Isn't that what I'm doing though? And add, oh, thank you for the hydrate. And add the event listener that is listening to animation check on the worker. Right. I thought that's what I did. But okay. I really thought this was gonna kind of work though. Right, so I thought request and you're right, it's a one-shot. I forgot request animation is a one-shot. So I've been learning JavaScript. I think I started it August. Because there's a lot of tools I want to make. Even this chat down here allows me to modify it using JavaScript. And I just want to do cool things. I've been like using a lot of libraries to run like the HyperGameDev website and various things, and I'm kind of tired of not understanding how it all works. So I'm just giving myself a sort of arbitrary game project to work on for fun, to help me, as an excuse to help me learn. This is the progress so far. It still needs some work. Some things that I want to, you know, continue to learn and finish. Let me put that in the Twitch chat. So, namely, it's about making money by hiring a bunch of workers and keeping them happy and stuff like that. And right now, this image loops through 3 different emotional states, but it doesn't mean anything. It's just looping. And so I've been trying to set up a way to make it mean something by doing a frankly overcomplicated way of handling it. By putting, yeah, it's a clicker tycoon game, exactly. By setting up like a sprite sheet, which is way more complicated than could ever be necessary. But it's cool because I'm learning a ton, so it's totally worth it. Yeah. So then they make you the money and you can hire more of them. You already got it. Hey, Gamer Therapy, how you doing? Give me that 3K. And then we can hire another one. And that's it. Make money go up. I wish it worked that way in real life. Which part do you wish worked that way? But yeah, it's kind of creating a bit of an almost utopic version of capitalism, I think, maybe. Where, yeah. Where we need to, well, the worker will quit if they're not paid enough. Praising is just sweetening the pot. So happiness will add on. So this will give me if both of these are at 100, then we'll get $200 extra every tick. So you're incentivized to keep them happy, to squeeze out more money. And then if you don't pay them, they get unhappy and they quit. So like kind of the idea is, if you want to make money, you have to pay your workers and keep them happy. Obviously, it'd be nice if, you know, there was some kind of, you could give people raises or something, but I don't know how deep I'm gonna get into it. A lot of it is just trying to, it sounds about right, a lot of it's trying to just get like basic things learned and stuff like that. So the fact that there's so many instanced, oh gosh, I never tried doing the scroll. What I'd love is if it shrunk down, but I think that's gonna be a little out of my league to set up. So you just have to scroll now. For now. It'd be kind of interesting if it was like a horizontal scroll and they were all in like a line. That might be kind of cool actually. Annoying, but it would fit the conveyor belt a lot. Anyway. So I really want to do like some automations where you can like set up auto pay on certain employees. Like you would buy like the ability to auto pay an employee or something. Yeah, have fun. Absolutely. Oh gosh, see this employee was, so the happiness drains faster. Oh gosh, if they're not being paid enough. I think it kind of becomes about finding a sweet spot of how many to maintain at once. But I would love to, yeah, set up like auto increase and things like that. But for now, I'm trying to get the basic stuff implemented. And today it was the animations. All right, I'm gonna let it all fall apart. And the fact that there's all these separate instances, it really complicates very muchly all this stuff. Hey, thank you for the cheer. I appreciate that. We got some cheers. Cheers to you. I cheer you. Gotta hit the hey, have a great night and a great stream. Alright, well, thank you for the five bits. Look, I would draw your profile picture, which is my new supporter thing. But you gotta go to bed, so I don't want to keep you up. Maybe next time. Good night, Starlet. Thanks for bringing your stream here. I appreciate it. And that's what I made. 13,000. Yeah, just remind me next time. Hey, Hexagon L. Welcome. What were you getting up to? Thanks for coming through. Bringing your people here. Queer Game Devs Unite! Let's go! Queers. We're here. We're queer. And we're making games. What's up? That's a nice raid message. I like that. Let's go. You're making a Minecraft mod. You're bad at Java. Ooh, interesting. Queer Game Devs Unite. Queer Game Devs Unite. Thank you for the raid, Starlight Jippy. Before I forgot, I kinda wanna sing when y'all raid. Hexagon L, Hexagon L. Thank you for bringing people here. Hexagon L, Hexagon L. You real one. Aw, hell. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you all for the follow. Okay, what were you doing? Like, what were you getting up to? Let's see. Hexa Twitch.tv. A mod for Minecraft. I've never tried to do Java. I'm learning JavaScript, but I feel like Java I don't know. They're not similar, are they? I think they're quite different. I think they're like very, very different, right? That's like a fact. That's like a fact of nature. Oh, you're still live. Hey, this party's still going on over with Hexagon now. Your name is L, physics study, and various game streamer. Come have fun with you as you explore the secrets of the universe. The secrets of the universe? I do that too on Twitch. It's easy to do though. It's so easy to do for real. And be bad at video games, that's the way. This is the way. Need to check out some of your streams. Oh, we got a VTuber set up. We got a VTuber. So you be doing this. You be modding it. So so it's like adding mods. It's not the same as like making like a server or a separate like build of the game. It's different. Whoa. What are we coding in? What is that? What is that IDE? It's nice. It looks nice. Java's closer to like a more verbose C# than JavaScript. Interesting. Oh, I see the C# because it has like the public and private. That does look like C#. Neat. What does a mod do? The main secret of the universe is just a spritz of cayenne pepper. Little spice, little spice. Spices are important, y'all. Season your food. It makes it yummy. This VTuber model is so cute. I like to like move, like you got like full body movements. Awesome. Well, thank you for bringing the people here. I very much want to learn C# someday. I say that, but this is Java. But still, I'm looking at it. I do see the similarity. You're deep in it, but you're like doing it, right? You're not just I don't know, changing a value here and there. You're coding. You are coding. Love that. I'm working on a learning project. Clearly, you might be priming yourself for doing that. This is a little project that I'm working on right now. It is just for learning. I usually am coding. I'm usually doing Godot and GDScript, but there's so many tools that I really want to like make and website stuff I want to do, and JavaScript is just so ubiquitous in those areas that I want to learn it. So I'm just giving myself an excuse to learn it by making a little game, a clicker tycoon game, where we hire people. I don't know why, it's just what I came up with, because I wanted something like UI based, so I could learn like for tools, UI stuff, and you hire people with $3,000, and then you pay them $1,500, and if you don't pay them, they quit because you didn't pay them, and you have to praise them so they're happy. And if I think the happiness adds in, so every time this goes up, the happiness just adds on top. And then when we get 3,000, we can hire a new one, but we better pay them or they'll be very upset. They're so similar, you'll probably pick it. Yeah. You got this, Hexagonal. I know you got this, oh yeah. She was creating some in-game custom items. Oh god, please don't quit. I'm sorry. Some in-game custom items and writing functions to streamline the registration in the game. Femboy Fight Club is like, I got the tea. The registration in the game, since it uses Forge mod loader to inject the mods into the game. Whoa. That is the technical explanation. I'm gonna take your word for it that is what was happening. Oops. I think I lost. Goodbye. Go work somewhere where you're wanted. So right now what I'm working on is the Spritesheet, because that GIF was just looping. I really want it to be when they're happy, sad, and angry. Yeah, go to bed, get some sleep. Thank you for the raid, I appreciate you. You deserve sleep. Hexagonal, go get some sleep. Don't catch hell by staying up too long. Good night. And thanks for bringing some more queer people here. I love my queer family. I love all my non-queer family too. But it's good to have y'all here. Appreciate it. Thank goodness. Come around, children. Okay, so yeah, so I want to try to control it so when it's actually happy, sad, or angry, it will show the correct animation. Now, the easy way would have been to break this up into 3 GIFs and just play them at the different moods. But oh no! I didn't want to do the easy way. The person who actually made that art there also made some code that lets you create or have like these different sprite sheets, or one sprite sheet, and it parses the different rows on the sprite sheet in JavaScript, totally in JavaScript, and lets you switch between them. And so I wanted to try to have 3 different sprite sheets, one for the happy, angry, and sad, or 3 different rows, more queer peeps, 3 different rows that represent the different emotions, and then it actually like programmatically play those sprite sheets, which was mostly about learning. Maybe the GIFs would have been easier, but I wouldn't have learned as much. Sprite sheet based animation, yeah, for web, exactly. That's exactly what it is. So you can actually check out this project that the person made. PawnXPawn is their name. So that's where I'm pulling some of this code from, but there's a big difference. I'm not just pulling it, I'm trying to like look at the code and then look away and try to recreate it. But there's a problem, because this code was written for one single thing, one single instance. It's right here, there's one place, that's it. However, mine has all these classes because you're creating multiple workers, and within that, it needs to self-contain its own, animation loop. And so things got a little complicated. Even though I like brought the code over, the scope got a little tricky. Things got a little weird when scope came into the mix. I had an existing tick that would run every 500 milliseconds. Yeah. Pawn made that. I know, right? Pawn's basically a collaborator at this point. Similar to that of threading in desktop applications. Femboy Fight Club is like wise. You got some knowledge. So like, are you talking about like different CPU threads? Maybe, perhaps. Making sure that like different stuff runs on different threads. So I did get it to run, but first of all, the sprite sheet isn't working right. But most important thing too, right now, is that it's not resolving, it's not ending. So when the worker quits, the tick keeps going. So that means if I have 10 of them, somewhere in the DOM, there's still like looping happening all the time for every worker that quit. Been in various languages in the past 12-ish years or so. Okay, IT. What kind of stuff do you get up to? If you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. Like, you're making games. You don't have to tell me. But I'm curious. So I have this tick here that just runs every half second, and it's what updates like the money and the happiness that goes up and down. That's based on this. And so I wanted to use request animation frame, but it's stressing me out, and I think I'm just gonna do set interval. I thought I had an idea. I don't care. Forget it. We're just gonna do another set interval. We're gonna set it up exactly the same way. So then I can just remove the listener when that worker quits. There's really no need to fire anybody that I know of yet. Okay, set interval. Dispatch event, animation tick. MDN made it sound like this was completely valid to just use this as an animation, so that's what I'm gonna do. And then when we referenced it elsewhere. Just trying to take an easy way at this point. Reference it elsewhere, we just add the event listener. Okay, but this does get a little confusing. So we have a function where we create the tick listeners. Oh, we did it right here. This animation tick listener does that, runs the animate worker sprite, and you better add it. I think Fleekuda was trying to say that earlier. It wasn't added in the first place. So maybe I won't totally give up on the request, but okay, let's see if this actually does something though. I don't know. Anything good? Nothing. No ticks to speak of. I've set it up wrong. Alright, let me see what you're saying. Let me see what you're saying now. You're a sysadmin these days. Wow. You started with Roblox Lua, then got into Java. Roblox was your start? That's so cool. Yes, start out learning Lua and Roblox and then let that let you blossom. Love that. Then you got into Java with first robotics high school program, then college with C++ and Python. So it was like you got a taste and it was like, give me more. I love this. Awesome. Let's go. Neat. Not quite like CPU threads, more like single thread, because JavaScript is almost always one thread, but just running a clock. I think it was like an analogy. Running a clock on that one thread to run logic. I think I can see the overlap, but I also can see why it's different. You do. We're not only a queer community. We're also a neurodivergent community. A lot of literal interpretations and definitioning happens around here. I just do PowerShell these days since it's more conducive for my job. Wow, PowerShell. I've been using PowerShell just for like doing stuff around the computer. I love whipping up a little batch script that taps into PowerShell, double click on it, stuff happens. I think I even have one happening right now for the chat on screen. I do. I absolutely 100% do. Little batch script that makes sure the overlay stays up to date. Really interesting that like for your job doing PowerShell, I don't even know, like that's I guess if you're like helping people on there, a system admin, if you're wow. That is very interesting. Yes, there is. More like physics update. There are 2 chats. Yeah, indeed. Comparing it to desktop applications since you don't know JavaScript. Fair. Femboy was doing... Also, thank you for the follow, Femboy. You were doing Roblox when you were 13 to 14, and you were doing Minecraft servers around the same time, which taught you about networking and JVM. Do I want to learn React.js in the future? Pure.js is kind of hell. Absolutely not. I want to stick... So probably the furthest I'm ever going to go is TypeScript. And the reason for that is, I don't know, I want to. I don't know, there's like managing libraries, and it's kind of like the way I've felt like using plugins or add-ons, except for Blender, I'll use add-ons, but I don't know, I like there being like a single source of truth, instead of having to learn other like things on top of it. So now I have to learn this, and I have to learn that, and I have to learn that, and all those things don't fit the same like structure of the original. I don't know, it's just there's something about it I don't like. So I'm probably gonna stick to TypeScript at most. I don't know, it's maybe arbitrary, but just feels right. And especially while I'm learning. I was thinking of branching out to like something like Svelte or React or Vue, but I don't know, there's something kind of beautiful about just going vanilla, you know? You feel me, right? You're working on a Python script a few months ago and you had to learn RESTful APIs and threading at the same time. I bet that's super real. So people in this community know exactly what you mean. Try doing a console log inside that set interval. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Good call to make me be reminded that I was thinking that, and I totally forgot that I thought that. Thank you. I forgot. Well, I had done it before, and we should do it now, too. Wait, I forgot to call it. Look, we're not calling the tick. There's no tick. I don't even think I need to do that yet. Probably should call the function. Oh! It just deleted itself instantly. And then this link, okay. Clearly 0.1 is too low or something. I don't know. Okay, just give me 1 second. That's 1 mil. These are milliseconds, please. These are not, hold on, these are not seconds. Be a little careful there. But even then, it's still kind of not, doesn't look good. I guess I'm a little confused. Why would that even affect anything but the animation? We're gonna have to investigate here. You agree with the single source of truth? You were working on a Python script. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, and then if the library changes and like, oh, now this library is outdated and people aren't using React anymore, they're using Vue, and now Svelte's the new one. But like, what if I just use the thing that they're all just like rearranging, and I just know that? Then I don't have to try to keep up with this new stuff. You know, I don't know. Breaks my brain. But maybe someday. Here's the other thing, web developer, is it's definitely possible that once I have like a good foundation and understanding of JavaScript, TypeScript, that now that I know the basis, I can be like, you know, oh, look at what this library does. This library makes that thing that I really hate doing in JavaScript a little easier. Maybe this stuff, the scope and the closures and all that. Wow, I really hate doing that. This specific library, this small little library, fixes that one thing for me to be super easy. So that's the other side of it, is I want to spend a lot of time immersing myself in the library-less version, so that way I can have a better appreciation for what the libraries do. I mean, I'm in a privileged position in that sense because it's not my job, right? I'm not like employed and I need to use React in order to maintain the system that the company I work for uses, right? I am doing it from like a hobby perspective, so I get the luxury of not needing to necessarily have that skill set of learning the libraries. So I started working on this Devibe in August. That was my first time learning JavaScript intentionally. It's all on YouTube, actually, if you wanted to see how it started and how it's been going. And I did that once a week. For the most part, there might have been like, maybe it was like 4 or 5 days, maybe, I don't know, Tuesdays. I've been doing it on Tuesdays. There might have been one Tuesday. It didn't happen last month, or in August. And then in September, I did the Game Like Jam. Now, in the even months, I'll be doing JavaScript on Tuesdays. Scope problems and closures are unavoidable. Okay, alright, well, I was like, maybe there could be, and then you said no. Okay, alright, well, good to know. Alright, very well. It's a web dev sin, but your website is just WordPress. That's not a sin. I mean, look, I feel like you also, why force yourself to make stuff if you don't have to? You know that WordPress gets the job done, right? Like, I mean, I used to work at a nonprofit where the IT department had us using Roundcube, WordPress. That was like the backbone of our infrastructure. Was Roundcube and WordPress. And it served it really well. I think they're still doing that way. So like, I get it, it's old reliable, you know? Oh, that's fair. It's bloated. Yeah. That's fair. Desktop versus web programming point. Took you a while to get your head around asynchronous code in JavaScript on one thread. Oh yeah, I definitely have been avoiding the asynchronous stuff. If it works, it works. Who cares? Yeah, if it works, it works. Okay. Well, it did work here, and we broke it, but it was more important. You can make the React.js version of your game? Yeah, if you want. You can do it. If you're trying to sell me on React, I mean, it's not going to happen, but it's open source. You can go check it out and do what you want. That's up to you. That's up to you. I didn't ask you to do it. You can do it if you want. But you know, here's the thing: is I'm interested in learning base JavaScript. Like that's what I want to do. It's my desire. And you know, someone just like solving the problems necessarily isn't something I'm interested in, especially if it's in something I'm not trying to learn. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Yes, we don't want to forget again. Well, okay, yeah, you're right. That's going to be really useful here. Okay, so this console log. Hello. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. So it runs twice. That prints 1 time, and then it's ticking. The tick is ticking. Put it back to like an itty bitty number. 1 millisecond. Yeah, the tick is ticking. So it's just the implementation. So that's good. All right. I'm gonna goggle. I'm gonna put on some chat goggles. For now, you know I'll dip back in if I have to. For at least a second, I'm gonna put on some chat goggles, see if I can resolve this. So that just means if it looks like you're giving me solutions, I'm gonna be like, wait. All right, where are we using animation tick? We're setting up the animation tick so we create all the listeners, which I'm concerned about, but whatever. We already have the worker tick listener. That's the one that makes the revenue go up. And we run it 1 time when we run create tick listeners. So it's gonna run this animation worker sprite 1 time, right? Oh yeah, get some sleep. Get some sleep. Thank you for the well wishes. It was nice to meet you. Goodbye, Femboy Fight Club. Keep fighting the good Femboy fight. Not that you should talk about it, because we don't talk about Femboy Fight Club. See you later. I wish I could make like things appear inside there. So to me, it looks like it's set up quite similarly. And then we add the animation tick listener. Oh, look what I did. Look what I did. This happens to me so often. And I'm this close to swearing off copying and pasting code. Now, I don't mean that in the sense of like, you took that from Stack Exchange, you took that from a chatbot. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about using my own code to copy and paste. Because when I do it, I often forget to change like 1 parameter or something. And I'm just like, why? Why is it not working? And it's because I copied and pasted indiscriminately. Yeah, right. That's why I was ending it. This is wonderful news. This is very good news. The best news I could have gotten right now. We're back, baby. Okay, so then we're gonna run that function. I'm gonna spell it right. Animation. Okay, great. Now we actually need to go back and look at the animate worker sprite function. Make sure it's set up correctly. It doesn't take parameters anymore. We got all thises. All right, let's see where we're at. Nice. Oh, this looks good. I mean, it doesn't look good there, but in the console, it's looking good. Perfection. Now, here's the real test. When the worker quits, which I think we shortened it there, does the listener stop? It does not, but I think I might need to remove it more properly. So let's go back to where we're removing the event listener. I'm not reviewing. Okay, Lise, see what you're doing. You just highlighted it and you copied it. Give it a try. Just try it. You don't have to like it. Just try it and see what you think about typing it. Remove event listener animation tick on the worker to remove, specifically with regards to the animation tick listener. Okay. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so that tick is just cooking. It's cooking over there. All right, we hire the employee. We're gonna wait for it to quit. I updated the quit to be at when it's less than 1,000. I could have probably made it a little higher. I don't know why I didn't. I don't know. Yay, and stopped. Let's go. See ya. Bye-bye. All right. Whew. Yay, this is great. This is great because now we just get to troubleshoot why the sprite sheet isn't showing up and we don't have to worry about all the other weird problems. I gotta give you major props, Likuda. You really got me through that. Appreciate it. So, with that in mind, let's get rid of hello, because we don't need infinite console logs stacking for eternity. Stars! Where did it go? Here. Wait. Here. Bye-bye. Animation tick setup real good. Now, the sprite sheet code. What is your problem? So all the data looks really good. Even the debug lines in production, why not? Eh, screw it. It's an Easter egg. So you can see what the dev process was like. I guess I'll take a look at this. See what the current frame and the current state is. It's probably good. Oh, we changed it. This was before when it was a parameter. Okay. Don't scare me like that. Frames look good. Mood looks correct. No problem. Oh, we can also put the quit value. We can change that back to 0 and 0. Sometimes moving around gets me a little stressed out. I will say, I feel like I'm a lot more mobile when I'm using the Godot editor, getting around my script, but maybe I just need to learn new things about how to move around in VS Code. Okay, so that all looks totally good to me, as does this. But I think what's important to think about is that the sprite, it's filling up the entire sheet. That is a pretty big clue as to what's wrong right now. So I'm probably setting this up very, 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 very wrong. Would be my guess. That's true. That's true. Yeah. I am working in one file. I'm not sure. I don't think I have to for the web build. I kind of like working in one file for now. I don't always want to work in one file for the rest of my life, but it feels like kind of nice. You're right, though. It is. Yeah, that's a good point. That is probably a big reason. Next time. I don't think I'm ready for splitting that up yet. So, yeah, exactly. I started it out with multiple files, but here we are. So it's bringing in the sprite sheet. Here's what I think is probably happening, is we're not using the right draw image. So what was quite different about Pawn's code and what I've changed is I didn't use the same draw image version, right? Because there's like different ones or whatever. There's this one where we have image, canvas image source, DX, which is the position, I don't remember. I'm guessing DX and DY are the position that it's going to in the context area or on the canvas. So where on the canvas do we want it to go? X and Y. And then there's this one, which I think is the one I'm using. And suddenly this makes a lot more sense. Because I'm telling it to be stretched out to the canvas. It is a little weird because these should be updating, but whatever. Maybe if it's so stretched out, it doesn't matter. Then there's this one, which adds in the SX, the SY, SW, SH. And I think this is saying, within the image source, find this place, and then render it like that. So I do think we need to add this. That was a great experiment. It was wrong. I need to use it the way that it is here. I added these notes, don't judge Pawn. So where do we get these from? Sprite position X, we just define it right there. And do we update it? We sure do. But I don't need to update it. So just make it 0, 0. It literally just can be 0, 0 for now. Don't worry about that. Same thing here. Same thing here. Okay. This is very easy to fix, I think, maybe, hopefully. I'm just gonna put a 0 in there and another 0. And then we're just gonna say sprite canvas size. So then what that'll do is let us search through. I guess I see what the S and the D means. The S means maybe, I don't know, search the image, and the D means draw. I don't know, I'm gonna try to make sense of these abbreviations. That's what I'm gonna go with. Okay, assuming I did this right, let's see if it looks any different. And yeah, it looks, oh, it's animating, look at it go. Look at it, you're making some little rubber duckies. What? What a little dynamo. Let's go. Okay. Let's see if I don't know if it's gonna switch to sad. I feel like we still need to get, okay, it's not switching to the different emotions, but it's playing happy. I'll take it. I will take it. Okay. Obviously, like, there was a weird delay at first where it didn't actually show up. So there's some oddities here, but that's okay. We all right. All right, let's put some money cheats in. Talk about some Rosebud. And then, oh, let's go. I wonder if it was just like loading the image and that's why it delayed. Yes, this is so good. It looks so much smoother than like a GIF. And we can, like, if you like supercharge a worker or something, they can do it like faster. Oh, this is great. And it can go slower. And then we can have that affect like the ticks and how often they update the revenue. Oh my god. This is so good. This is so good. I love it. Okay. So let's figure out. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay. Now what I need to figure out is how to actually get those worker states to change. So let's go to that function. Animate worker sprite. Let's go do that function. And we just want to see what its mood is. And make sure it's actually seeing that. Okay. So it's happy. It's gonna take a while for it to count down. We'll enjoy the music while it does. But it should get sad. It should be sad right now. Now it should be angry. So it's not actually even receiving the updated state. Good to know. Let's hand it over. So it's pulling it from... Whoa. Oh, I forgot to remove... That's interesting. We can just put parameters in there. I feel like this is the kind of stuff they talk about in JavaScript, where you can write bad code that works, like really bad code that works. I could just give it parameters, even though it doesn't take parameters. Sure, let it have some. Bizarre. Well, I'm sure that doesn't make a difference, but I'd be very curious to see if it does. I probably should, for the sake of testing, adjust when it goes from sad. Whoa, that was a loud one. That one was like, I'm a song and I'm here now. Oh, I commented it out. No, I didn't. That's old. Oh, wait, hold on. I was like, hurrah! No. Well, it's probably happening now. There, it just happened. What was I checking? What was I hoping to see there? Oh, I took away the parameters. Okay, well, let's still adjust the values for a temporary moment. We'll say this is the cost of employee, which is 3,000 divided by 2. What if we just magic number it? And we say that it becomes sad when the income is less than 2,700. You can see the happiness started ticking down faster. That's the only clue we have right now that they're sad. I'm guessing it's another scope issue, where this is not actually in the scope. So we could also get a little print here. So once it gets below that, worker's state is set to sad. And it's checking over and over again. Current state is happy, worker state is sad. Current state is happy, worker state is sad. Which is it? We'll get there. We'll get there. All in good time. Have faith, have trust. So what is this updating? We could also check to see, like, what is this? That would be very interesting. On this. I picked this up from you, Flikuda. Checking out this. Worker, okay, just wait a second. Worker state set to sad on happiness. You can't set the worker state on the stat. There you go. Right, this is on the stat. That's why. Because it's tracking where the stats are at. But we obviously do get from this worker container ID stat inc. Oh, yeah. That's gonna be, I think that's not possible to fetch this from here. Okay, great. Now I know. Wonderful. We cannot update the worker state from here, I don't think, right? Clearly we're updating, but this is all stat stuff. This is all stat stuff. You'd have to pass it in. Don't do that. It's not worth it. It's been a whole chase down, and I don't feel like dealing with it. We do have worker object. Wait, you have worker object? Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. Worker object dot worker state sad. All is not lost. Maybe. Possibly. I'll just do it for sad for now. There is no worker state on there. Can you tell me more about the worker object? Worker is sad. Worker is... worker underscore obj question mark. So once it gets below 2700, we'll see something. Employee. So it is finding. This is correct. Nice. Okay, so now tell me what that is in worker state. What that's currently set to. Worker is sad, worker is sad, worker is happy? It sounds like a bad translation. Love it. But maybe that doesn't mean I can assign something to it. Just because I can look at it. That might be a very different... Oh, I just spelled worker object wrong. Let's go. Hey, we got a sad worker. Ooh, I mean, I'm sorry you're sad. You deserve more pay, but let's freaking go. For later, you threw some of your own JavaScript code using arrow functions in the live text channel in the Discord. Nice. I want to see that. Yo, we are functioning. Obviously, this updates a lot, but I don't care. It works. This is the way it's going to be. And I'm gonna like it. Seems like a great time to save. It does. It does. I'd like to put a little bit more of a button on it. I did press Control S for whatever that's worth. I pressed Control S. Maybe we'll have a different save versus commit. It's tough because I'm used to just pressing Control S, but maybe if we have the save redemption, I'll just like navigate to this for the optics. Thank you, Insane. Okay, happy. Good. Then we need angry, right? That's supposed to be good? Yeah. And then this becomes angry. This time it wasn't after the VOD stopped recording. Saving? Wasn't after the VOD stopped recording? That's true. Sometimes I have to like work on stuff and it's not in the VOD, which is sad. I try to wrap it up. Now it's angry. And then we need to put another happy. I don't think we do need to put a happy in there. Oh, let's keep that 2700 and then let's make this arbitrarily be 2300 just to see it happen. 2700 it's sad. 2300 it's angry. Let's see if now, next thing is to see if we can make it happy again, which I think with these numbers is going to be kind of hard. I think you should just play it normally. Just put it back to the way it's supposed to be, please. Thank you. Obviously the animation is a little fast, but easy fix. I can't believe it's working. Getting it solved. Yeah. And then it started working. I know. Yeah. It does suck when that happens. Let the worker get sad. Let them be sad. It almost feels like if it hits sad, happiness should just jump down or something. Okay. Make them happy. Hey, it goes back too. It definitely, with the animations, the happiness does feel kind of weird. You know? Like, but they look happy. Because the happiness doesn't affect this. Really, the income is the only thing that affects their mood. The happiness is just a little bonus right now. So, I mean, I'd have to think about how I would want to make that matter. But we're not going to worry about that right now. Yo, let's go. I mean, that's it. Like, that was the task today. Like, you're right. Like, before the bot ended, we got it. This is it. This is the thing. Other than making it... It kind of would be fun if we also update how fast the animation plays. So, there's the frame delay... And then we're also running the tick very often. That's a wrap, everyone. Cue outro music. Goodbye. No, not really. No, I'm not really leaving. It's not true. Okay, so now you can see it's running a little bit slower. We put the frame delay to 10. Let's make it 50. It's very slow. So the thing is about slowing that down is it doesn't necessarily make sense that they're more sad that it's slower, you know. So not the most logical thing. Decouple the frame delays from each animation. Yeah. So, I mean, that should be easy. Because we have the worker state here. And then we have frame delay. So just at the same time that this happens. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm working on it. Because I stopped working on it for the Game Like Jam. But there were things left to learn. Things left to learn. And I just fixed a major problem that it had. Yeah, you know, and I feel like I'll do the decoupling like later because it's kind of just like an extra little garnish and not necessarily necessary. I'm thinking this was more the intended animation speed, approximately. But yeah, now it actually dynamically changes. Wow. So you do get some weird looping. That was something I was wondering about, like if we would see as the animation changes, that suddenly the conveyor belt resets. So my idea in my head for fixing that was waiting until the current frames run out and then changing the animation. Like letting it play all the way through. Although it seems like it happens anyway. I feel like the loop is off. That's the 1,000. That's the, okay, that is what's happening there. That's to keep it going into floating point errors. So yeah, that would be, to me that would be a really, really nice thing. Now I will make a commit, absolutely. A nice touch to me would be figuring out how to let that loop complete before it loops again. What's the income thingy? What does that number mean? It's the payment that they have. You can check out the game too, by the way, if you want. It's right there. Now, it doesn't have the nice sprite changing, but I'll make sure before we're done here that it does. Also, thank you, Pressfire, for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate you for that. On Twitch and YouTube. So, why does it keep going down? I see. Well, I don't know about you, but when I get money, I spend it. So you can imagine it's the person spending their money. I can see how that's unclear. I'm okay with that. You know, because then it's like, what? Like, we put, like, groceries on there and things, then it's like I mean, look, and I'm not really interested in making it, like, the best game it can be, so much as making sure it's, like, a finished package. Yeah. It's okay. I'm not really looking to make it super... Yeah. It's just a clicker game. I wouldn't read into it too much. And it's just for learning, you know. I just want to make sure it's, like, tight. Not sure I'm prepared to add in all kinds of other stuff. I think you can do however many frames there are in each animation divided by whatever the interval of the animation tick is, or some kind of math to get the intended frame rate that is constant. That is confusing to me, but I've heard you. You've been heard. If you look, Insane, if you have an idea for a really simple way to implement that context, I'd be interested. But as of now, I'm not interested in trying to figure out. Maybe maybe when I've got, like, things working and I can step back and be like, okay, what do I think about it? It's good feedback. But I would just not want to add in a tons of work. Oh, just literally changing that word? I mean, that's not hard. Bank income, you thought they were receiving. Yeah. That's fair. But I guess it's like relatively the income that they're getting is this, and you're increasing their income. I hear you. Okay. That's fair. No. I can see why you'd think that. That makes sense. No, I'll think about it. I think you're right that there's something else it could just be changed to. For sure. When I think income, I think hourly wage or salary, not total money they currently have. Right. Well, but that's the thing. They do have, I mean, in theory, they have other money. But this is like... I mean, surely you do understand what it is representing. But I see what you're saying when you think about it. Yeah. But, like, technically it makes sense. Okay. But I see how, like, from like an emotional perspective or like an interpretive perspective, when you look at it, there's like a dissonance. Especially with the fact that it says income, which you think of as going up, and it's going down. And then, yeah. You don't think about it as the money they have. But the thing is, it's like, it's supposed to be within the context of your business. Like, it's different. It's not like it's not the money. So I said that, but that's not, okay. So it's not the total money that they have. It's the money that they get from their job. Currently, the money that they get from their job for their work shifts is this much. This is how much they get paid. This is their, like, what was I thinking? Monthly income? This is their monthly income. Well, you're supposed to keep it up. You, the player, keep it up. If you don't pay them, yeah, it goes down. But it's like, it's like theoretical. So it's like, you imagine it's like month after month, you haven't paid them yet. I know you all understand. You're just being obtuse. I know you understand this. I know you understand this. It's not really their wallet. It's like saying how much money they're getting from their job every month if you keep paying them. So it's more like theoretical, right? Like, if you're not paying them, this is how much their wages are. If you're not paying them. This is so frustrating. Like, how does this not make sense? Oh my goodness. It's like representing what their money that they're getting from the job would be, unless you keep paying them. So in theory, you could, and the more you, so if you're like giving a worker a raise, right? The more you give them, the more money they have. I see what you're saying in the sense that it's not fixed, right? So I do understand that. That makes sense. Where you're trying to like maintain, like if you get it up. I think where the confusion comes in is the fact that the time is not clear. It doesn't say that a month has passed, or a week has passed, or a day has passed, or an hour has passed. None of that is clear. And so if this was saying that, like, so 3,000 would be 2 months' pay. So they've been paid. Wait, why are they sad already? Oh, because I changed the values for the sake of checking. Alright, whatever. This is frustrating. It's just a game. You're reading into it too much. Stop it. Alright, I'm gonna fix this other stuff. It's too much reading into it. I want to make sure that the loop happens at a different time. So we've got our worker animation, nope, animate worker sprite. Y'all are trolling me right now. Animate worker sprite. And this is what it goes through. It checks the length here of the row. So if the happy row has 24 frames, in theory, it should go through all 24 of those frames before looping, which it does. But for floating point error reasons, I assume, we have this implemented, where if the current frame goes over a certain amount, it resets back to 0. This interrupts that loop. Hello, the current checking account then. It's reading too much into it. It's just a game. You're a light browser of the stream today, granted. Yeah. I don't think there's any clearness. I think it's just number go up, number go down, press button, it go back up. That's it. My goodness. Oh, there's a cat. Oh, he's being so cute. So my problem is that I'm gonna try to quickly see if I can. No, come back. I want to make sure that if it hits this limit, it waits until this full length has been met. So if the length is 24 and currently it's on 21 and we hit this limit, wait a second until this gets to 24, then reset it. That's my idea. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. But I still have to make that happen somehow. And again, if y'all aren't sure what I'm talking about, it is so you can, it's most noticeable when it changes to a different mood. I mean, it's actually very smooth right now. It's lining up perfectly. But that's because it's not ticking through as many times. So let's fix that so you can see. Let's put it where it's supposed to be, which is not 2700. Wait, it isn't 2 and 3? Wait, why is it getting sad so soon then? Hold on a second. I know! Isn't this so cute? It's a Harlequin pattern. That's what his pattern is. I'm a little confused though right now. Why are they getting sad so soon? Did I not press the save button? Oh! Y'all, I'm looking at the wrong... Close this! Y'all, I'm looking at the wrong one. He's got income confusion. I can't believe I was looking at the wrong one. I can, but like... that was the... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. It happens. Oh yeah, I forgot I made it slightly reactive, where if you shrink it, it'll move that to the top. Anyway. Alright, so now you can hopefully see this. There. See how it looped and it interrupted the loop? And it'll happen every 1,000. So you'll notice it when this value here gets to 1,000, it'll interrupt the loop. Boop. See? That's what I'm trying to resolve at the moment. So... Yeah, I like trying to make things responsive. It's fun. Sometimes it's frustrating. It is a little frustrating because I was trying to make it for mobile, but mobile, I think that's not fun. Trying to be ready for different devices. The window being different sizes is okay, but different devices? That's a whole other business. So yeah, it needs some work before it's going to be good on mobile. But that's all CSS stuff, mostly, so... I'm in the JavaScript mood. So whenever this happens, we don't have to check it. Do we have to check it at the end? Is that like important? I was asking the Cosmos. I don't know. Is that important? Probably. What if you just move it and see what happens and see how you feel about it? See if it looks wrong. Because what would be kind of nice is if it could be built in here to this. As long as it's before the current frame gets updated, should be fine, in theory. Maybe. So the way I would try to design it then would be if that happens... Oh, wrong place. I guess we'd want to continue incrementing. What we want to move is resetting it back to 0. We only reset it back to 0 if it has reached its maximum length. So every time frame is set to, and let's make a little thing. This row length equals that. Oops, that. And we modulo it against that. And then we check to see if this frame is the row length. And if it is, that's JavaScript. If it is, now check to see if the current frame is greater than this value, which we can just make 1,000. Doesn't matter. Then check to see if it's greater than that. And if it is, reset it. Don't know if that's gonna work. No, it did not. So then I just have to wonder too, like, what's the deal with the sprite sheet? Maybe the sprite sheet is the problem. Probably not. My guess is it's not. But I have to rule it out. I think I can just open it from here. Get some sleep, Flikuna. You deserve it. I probably need to give you, I don't remember if I garnished your thanks or not. I'll garnish them more. Thank you for your help and your company. Before you go, you're curious what my quick impression of the code you posted is. Oh, yeah. Let's check it out. Oh my god. Okay. This is stressful. Immediately, I feel a wave of anxiety. All the code in the script is written without classes in arrow functions using closures. Okay. Most of these are effectively functions inside of functions to create limited but shared context for related functions that need the same info. Snippet and a couple others you've been working on for Obsidian stuff. Oh yeah, you're the Obsidian role-playing game thing. I remember that. Oh my goodness. So you are setting, this is what you were talking about before, was setting a arrow function as a constant, and then a guard to make sure this exists. You're doing something. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for. Oh, it's stressing me out. What am I looking for? What's the thing? What should I look at? It's like I'm trying to hold all the other code in my brain, and it's like it's breaking me. Like what exactly is where is the nesting stuff? I don't know if I can handle this. It's very stressful. I'm comfort holding my hands on my head to stimulate my brain to potentially be able to handle this. So what am I looking for? I don't know what to think about. I don't have an opinion. I think maybe if I was like, because I don't know nothing. I just started learning JavaScript, you know? So I just don't really have like an opinion on this kind of stuff. Discord, get out of here with this ad stuff. Delete. I should. Delete. Does this look like a promoted stream? Come on now. Discord's like, we're sneaky. We make sure you can't delete nothing. But like, yeah, I'm just like so much trying to learn. I just don't even know. Like if this was JavaScript, I could have more of an opinion on it, right? But like dude, it won't let me delete it. Discord's sneaky. I just don't know what to say. Get metadata equals this. What is it doing? It's on a context. It's just code. I'm sorry, Flikuda. I can't help you. I'm so stressed about it. Like, if you told me, like, something very specific about it, because I thought you were going to show me something in the context of nesting, but I don't know where the nesting is. Classes and functions are both just objects with different keywords. Turns out both are just objects of objects, some of which execute code. Okay. I know you don't want to help, but I just don't know. Like, what do I think about it? I think it's stressful. Yeah. Is it a style? I don't even know if I can appreciate the style. I have seen, and maybe I could see myself looking back at this someday when I'm trying to like do this or that, but honestly, it just looks, it doesn't even have colors. It's tough. That's a tough one for me. Oh man. All right. Thank you for sharing it. I'm sorry I just want to like jump out of a window. Like, it's just like, oh no, it's been 11 hours and my brain is mush. It's more in line with non-object oriented code. Okay, so like it's like component stuff. It's hard for me to wrap my head around things without context sometimes, especially when my brain is so deeply into this. But I wanted to look at it for you. I did my best. Thanks for sharing it. Alright. I'm gonna go back to this. Get some sleep. You deserve it. You need it. Please. Okay, so this totally didn't work. What I'm curious about is at this moment, it's been a confusing day. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do console log. Current. Yeah, I know that's what you meant, and I'm saying I feel bad for you that you're here subjecting yourself to confusion. Maybe you should go somewhere where you don't feel confused. How about that? That's not my problem. Console log, current delayed frame. Y'all are antagonizing me. Definitely not you, Plikuda. Definitely hard for anyone to wrap their head around. Not. Yeah, I mean, but that's not what I'm saying. It's not that I'm not wrapping my head around the not object-oriented programming. I'm not wrapping my head around the fact that this is code that I'm not currently thinking about, and there's no colors. Okay? Confusion can be fun. Well, I'm glad it's fun for you. I'm glad. You can only tell. So Leon, I very much welcome, by the way. I very, very much want to do TypeScript. I just wanted to not use any libraries for my first time learning. But when I started doing that, I was not aware of TypeScript particularly. Not enough to appreciate how badly I was gonna miss it. So, because in JavaScript, I'm always static typing everything that I can, and I love static typing. So it's nice to know that I have a place to go back and static type again after this project. Yeah, so but I agree though, definitely component stuff versus object-oriented could get confusing, but know that that's not why I found this confusing. Oh, there's colors. Okay. Colors. Nice. Okay, but that still doesn't address that I don't want to put my brain on something that I'm not working on. I don't want to do it. I'm sorry. Boundaries. I don't want to do it. Stop. An ad just made you jump out of your seat? How dare it? Twitch do that. Twitch be doing that, though. Alright. One code at a time. Current delayed frame. And then we'll just put this frame in here. I want to see what it is. But this is not just current delayed frame. This is... Current delayed frame is that at end of anime, end of row. It's not running. Nice. Love that. Probably don't want that much strict typing. Should be at 1,000. Nothing. Okay. So what is this frame? No, you're not antagonizing me. He pounds the universe. It's just I gotta speak my truth. Which is I can't handle that. Console log. This frame is this frame. But yeah, it's balancing. Yeah, balance. This frame is 1720. Okay, is it never getting to 24? Well, that would explain that very well. So we need to do it -1. It's oh, cat sneeze. It's never it's okay, Travi. It was just a cat sneeze. That explains it, because the length is counting 0. So it would actually be this row length -1. It did, I know! It was kind of cute though. And Travi looking up. Okay. Okay, but wait a minute. Stop printing that. It was cute. So at 1,000, not at 1,000. At 24, it should check it. Okay, 23. Nice. Okay, good. It's checking at the end of the row. Perfect. This is when it'll check at 1,000. Oh, the animation looks pretty good, right? Right? Well, not that. I haven't set up that yet. So that's another separate thing, is that when it changes, it also waits. It looks good though. Smooth. Perfection. Nice. Okay, great. My idea worked! So now, I want to check how it loops it when we actually update. Now this is going to be a lot harder. This one might not be doable. Because this is updating on the stat. So from a stat that detects that it's too low, it's going to say that it's angry now. So I guess, I mean, I don't know what, I guess we could, I'm not sure if there's like a getter setter equivalent, but we could make like a function. That would probably be the easiest way. If I ran a function, okay, let's do that. So we'll say on the worker object, update worker or change worker state, and that can pass in angry. Then we'll have all the access to things we need. The only thing is it's still a separate function in the animation. But we're updating current frame outside of it, so we'll be able to, it'll be fine. We'll see. I'll have to make some changes, but that's okay. A little change is okay. YouTube has this new live studio, and it's very weird. And it says that the stream length, we're at 11 hours, 37 minutes out of 12 hours and 30 minutes. Since when can a live stream VOD be 12 hours and 30 minutes? Thanks for the hydrate. I'm very confused about that. But they made it different, so it's harder for me to see where we're at in the stream. Thank you, Frank. Yeah, well, it's nice that it's changed because, well, they did it. They're doing stuff. Would you like to see them doing stuff for live streaming? I appreciate that. So it's like this. It used to have up here, it would tell me exactly how long the stream has been going. But now, if I hover it, it's down here for some reason. And it says out of that. Wait, on my other computer, it says out of 12:30:08, and here it says out of 12:31:12. So I'm not sure what this is about, but I don't trust it. But I miss not being able to see it here, and then. But here's the good thing. What's nice about it, okay. I don't know if, I think we might, here, let's just create a new pretend live stream. That'll be easier. Oh, it's up here. What's it doing up there? Oh, look at it. Hey. Oh, wow. All right, I'll take that. We're just gonna look in a new place. I can accept looking in a new place. But when you go to schedule a stream now, or we should probably make a fake one that isn't real. We'll just create new, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Sure, why not? Unlisted. Sure, do whatever you want. So when I create this, yeah, it is weird. Okay, but check this out. It lets you do a horizontal and vertical now. So we can stream 2 different streams built into YouTube, a vertical one and a horizontal one at the same time. Instead of having to do what I did before, I'm not even sure how this works. I think it does work. Before I was running 2 live streams. One was vertical and one was horizontal. But I'm guessing, I don't know if it's true, but I'm hoping that it like detects what device the user is on and then switches between them. Now on the other hand, what if you like looking at it horizontally on a phone? So I'm not really sure how this manifests, but this is, I think, where they're coming from with the change, and they just like overhauled all of this a little bit. It's more visual than anything. So yeah, maybe that'll be cool. I don't know. It's something. It's different. Also, good night, Kai Guy. Thank you for being here and supporting the channel, Kai Guy. Yes, wind down. It's actually very late. Okay. So let's make it this function. Probably a better way to do it anyway. Look, if I was in GDScript, I would not allow myself to just update instances, variables like this. But since I'm learning, I'm allowing myself to do it. But what I would rather do is have like a public function that we're accessing to change it. Probably would want to say, in that similar concept, set, right? So if we go to the worker here, we need to make such a thing. Set worker state. And then we just literally say this worker state equals state. But if I wanted to check now, hopefully that works. I should probably make sure that works as such before I conclude that we're good to go. Somehow I'd want to do the same thing where we only reset the frame after it's actually reached the end. I think this could be a flag. It could even be like a function itself. Reset current frame. Okay, it works fine. So every time that it's at the end of the row and we've reached the maximum frames, then, well, I would actually want it to be over here, right? So we could say we could make this maybe do it like this. If can loop animation, do that. This. Where did I put that state update thing? Somewhere. Can loop animation. And we can return if the current frame, return this current frame greater than 1,000. At that point, yes, you can loop it if that happens and it reached the end. The other place would also be so that, or you could also pass in something. We could say on state change. We could say it's true if it's a state change or the current frame is 1,000, is greater than 1,000. Then when we call it over here, can loop animation, this is not a state change, so it's false. And then when we do run set worker state, we run can loop animation, we would do the same kind of thing. If can loop animation on state change. Now this is happening at a different tick rate, so I feel like that's actually not going to work. because this is happening every half second. It's not happening at the same frame as the animation frames. So that probably won't line up that well. So I wonder if instead, over here, we can check if that row length happens. We could check to see if the worker state is different. So here, we've got our animation frame position. We could say current worker state equals this worker state, and then use that in here. We don't really have to put it in there. Then say if, assuming this is working right, if we reach the end of the row and well, we need to keep track of the last one. So I would even recommend not updating it through there. Keeping that to be what this is. And then saying, if this current worker state, I probably want to put it before. Hey Kai, it's going good. You caught me, late into the stream, but I'm glad that you're here. How you been? Thanks for continuing to support for so long. It really means a lot. I'm working on some JavaScript. I'm trying to clinch something here. It's so good to see you. Because we need to check it beforehand, right? Which is a little tricky. Okay, what about this? This worker state changed. Moving out second time back to the city. Wow. Big changes. That's gonna be false by default. We're gonna say we're not on a change. But then it's gonna change it right away. So you'd wanna check, this is confusing. You've been busy. Yeah, moving takes a lot out of us. Moving is like a whole entire thing to deal with. I had to spend like months bouncing back from that. Animate worker. So when the state changes, I would want to keep track of the last state and the current state. If this is updating to the current state every time, what is the last state? The last, oh, this is too hard. This logic is too hard for me right now. It's right there, but I can't do it. Brain too tired. This worker state, because you'd want to do it before you update this, right? So we check to see if yes, make it nothing at first or whatever. I don't know what it wants. JavaScript's got weird truthy falsy things. I could be doing a mistake. I'm not really sure how to actually make this a null value, so we'll see. This, if this current worker state is not worker state. I feel like this is quite wrong. Oh, it's GDScript. Wrap it. Bracket. This worker state change becomes true. Although I don't particularly want it to happen the first time. We'll say if current worker state and this current worker state is not set to that, then make that true. Otherwise, make it false. Or something. And then if we come through here, this would just be based on I don't know that we need this can loop animation boolean, truth be told. I don't see what the point of that is at this point. I think it's not useful. Oh, but that checks the 1,000. Okay, yeah, we do need that. So then we'll add in worker state change. I don't think this is gonna work, but I have to try it. I doubt it's gonna work. Current worker state is not defined. Oops. Well, yeah. I made it null. It didn't like that. Just make it happy. I don't care. Oh, that's not even it. Do we need to do it up here? I guess so it like persists or something? $146. Ah! I missed this. We don't want that to persist. That was a mistake. Alright, that's it. That's the best I can probably do. Okay, we'll see. Let's test it. Test it. Test it. Test it. Test it first. Test. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Test it. Wait. Gotta get that this. So hopefully, I don't think it's gonna work, but when it switches to sad, thanks for the follow, Angel Cake. Angel Cake, welcome. Oh no, it's definitely not working. Well, that's okay. Something to circle back to. That's it. That's the best I can do today. So I do have some nice stuff here. I'm pretty proud of it. There's a link in the description box on YouTube if you want to try out the game. I'll try to get it updated so you can play it. Thank you everyone for your help today. Really appreciate it. Y'all are great. And I'm not gonna leave just yet, but I gotta wrap up the YouTube VOD. We're gonna do raid, obviously. The internet's like, oh, you're finished? Let's glitch out. Let's be a little glitchy. So if you see